take in Nigeria?
Eh?
How will you take in Nigeria?
You don't just leave us eat tuwo no soup.
That's not good.
You don't leave us.
You go eat rice and beans, no. and chicken. You don't dey.
And you know they see rice and chicken chop.
No.
So who you want make him win now?
Peter Obi, no.
Wow. You like Peter Obi?
Yes.
Why you like Peter Obi?
I'm Peter Obi, so say Peter Obi na big man.
Na big man, ba. He go work well, ba.
He work well, no.
He go take care of Nigeria.
Yes, inshallah.
Inshallah. Inshallah. Na Peter Obi.
So Buhari na criminal.
Buhari na criminal boy now.
Oh, Allah, it's well. God will help us. Peter Obi go win, yeah? If you win, everything go better.
Arab jamugu ne da muke san sha amma bakin katan na giska mugu.
Who?
Buhari.
Iska
irin na kafin ya shugaban kasa dan guro uba da idanu sai ka ce muciya. Dan maraba amma da yawo kan mulki sai ga kuma buta cicika dan iska.
Kai. Bukan guna juga, yang makannya ha.
Kita lagi dua inshallah. Awak Buhari ni entaka AC, motor AC, house AC, office AC, anywhere AC. Peter Obi na be good man. I swear.
By God's grace. Now this one I'm Peter Obi now. You like him, ba?
I like him well.
You like him? Now him go win, no? By God's grace, everything go change for Nigeria. Now one Nigeria, everything go change, yeah?
Inshallah.
Oh yeah, now wanna take care.
Buy something.
I buy something, yeah?
This Yaloja Abuja don't come again. Emefiele. How many times I call you? Walai okun ò ní balẹ̀. This morning, I sent my girl, say me go collect money for POS. The money where you dey rush us, say make we quick. Carry her inside bag, make we go deposit her for bank, say the thing go expire. That same old naira no where we carry all our money, go put for bank. Now, this morning now, my daughter collect 20,000 naira from POS. They collect 2,000 naira on top of 20,000 naira. They even told her that if she wants new naira notes, she has to pay extra charge. Emefiele okun ò ní balẹ̀. As you dey put us, where you dey put Nigerians under hardship, so there is God, oh. There is God, oh. We don't know wetin we do you. As you are putting ordinary Nigerians under hardship, okun ò ní balẹ̀ Emefiele. Wallahi. Tó bá ń kójọ ó máa dànù ni o. Okun ò ní balẹ̀ o. How many Nigerians can afford to be paying 2,000 naira to POS to collect 20,000 naira? This is wickedness. This is wickedness. Una dey take the life of ordinary people. They take and they play politics. There is God, oh. Emefiele. This thing where you they do so. The head of all the Nigerians
win any election. Peter Obi is polling 1% in Sokoto, 2% in Katsina, 5% in Kano. That's where the votes are. All states are not equal. The fact that you are doing 70% in Anambra State does not mean somebody doing 10% in Kano is not better than you. Kano is 4 million votes that actually happen. Anambra is what? The number of votes in Anambra is the size of one local government in Kaduna State. So all states are not equal. If you poll states and you make them equal, yes, Peter Obi will sweep the southeastern states. He will do well in South-South. Where else? He's not polling well in Southwest, other than a drop in the ocean in Lagos. He is polling in the Christian enclaves in the North. He's polling well, but how many are they? How many? Peter Obi cannot win the election. He doesn't have the number of states. He doesn't have 25% in more than, the last time we checked, in more than 16 states. He can't go anywhere. Peter Obi is a Nollywood actor, and that's all he will be. This election is between the APC and the PDP because they have the footprint, they have the spread. Ethnicity and religious bigotry will not take you anywhere. And that's what the Labour Party campaign is about.
You are fighting for your freedom. It's not another election you're having. If Obi doesn't win, forget Nigeria.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria.
Tinubu is a criminal.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
You
not
took
what
my
we need to
time
do.
to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's February the 4th, Saturday.
No, sorry.
New York City. Here we welcome all of you to the show. We're going to have our usual Saturday show. This is Have Your Say, when you have an opportunity to air your view on everything going on in Nigeria. We are going to let our people who are here already to come in, and we'll find out what they are thinking about, the stories they are following, and then we go from there. Welcome to the show, Chief Joe Onyocha.
Yes,
nice to see you.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
You as well.
Yeah, from South Carolina.
Yes.
Is it cold there? Did you have snow there?
It's a little bit chill, but no snow. We don't get snows over here.
Oh, okay. All right. Echo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
It's nice to see you.
I see you.
Osi,
how was your week?
Very good. Osi, welcome to the show.
Yo, Eshe.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. All right, let's start by checking on everybody. What are you monitoring? What story are you following?
For me, it's the choking that is going on in our place, in our land. The fact that our people don't have access to cash to do anything, either electronic cash or physical cash, and that one bothers me more than anything. I fully do understand the reason for the policy. I think I get a big picture, but what I think that must have happened is that, like everything in Nigeria, we are not good planners. If we plan, we don't execute very well. I do understand that the intention for the new currency redesign and everything associated with it is to stop the individuals, whoever they are, that have stacked a whole lot of currency, and that's being mild actually. From what I'm reading and what I'm hearing, some have put away billions and billions of naira. They need to buy the votes. I think, like everything, Buhari is not an intellectual. Buhari doesn't know how to run democracy. He knows is to put up a policy and go back to when he was a military dictator. All they did was edicts and issue orders. But this type of thing, they didn't think it through. They didn't think through the Nigerian factor that everything that you put in place, especially in a centralized government like we have, everything is drawn to Abuja. So they didn't think through about the Nigerian factor of corruption. Any policy that comes in place, there has to be corruption that embeds and surrounds and on top of it and behind it. And so I have read and I have been told that bank officers are selling the new currency. They have reserved the money for the politicians that the policy is designed to try to suppress. So the result is that our people are choking. I think that's how I started my statement. Our people are really choking. I'm sure everybody here has been talking to your relatives and possibly reading everything that is going online. The people are really suffering. Individuals who are able to work and get paid and they don't have access to their money. There's no money in the bank. People are lined up 3 a.m. waiting for access to electronic withdrawal. They are not ATM withdrawal, that's what I meant. They are not able to access their money. So, and not many people have access to transfer. Even the transfer apps, I understand, collapsed a few days ago. Maybe it has come back online now. I'm not happy. I'm really not happy, politics aside. But you cannot remove politics in the life of Nigerians. So that's what is on my mind, Dr. Damages, and that's really why I decided to come on this morning. Otherwise, I probably would be in the corner over there, away from my office, doing other things. So I'll let others talk, and then I'll join them.
All right. Thank you, Onyesha. Thank you so much. Echo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. Before I talk, I want to do small prayer.
Echo.
No, wait.
No. Echo.
The truth. See.
Okay. You do prayer, but just make sure. Let's do 2 minutes, everybody. That's what I wanted to say. To make
not
sure.
Not 2 minutes. You give about.
I just decided.
No, Dr. Damage. Be like all of them are the best for
Echo, no. From now.
When Baba won't talk, you not stop.
Because it's my fault, Echo. I wanted to start at the beginning to say everybody who is speaking today, 2 minutes, so that we can get to so many things. Instead of having someone speak for 30 minutes, let's try to have it. You can summarize what you say. You come back to you. Once I go around, I'll come back to you in 2 minutes.
Papa God, there are some individuals when they want to sabotage the election by making sure there is no petrol. by making sure there is no cash. Some of them, they be bank managers, so some of them, they work for politicians. Papa, now you talk for your word, though. You say, I should ask and I will get. And you also said in your word that because judgment is not speedily executed upon an evil man, their heart are set to do evil. Everyone that are responsible in the land of Nigeria or outside Nigeria for this fuel matter and also the shortage of cash, starting from the bank, the manager, and the staff. Father, release your judgment, your wrath, and your anger against them and everything they stand for. In the name of Jesus, there shall be no peace for the wicked. According to your word, withdraw your peace and give the calamity, give the sickness and sorrow all the days of their life, so that you can set us free from these barbaric and wicked people. In the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, H.O. Thank you so much. Thank you. Osi.
Yes. Yeah, so I mean, you know, there's always been this argument of whether or not Nigeria has become a failed state or in the process of failing, you know. But, you know, with the event of the past, you know, few months to years, I don't think that anybody who wants to be truthful to themselves will begin to doubt that Nigeria has failed in all its ramifications, whether it's security, where the entire state's security architecture is collapsed, and what we have now is just a retailing of security, all man to himself. If you can protect yourself. So we basically defaulted to the probation state of, you know, life being nasty, brutish, and short. We're also talking about a country where, you know, there's basically no money. Unemployment is, I think one source quoted it about 33%. And if you factor in the youth, you're talking about something in the neighborhood of 45%. We are a country that, you know, the only one of the biggest thing we have is oil. But, you know, you look at the queues everywhere, there's no even that oil. I mean, for reasons we know, because even though we produce the crude, but we don't refine it, you know, and then we talk about the massive corruption that happens with importation and all those things. So we've gotten to a place of what somebody referred to as total state capture by some criminal elements. And when all these things happens, what you ask yourself is, where is the government? Where is the government? Whether you're talking about the city, this policy. I mean, the idea of running a cashless system, which, I mean, in actuality, there is no system that is actually totally cashless, but trying to convert more to an electronic system, it's, you know, on the face value of it, it looks good. The reason behind it is good, but we've always known that there's a huge difference between having a good reason and the implementation of it. I mean, this is not the first time that we've tried to change our currency, and it's always been chaos. It seems like we'd never learn anything, you know. So at this point, my prayer is just that Nigeria doesn't become a Sri Lanka in the making, where people at some point just got fed up, marched into the presidential palace and chased everybody away, or what is happening in our backyard, the Sierra Leone. So I think everybody has every cause to worry about what is going on at home. I don't know how to fix it, you know, but hopefully the election will come and go, and things will start to change in that country. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Osi. Femi, welcome to the show. Femi.
Good morning, Dr. Damages and everyone. So to your question, I came here for you and I came here for Pastor John, hoping that finally we can explain who the they are in quotes, that the likes of Fenmi, Fani Kayode, Nasir El Rufai, and the other spinners for Alhaji Tinubu, supposedly allegedly, referring to, because we're still looking for who the they are. So by adventure, it might turn out to be Pastor John, because I've been suspecting him for a while now. But on a more serious note, that's me being cynical now, but on a more serious note, I mean, it can be further from the truth. Just look at the country. That's not even a country. If you're not queuing for fuel, you're queuing for new notes that don't exist. If you're not doing that, you're queuing for Nigerian passports. If you're not doing that, you're queuing for electricity. I think at some point, we would have to come to the realization that we would have to actually define our togetherness, because it doesn't matter who wins. There's no method to this madness, and we'll just continue going around in circles. And for me, as if to summarize, it's not enough to keep blaming the colonizers and the West. Sometimes you have to introspectively look at yourself, first of all, before you start blaming other people. I'll keep it that way for now.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Austin N., welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. And let me just start off from where Femi stopped, not blaming the colonizers. I have an issue because the research I did gave me that insight that Nigeria was being run as a profit venture by colonial masters. Now, when they handed over to us, we didn't sit down to say, this is our home. So they continued immediately running it as a profit venture. And that is why you see politicians are stinkingly rich. And that gives me to the point of this cash policy. I remember last year when there was an issue in Ireland, in Lagos, and the police officer was sent from Abuja, and the governor of Lagos State was trying to give him instruction. He told the governor of Lagos State, I don't take instructions from you. So my worry here is, who takes instruction for Nigerians? Like this policy, cashless policy, the politicians, the police officers, the drivers to these politicians, they know where these monies are being stacked. They know that this money, you see a governor having billions of dollars, euro, naira, in a complete, I'm not telling you what I heard. I've walked into a room that money is stacked in a story building. Every part of the building by a politician. So what do they want to tell us, that the bank managers that organize this cannot fight for the country? And we are being treated, we are being insulted, we are being humanized, and we call ourselves a people. Look at now El Rufai, look at El Rufai talking this week, grandstanding and pushing us to anything. And that takes me back to what he did while he was in Abuja. So the people he destroyed their property was just for politics' sake, not for the good of the country. Because then I was thinking that he was trying to make Nigeria to be a safe place. Now, if that was his intention then, why is he behaving the way he's behaving now? Why is he playing the politics of, you can't even understand the kind of politics he's playing?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. That's our first topic. But let me play this before we continue. Let me show this to people. Talking about Austin and money.
So they can go and look. Yes. Look at it. You have so many new notes.
Bring them down. Bring them down.
You have so many. These are see new notes at the back.
Yes. I want to bring them down so that
load all your machines. I do not want to hear it because we'll keep continuously be checking.
Yes.
Make sure that your machines are working. So make sure, bring them out and load. That's all.
Austin N., is that the kind of money you saw?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't want you to tell us the name of the person that the house you saw. Austin, welcome. The original Austin, welcome to the show.
It's the original one. All of us are original. Now, I'll say I'll speak like Mr. Joe. To be truthful to you, there are some things when you go to bed and you sleep, you may have horror in your dream. Yesterday, I had horror in my dream. Why? Thinking of, you know, when you are sleeping and you have nightmare as if it's real. I was sleeping and feeling so bad, and I was dreaming about the bank situation. I had to call my mommy yesterday and ask her what's happening. It's not about sending. Hello?
Sorry, I'm not sure what happened, but sorry, there was something I wanted to play long ago. It's just playing now. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I had this horror. How will I call it? You are sleeping and you are dreaming of things happening in Nigeria. I had to call my mom and say, what's happening? I hope you are fine. At least you have the ones you can eat. Because if you send the money, you don't know whether it will reach. But my point is that I came to this conclusion that while we are flogging the leaders for doing something bad, the citizens are also wicked. I'll tell you the truth. The citizens are very wicked, beginning from the ordinary school teacher to the university lecturer to the bank manager to everybody, every strata of the community. Very, very wicked. Because you see the way we treat ourselves. Let me ask you a question. Does Buhari come from Aso Rock to employ people in organizations? No. And I don't know why we treat ourselves that way, that a bank manager will keep money and will not want to dispense it. And must we always react to violence? Must the people carry sticks and brooms and hit before we know that we are supposed to do the right thing? Trust me, I'll tell you the truth. I'm sorry, but I'm that kind of person who they will say I behave like the woman who is in the justice system. Anybody who is found culpable, Nigeria should make it a situation where if you are found culpable, you are going down. Not a situation where we'll be pardoning evil. You are pardoning evil. And let's forgive. That's why I'm a staunch Christian. I'm a staunch Roman Catholic. It days in my blood. If not for certain things, I could have been the Reverend Father. But the truth is this.
Hold on. If not for
my love for science and technology.
Oh, okay.
The Reverend Father.
Okay. All right. I thought you said for certain things. I wanted you to define, but
okay, it's not that thing. Don't worry. It's not that. No, if not for my love for, because I know that I was given the opportunity even by Reverend Fathers to join them. I'm an altar boy up to today. But the truth is this. The truth is this. We don't treat ourselves well. And if somebody is found culpable, yes, God has forgiven you, but hit him with a big stick so that the next person will know that you don't need to do such a thing. But if you pack these managers, like the ones arrested, if I'm the one, you will spend, first of all, I'll first slam that bank with a 25 million naira fine. Then the person who was found culpable, 3 years imprisonment, so that when they rest sit. That is why when I catch my students with cheating, I will just tell you from the beginning, if you do this, is your punishment. So once you do it, you already know that Onyema will send you packing. So we should try to be giving the punishment which are accruing to certain crimes, not sit somewhere and be clapping for evil people. And I always turn to my youth because we are the ones encouraging them.
All right, thank you. Ibo Bezek, welcome to the show. You're muted. Ibo Basics, welcome to the show. All right, I'll skip you. Go to Janaba. Oh, okay. All right, you're on. Okay, go
ahead. Not so fast. Sorry. Good to see you again, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Our brother Rudolph Okonkwo and the rest of the panelists. Sorry, here everybody submitting one thing or the other this morning. What is on my mind this morning is the situation in Igbo land, and particularly Abia State, where I am from. The governorship candidacy in Abia State, where you have people like Alex Oti of the Labour Party running there, and you have Greg Ibe of Abga. You have Mascot Uzo Kalu of Action People's Party, which used to be turned around the other way. And then you have Victoria Oluchi Ogo Bradford, who is also running for governorship in Abia State, in which the governorship candidate of the PDP died the previous week. And the people of Ukwangwa blamed one Obonna for pouring libation. And they believe that the libation he poured was what killed their brother. And I'm like, if such libations do exist in Nigeria, why don't somebody have poured a libation that would take the Jagabon back into his ancestral land? But this morning, what really bothered me so much is the situation in Abagana, where they have gone down there and burnt some stations and killed some people. So it goes back into the overall, we from the East and from everywhere else must be allowed to go, not allowed, we should go out and vote. I said it before, if you don't come out and vote in 22 days or thereabout, you have yourself to blame. My submission this morning is to Nigerians clamoring about the money situation where I've seen a woman go naked in a bank or try to go naked in a bank. I've seen people fighting themselves with whatever comes at hand. Nigeria is a prayerful place. Here is my submission. If Nigeria can go on into fasting mode for the next 22 days, when you fast, you are not thinking about money in the bank. When you fast, you are just thinking about the survival of what is ahead, which is the survival of Nigeria. So I pray and ask all Nigerians to go into a fasting mode. And in 22 days, we should come out and let the real thing be done. Let every vote be counted and let a new Nigeria be built.
All right, thank you, Igbo Basics. Let me just say that we don't support violence here. It doesn't matter who is at the receiving end. We don't. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, and thank you, my fellow panelists. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
And your audio is good today.
Oh, thank you. I'm very close to heaven today then. Thank God for everybody. What is going on in Nigeria? I told you guys earlier in one of the show that it's the biggest mistake to change the money at this time when there is no provision. We are not well organized people, and the result of how we do things is everywhere, whether individual or the politicians. We are all Nigerians. It's not angels that come to lead us. Government regulate, but there are people that own banks and work in the bank. And the policy of changing money at this time is pure wickedness, and the masses are suffering it. And it's always going to be the masses that suffer such thing, because those individuals that have such a large amount of money, we always have a way to exchange it to the newer, to the new note, while the masses will suffer it. But like many other people have said, it's pure wickedness in our society. The morale on the street of Nigeria is very low. You are trying to blame president, governor, politicians, and all of those people that are in charge of one thing or the other. What about us from our own household? How do we justify that your children go and steal and bring it? In olden days, when I was a little younger, when a child brings something from outside and you did not give them that money, you ask them where did they get it from. Sometimes you even follow them to return it, whether from the store or from the road or from individual house. But today we celebrate thieves. We enjoy those things. Our children will bring anything in the name of poverty, no integrity, no character. We manipulate everything and we justify. And another thing I would say, let us nobody pray for a death of anyone. Death will come to us when it will come. Your prayer of death or wishing somebody to die, how does that one change our society? In one way or the other, none of us is a saint, but then we all can pray and walk and pray that prayer change things. And to be honest, if prayer change things that much, we will not be where we are. I think we are very dishonest people, and Nigeria will be fine after February 25th, 2023.
All right, thank you, Janaba. Modiu, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Hey, Dr. Lamages.
Yeah, how are you?
Fine. Morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Have we seen you before? Have you been on the show before? I don't remember.
This is my first time.
Yeah.
I've tried to join you a couple of times, but I've always been late.
Nice to see you. Welcome.
Yeah, a pleasure. Thank you so much for the good job.
All right. So what are you thinking about?
Just thinking about the prayers you know, the fasting, you know, and all of this stuff. And I think that they are just, and this is not to go against anyone, but I think religion has really done a lot of damage. Uh, I read an article a couple of hours ago. The article was written by Wigner. The man used to be a mathematician. He titled it the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics in the natural sciences. So basically his idea was, okay, for example, let me give you a very quick example, if you permit me. This planet, Neptune, was discovered. It was discovered before it was found. And this is not to confuse anyone. So basically what the article was about was, how is mathematics so effective that it's been able to predict natural phenomenon, and why it does that so well, and it confirms even the work of physicists, for example, the work of chemistry. It has become so much aligned with what scientists find that they've kind of like relied on it. How come, you know, mathematics as an output of thoughts, how does it become so consistent with scientific process that they need their discovery that are perhaps consequences of observations of experiments? So what I'm saying is, this world works on the basis of cause and effect. You go to the toilets because you eat. You pass urine because you drink water. So why do we think prayer is going to solve our problems? It's cause and effect. We all know what is wrong with Nigeria. So asking us to pray, we are just trying to, like, you know, finding a way to escape from the mess that we have either created or they've created on our behalf. So I'm not sure prayer is not solved.
I mean, sorry, the field you went to was just...
No, wait. Austin, wait, before I forget what I wanted to say. What you just saw here now from him, from Modio, is not, you can't see this on Channels TV and Arise TV. You know, he brought science to the conversation. So it's wonderful. Thank you so much.
I'll be glad to share the paper with anyone that wants to read it. You know, I mentioned something on Neptune, for example, and basically what's I'm sure Dr. Damages can relate to this. This is just one of the things they used was, you know, this inverse square law, and they found out because of you know, this, there was a wobble between the two planets, and they found out if this exists, then there has to be a planet. So they had discovered Neptune mathematically before they even saw it up there. So yeah, so that was the argument of Wigner, that the effectiveness of mathematics is unreasonable. How come it worked so well as to become the language of science? And you know what I also mentioned, we can check this out in Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, where he talked about cause and effect. The fact that we do all of these things, the fact that perhaps I could wake up tomorrow with a stroke, and if I'm taken to the hospital, the doctor could ask me, oh, do you have it in your family? All right. Perhaps if they trace my medical history, they could see that, oh, perhaps there is this resurgence in you. How come we do all of these things and we are able to attribute them to physical causes, but when it comes to Nigerian situation, we want to ascribe it to God?
Thank you.
Just to add a statement to that.
Yeah, go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, so in as much as I believe is scientific proof, that the scientific proof does not in any way negate faith and religion. So you talk about faith and reasoning, because if you talk about cause and effect, in the hospital, I've seen people that have been eating for weeks, they've not been able to go to toilet. So you don't also remove the fact of faith and religion. So, but cause and effect is true. Science is not against religion, and religion is not against science. Both of them work in pari passu. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just want to mention that it's a wonderful thing. You know, you open shop, you don't know who will come and buy something from you. You know, I didn't know he will come today and he will come with this idea. And I thank you. That's why we enjoy this. We don't know who is coming. We don't know what they are bringing with them. And we like to listen to everybody. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning.
Yeah. You woke up too early in Arizona. Is everything okay?
Doctor, I still let me do some work now since we're enjoying good weather. You know, my weather is too juicy. Lovely.
What is the temperature?
78. Too sweet.
Don't tell us. We are minus something here. All right.
Right. Yeah, Doctor, I like the way Austin quickly jumped about religion and everything. I like that thing. I remember how the funny adage that they say, if Muhammad cannot go to the mountain will go to Muhammad. So when my mom was a little bit weak, they brought the church to my father's house. You understand? When I want to bring my mom to US, they tell my mom don't go because they know that it's that black sheep. If she go there, no alert, she will not send no money, no offering at tithe. But what have I said? That religion is a good thing, but religion is just more or less what I still call tradition. It's just a way of life. And when it becomes tradition, to some extent, it becomes culture. And when it becomes cultures are differ from one place to another place. If we want to use statistics about religion, one of the most biggest religion in the world today, we want to talk about Christians and Muslims. You understand? But I could remember when Michael Jackson died. Sorry, I'm deviating. When Jackson died, somebody carried out a survey. They discovered that Michael Jackson was more popular than Jesus Christ. God, the Christian faith, fights it because it is easy for us. For example, places in West Africa will believe that Jesus is more popular than Michael Jackson, but only for them to carry out this survey to discover that places in India, when the percentage of Christian is less than 2%, they know Michael Jackson there. In China, where they don't know Christians, they know Michael Jackson there. You understand? In Japan, where they practice the Shintis and the likes, they know Michael Jackson there. In the Middle East, where Muslims, they know Jackson there. They don't really know Christ like we might think they know. So this is how they bring out their facts to discover that Michael Jackson was even more popular than Christ. So it becomes from faith-based, it becomes culture and tradition. So from one culture to another culture, things get a little bit different. I used this funny phrase the other time that I came. The Igbo man calls Yoruba man, say they need to eat better food. They eat only pomo, and amala. But when the Igbo man started eating pomo, Yoruba man can't begin complain. Pomo can cause pass better meat now for Nigeria. Pomo now na big boy level. Yoruba can't complain again, say, when Igbo started eating amala can become big business. Yoruba man now need to travel from Lagos to Ibadan to eat cheap amala because Igbo don't bring business into it, which is a good thing. But why am I saying this? What the other Austin said, the one that gave me privilege to come into the platform, I subscribe. Doctor, we are very, very wicked to ourselves. A situation where exchange rate of Naira is more even, the inflation is more than dollar in Nigeria. This is the height of wickedness. In the bank, in the everything, I will see the CBN governor coming to address people without no sanction, no nothing. Doctor, I keep deviating everywhere I go today. Look at the African America. Anything will happen to them. They come with the same faith base. They forgive and they try to forget even when they don't forget. That's why things happen like that. You see the Caucasian people, if something happened to them, they want to fight a just cause for justice to prevail. You understand? For justice to prevail. Maybe the other people is thinking of how they will settle out of court to make money and everything. The white people want to fight for justice to prevail. Tell me any sanction that you hear. Tell me any of the bank manager that they brought to TV and shame, like they shamed the picking pocket that will steal money in Oshodi, in my two, that they will shame, they'll bring to TV and everything. Tell me any bank that they've shamed that is causing all this wickedness and the likes. This is the height of stupidity. We can never grow like that as a nation. We will never grow. You know, we don't take precedence. In my place of work where I work, the CCTV cameras and everything, the guys that control these things, some of them are in Minnesota, some of them are in Nebraska. They are only doing their work. You pick up your phone where you are not supposed to pick up your phone. Somebody will see you and report you. That is his job. You understand? If you already know that, don't take your phone while you're on duty. You understand? They are doing their job. But in Nigeria now, I'll pick on phone, I'll call that person and say, Dele, I don't tell you now. Why they do like this? Dele, no, they use your phone. There are no verse. They call my mama nowhere. They are doing their job. That's why we use the word system. They put system in place and system work. They've not bring any of the bank. They've not bring anybody. Neither what we see. We just waste our time for some of us that don't have work to watch all these things in our timeline. Instagram, WhatsApp. No precedent, no punishment. But we never grow. And we are so wicked to ourselves, destroying the banks, destroying institutions and everything. That is not how to fight justice. You understand? That just makes us very barbaric people. You know, when I read this thing in Financial Times this morning, I was so ashamed of my country because my friends will ask me this question. How will I explain these things? What type of people are we? You understand? Right. The next minute we pride ourselves that we are the most educated immigrants in the country. And we are acting this way. My brother, time don't reach, we'll go carry Mexico, make you rule us for that country. They need to reconstruct us again. Stop to the eat this Ofaku and Amala.
All right, thank you, Paul. Let's we're going to go to our first topic, which is Tinubu. Let's take a look at some of the events of the week.
Thank you. How are you? Fine, sir. Let me.
Hello, Bancho Panalo.
No. Panamo.
He faced Obasanjo, he failed. Buhari, he failed. He failed with Jonathan. He failed all classes. You know what they call F level? Where you get failure in all the subjects that you take. F9, F8, F9, F8, FF.
F11. All right. So 21 days to the election. Bola Tinubu is alleging that some people are sabotaging his campaign, and that became an issue. I want to find out if anybody here knows who is sabotaging Bola Tinubu's campaign. Joe Nyocha, it looks like you. This your face looks like somebody who sabotaging. Do you know who is sabotaging Bola Tinubu's? Austin, unless you have the names and you are going to mention names.
I just wanted to make a statement on the issue of religion we brought about.
No, Austin, don't take us back. Next, we are moving on. We'll come back to you. If we can find a way to sneak it in, that's okay.
Okay.
Joe, do you know who is sabotaging Tinubu's campaign?
I do not know. I have no idea, but I wish somebody would. Obviously, he's alluding to his ruling party. If they are doing that, I'll be glad. I don't like the man's politics. I want to even say a little bit that I don't like him. If this is going to be the face of Nigeria, if he wins, I think we are in trouble. I don't know how old he is. I don't use age because I'm getting a little bit advanced in age as well. But the man doesn't have a sharp mind. He can't talk right. He can't talk well. I don't think he can reason really at this point in his life, depending on how old he is. So the intellectual part of life has left him. He doesn't deserve, despite his allusion to this being his time, he does not deserve to be the person who will steer the ship of Nigeria to a particular place. He wants to force himself to the presidency. So if anybody is sabotaging him, they may be true. I'm not there. I have no idea who is doing that. But if that is true, if they are doing everything in the world to make sure that he doesn't become president, that's all good for the country. Anybody but Tinubu, as a matter of fact, he has nothing to, I am Igbo, by the way. You may pick that up from my accent, but it has nothing to do with my ethnicity. Really doesn't. Anybody but Tinubu, Atiku, I really don't care about him that much. Obi, at the beginning, when he started making this move, and he left PDP and got into Labour Party, I was a little bit apprehensive. I was one of the first that used the word structure, that he really doesn't have the platform to run. But I have slowly been proven wrong. That this man, it looks like the current state of affairs is designed to get him to the presidency. This Naira issue and all other issues, and I had this discussion with somebody last night, that it may be all designed to get this man to the presidency. I am really, at this point, I am really convinced that Obi may change Nigeria a little bit for the better, because it's going to take a long time. Oh, how many minutes do I have before HO?
Yeah, you're done. Yeah,
okay, before HO kills me. So we have 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so my 2 minutes are over?
Yes.
Oh, shucks. Okay.
Next time.
All right.
We skip HO. She's on the phone and talking to OC, you're next. So who are the people who are sabotaging Tinubu's
I think I have a very good idea.
Oh, good.
Yeah, yes. And
I'll add 2 minutes from HO to you. Use the 2 minutes if you have.
How you go carry my minute giver? Not try more. You think some my ear not there to that the thoughts is smash break there.
All right. Sorry. So go ahead.
So I think Tinubu should just look in the mirror, and he probably won't be surprised to see who is actually causing the problem, because I believe it's Tinubu himself. We only talking about Tinubu because we are in Nigeria, we're in Africa, we are Black people where anything obtains. But I think Tinubu is in the league of these Cameroonian president that went to Washington and got confused on the platform. I think that he's not too far from I think it's Paul Biya. Yeah, but because of the nature of our system, even if you bring a log of wood and place it there, those with vested interest who actually know exactly what the plan is and what they stand to gain don't care about who's there, especially when the idea is that they will have another Buhari there who is going to just be there. Then you have some proxies acting like the president, because obviously both physically and mentally Tinubu is not just there. Now, this guy is, I think it was Bola, the late Bola Ige that talked about the 5 fingers of a leprous hand. Tinubu is the problem of Nigeria exemplified. When we talk about vested interest, when we talked about the state capture, I referred to, earlier in the discussion. Now, this is a guy whose biggest strength is that he peddles influence and he stores people, which is to say that he's the one that installed Buhari that is causing all this problem, But we also know that before now, he's been supporting every Buhari move, every APC policies, But just like Donald Trump, his complaint is situational. Donald Trump will tell you that he's the most pro law enforcement officers in the the president of the United States ever had. But when it came to the point that one of the guys that protested in the U.S. Capitol was shot by the police, he called the police officer a thug. So, so the position that he takes is very, very conditional. That is exactly the same thing that with Tinubu. He's all about Buhari, he's all about APC. But with this Naira change and all the other problems close to the election, he somehow feels that it's, the whole point, the whole thing is targeted because he believes he's the guy to be, the guy to beat in this election. And what it reminds me is just what one Nigerian said. He said that, let me try to phrase the exercise. He says that personal success cannot insulate you from the failure of your society. So you might be this big guy, you might have all this influence, you can do all these things, but at some point, a bad system will catch up with you, no matter how highly placed you are. I think that is what is being experienced now with Tinubu and his cronies. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Echo, do you know who is sabotaging Tinubu's campaign? We're really serious about finding out.
So when you cook soup, you can't put poison for some people. You can't keep your own. There's somebody where cash you can't change her. You two can't partake of that poison. And they happen. All of them. Look at El Rufai when they open his mouth, they talk. Not be that cause the problem when they grant. The shortage of fuel, not be that they behind. The short of cash, not be that they behind. Make all of us feel the brunt. Because that is when they do that shortage of this thing, they are ignology when they don't plan for grant to rig the election by all means. It go come to pass. You don't know, say, they say picking when no one make him a man sleep, you know they sleep. Wicked politician and wicked and evil people in Nigeria. When I say make my children not fulfill destiny, they do not go fulfill their agenda. There's going to be serious confusion in the camp of all the wicked people that want to put Nigeria into disgrace and shame. There's going to continue to be confusion in your midst. You will not know peace. You will not know comfort. You will not enjoy this money you stack together so that our people will continue to suffer. Nigeria, lie. Una go so carry cane, they flog una self. Una go see come public, they run una mouth, ta. How na plot evil to hold us hostage for life. There shall be no peace. No peace in your camp. No peace in your family. All the money wanna stack together. It could be like dust. Dust, it will continue to be. How dare you? How dare you choose to play God in the life of over 2 million people? Some of you call yourself Kaba. Can you even see the audacity? Because they say, make the MFLA Abuhari say on the 10th is the deadline. They carried their ben leg, called themselves Governor Forum. They went to Aso Rock to go and confuse Boo Boo, make it change the matter. Those useless, idiotic people. Why una not carry una bend leg? Go to Aso Rock. The time when they kill my children for toll gate. Why not carry una bend leg to go find out who ordered them to kill my children? Not worry. You see the blood of those children that you see in what they call that place? Leke Gate, that blood and their spirit is fighting, and they will get vengeance. They are asking for vengeance. I promise you, vengeance we then get. And you jatty wicked. They even wicked past the devil. Can you imagine the devil wicked though? But these people, they wicked, so they wicked past the devil. When devil reach Papa God, he go say, now let rebel. Now you drive me and stripe me of everything. I don't have opportunity to enter heaven. But look at Nigeria. Look at the wickedness in Nigeria. And you say you are a just God. Why don't you destroy them? When Papa get angry and he want to destroy us, Jesus will open his hand. If you do it, that means my sacrifice is in vain.
All right.
Don't worry.
Thank you, Echo. Austin, I don't know if you can beat that. Do you know who are the people who?
Sure, Mr. Paul, and I understand what you were complaining about last week. Also, you would have allowed Echo to speak first. So I want to begin from a comfort zone to that question. My comfort zone is about religion. And when we talk about religion, we should be very, very careful, and we should be certain on what we're saying. And we should also not read extract of things. Why am I saying this? Friedrich Nietzsche, the German philosopher, Western philosopher, was the person that proposed the death of God, that God is dead. He's the only one that said that Africans do not have soul. But after research, he never stepped out of Germany. All his life, he lived in Germany. And the death of God was what gave birth to Idi Amin. So when you take away religion from the society, imagine what that society would be.
No, hold on. You just said something. The death of God gave birth to Idi Amin?
Yes, that proposition of God is dead was what, because the story of the Oberman, the Superman, Idi Amin wanted to represent, because according to Nietzsche, the Christians are just there because they are weak. They are very weak. They can't fight in the society. That's why they recline to God. So now, for the great man to be, that's why Idi Amin came up to be the powerful man, the man that is above everything. So when we take away religion, imagine Nigeria without religion. There would have been war long ago. But because the pastors will tell you, calm down, God will settle it. And that's why you're having relative peace. So if you take religion away from the society will look at America.
Hold on, Austin. Don't throw this at us. What about the Boko Haram people who are actually fighting for religion?
So that takes you back to Karl Marx. When Karl Marx talk about the class contradiction of religion, the misuse of religion. People just go to Bible college and they become pastor and they start preaching. They don't understand religion. So that is a misuse. And you cannot use misuse to equate the use, and will not take away the use. So let me just stop on that and go back to our question. For me, the greatest person that is dealing with Tinubu is greed. I was reflecting on that this morning. Imagine if Buhari had been as powerful as he used to, he would have succeeded in bringing somebody, because it is obvious that Tinubu is not Buhari's choice. So if Buhari had succeeded in bringing his choice, all these policies would not come up. Going for fair election wouldn't have come up. But because he failed to bring out his own choice, now what did it result to? Doing the right thing. And that is one thing we should learn from this course. If we can put our leaders not to succeed in their selfish plan, they will go for the right cause. Because if he had gotten his own man all this design would not have happened. All this fuel would not have happened. So it is greed. And the question I ask also, they are complaining about fuel. For this number of months, we're having fuel scarcity. Nobody have released the amount of fuel that is being consumed in the country. How much we are spending in subsidy. Are we still paying the subsidy with this scarcity? So this greed have really reviewed because Buhari wanted his own person, Tinubu wanted to be there. Now, since he didn't favor Buhari, now Buhari said, let us resort to doing the right thing. And I believe that there is a man of conscience amongst the cabal that have come to realize that if we continue this way, it will be a problem. Look at the effect of Buhari being in for 100 or something days outside the country. The APC did not use that to change their constitution, to know that for you to be a president, you must be able to be accountable to the people. So these are the things that we fail to. But that very person close to Buhari, whispering to him to do these things, must be a man of conscience. We should look for him and give him a better position. Thank you.
All right. Igbo Basics. Do you know who is sabotaging? And what is the implication? Let's go beyond who is doing it. What are the implications of sabotaging Tinubu? If Tinubu should lose this election and he comes out to say he was sabotaged, what are the implications?
The implications as far as Tinubu losing the election, I saw a clip that we just played in which I was praying that this man not fall down right there and then because somebody was saying the doctor is coming. The same clip that we just played a little while ago. That does not mean that I'm praying for the man not to shame himself. I don't know if you've seen the cast building that is erecting in Lagos. I passed by there and I saw it. You can build in concrete, whatever you want to build, but you're not going to be there to live in that house. Crisscrossing on what we're having this morning, you touched up on religion. I beg.
Yeah, I think you're referring to this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
The doctor is coming. We brought in both religion and all whatnot this morning, and I share with my brother Paul who the olive oil has become the saint that was supposed to save his mother. And it also touched me because I went to the house of my mother where the women were supposed to be having their meeting after my late mother. And I saw the picture of one of the bishop hung in that house. And that is to the extent that the religion has taken the mind of our people. Initially, from the beginning of this, I talked about our people should go and fast for the next 22 days. And I'm talking from experience. Before Tinubu, I was in Ajegunle for 3 straight months in a church. That's after going to school in America, trying to find out what is it that is really going in here that makes our people so, I won't use the word dumb because they are not dumb. They are not dumb. It's just an opium that everybody has taken on to religion. But what is happening now is that when I look at Tinubu trying to fall down there and I see all those people behind him, I am truly ashamed. And those people should really be ashamed of themselves because you could see their teeth. You could see the mockery that they are making of that whole nation to be guiding that man so that he doesn't fall down and you want him to be president of Nigeria. God forbid. God forbid. God forbid. So to wrap it up for now, I would say that the implications of Tinubu losing is the beginning of sanity for the people that had robbed that country blind.
All right. Thank you. Janaba.
Thank you again for having me. I think you're one of the sabotage, Dr. Rudy.
No, I understand what you're saying, Janaba, but we give him coverage here more than Atiku. So I thought we're helping.
where his leg is shaking. That is where you are showing him. You don't show where he was riding on bike, showing the world that the capable.
We showed that. We showed that. Yeah.
Okay. You see the thank God for have your say here. What we are facing as a Nigerian.
Jonaba, are you using 3210 or 3310? Your network is shaky though.
Yeah.
No,
the audio.
Your audio is bad now, Jonaba.
No, you guys will come again. Maybe it's Tinubu that is affecting your network. So, well, let's say it. What it is that all Nigerians, like I said in the previous one, we should examine ourselves. The level of wickedness that consumes from us to issues is unbelievable. No one age is part of life. Sickness and disease is part of life. We're all going to die one day. We are praying that there should be an institution that will work for all Nigerians. And that is the end of it. If Buhari leave power, one of those people will come to become the president of Nigeria. But what about ourselves, the citizens of Nigeria? The level of we wish each other bad, so bad that we call people ghosts. We call people ancestors, they're going to die tomorrow. Irritate other people, and of course, everybody is entitled to their own opinion. But there are sympathizers. When you go too far, that will turn some people off. Say, okay, we're all going to die one day. And then when it comes to my brother Austin and the fake Austin, I think that's what Rudy said. I'm not the one. The religion, all of those things, it's all politics in a way. But the point is that these are the people, when I hear you, I remember when I was in Medogri, when we want to carry out some protest, they will calm us down with religion. Freedom is not free. And freedom is not for the coward. If Nigerians can fight and let some of us reduce our number and the rest of the Nigerians can lead Nigerians to a prosperity in 21st century, there is nothing wrong with it. Nobody promotes violence, but freedom is not free, and freedom is not for the coward.
All right, Jonaba is gone.
We can say all we want to say, but then, end of the day, Nigeria, all we need is to wish each other well and find a way we all can work together as a common Nigeria. All the wickedness, thought, and all the prayer, if prayer will help, we will be heaven on earth by now. I'm not saying individually we should not exercise our faith. I'm a man of faith, but in terms of system, you can't keep praying and keep praying and keep praying. And in your 60 years, your prayer will still be there, but you still need to do more. So let us join faith together, but more importantly, let there be a system that anybody can come. Even in the Bible, 7 years old become a king. What does 7 years old know? But it's the people around and the system that they promote, and then everybody was fine. So all of these things, let us keep praying. Nigeria will be fine, and Paul will still be there in Arizona.
Jonaba, hold on. You just said something that made me think. You said it's okay for some people to fight and for some people to die, for the population to be reduced, if that will make Nigeria better. Is that not what the Boko Haram people, the different groups who are armed in Nigeria, is that not what they are saying? Are you supporting them?
Do you look at me like a Boko Haram?
No, I'm just saying, no, but this is actually, I've had people make that argument. So I wanted to know.
The point I'm trying to say in that case is that we say that no system is there. You say we keep praying. We've been praying since Jesus Christ has been introduced to that part of the world. Things never get better. In fact, why don't we now look at the mirror and say, what were we before the introduction of Islam and Christianity to our country? What are we worshiping, and what was the life of the citizen, and how did the people live before that introduction of all this? We abandoned our own tradition and value for something, and now prayer is everything. And the prayer I've been seeing is going. If you can even, there is a game that they play that when people make noise, they go and look at how loud the noise is. And they find out that if that is the case, you apply it to Nigerians the way we pray, that work that effectively, we will not be where we are. I'm not saying nobody, faith is part of life. It's a force that you have to apply, but then we cannot live by faith alone. We have to take some measure in order for us to gain freedom, because they are using faith now to tame us down. When you want to move, they say, pray. And all the pastors that we are saying, all those big mega churches in Nigeria, it's a colonization of the mind. And then they never use the people to talk to them, so go vote, or they use them as a politics, or use them as a human shield. It's not anything more than if somebody in power that is in your favor, you keep quiet. When nobody, if it's not one of your candidates, is the enemy of Nigeria, and once it's your candidate, it's not. All those are, we cannot continue to play game with ourselves in the name of religion. Religion is good, but we cannot play game with it.
All right, Janaba, thank you. Just remember that tomorrow is Sunday, and some of your congregation may be watching today, so you may have something to say.
They are used to me. Don't worry about that.
Olódùmarè, ẹ ṣàánú orílẹ̀-èdè wa, ọ̀gá ògo ẹ ṣàánú orílẹ̀-èdè wa, ẹ ṣàánú wa, ẹ ṣàánú ọmọdé, ẹ ṣàánú àgbà, ẹ ṣàánú mẹ̀kúnnù, ẹ ṣàánú àwọn tí ò nípá, àwọn tí ò lólùrànlọ́wọ́, ọ̀gá ògo ẹ ṣàánú wa o, ẹ̀yin nìkan ṣoṣo náà nìrànlọ́wọ́ wa o, ẹ ṣàánú o, Olódùmarè ẹ ṣàánú, ẹ ṣàánú, ẹ ṣàánú.
Yeah, talking about prayers, it's ongoing. Let me go. Where am I? Paul, you're next. Oh, Femi, is it Femi?
No, Femi.
Oh, Femi, go ahead.
Yeah. So quickly to this issue of religion before I pivot into Tinubu, the issue with Tinubu. As for me, I don't have any problem with religion. I'm a Christian, and I am from a family of Christians and Muslims. My own problem is, and John Ever summarized it, if we're this religious to the point where religion actually fixes things, because even the Bible lets you know that faith without work is nothing. Yeah, it's just a waste of time. We're such hypocrites in Nigeria, and just like John Ever said, and I've affirmed before, even on this show, there was things that there were religions that we were affirming prior to when the Christianity and Islam came. And even the proponents of this religion, the people that brought it to Nigeria, they actually are working while we're praying. They're actually working to the point where even in these countries, you hear about cases where even in England, for example, a lot of what used to be churches have been turned into nightclubs. So let's not even go there. Now, but to the case of Tinubu, whilst it's true that one can be old, and with old age comes a lot of illnesses that are age-related, even in one's youth or mid-age. I mean, there's always going to be situations where it could be psychological, it could be physiological. But the point I'm trying to make is when I look at the likes of Paul Biya and the president of Sudan, and the fact that, and juxtaposed with the fact that, see, whether one likes it or not, it's better that this man and his ilks go and rest and just because how can you rule a country that's sick already, and it's quite obvious that you don't have that, because people will tell you it's not it's his brain that is needed, even when you can obviously see with the gaps that there's something not right. And to the point of the fact that has to do with the cabal, the day. When I watched Femi Fani-Kayode, when he had this interview with Seun Okubaloye on channels, in fact, I know there's been this comedian that mentioned the fact that one day they will beat this Seun. Even Seun was in Nigerian parlance, he weak Seun. The kind of arguments, the kind of spin that, and of course, Femi now is been quoted to be the type that's just give Femi food. Of course, not me. Femi Fani-Kayode, just give him food. He will sing like canary. That guy, according to one comment I saw, he's like, how is it possible that once someone's father can lie like this? Even the lie was not, Biam. But anyway, just to end, it's a case of the end coming, chickens coming home to roost. I still won't be surprised if somehow Tinubu wins
But well, I can only wish Nigeria, my country, well.
All right, thank you, Femi. Paul.
Yeah, I think let me go back to history, memory lane, some type of funny way. I think president is trying to take his course. So we once had a sick president called Yaradua. Maybe the Wazobia thing, at the turn of Yoruba to also have their own sick one too. Maybe after some time, an Igbo man too will present their own too. We don't know in the future. That is Nigeria. All negative things come from us. That can be very, very funny. So talking about religion, I try to juxtapose religion to tradition and culture because it's different from one place to the other. So religion, sometimes it's like your bank account. You have your bank account, knowing fully well that there's money there. You have your ATM, this is your ATM. But if you don't know your password, you cannot access money. That is the problem we are facing with religion when it comes to Africa. We abused it. And why we abuse it? Because it's a borrowed thing. We saw Delilah, how Delilah truly loved Samson. But because she went to follow somebody, an outsider, she followed the principle of her people, betray somebody she liked. It's just like that. So when somebody is talking about religion, let me go another funny way. Go and read a book about Francis Bacon. There's this funny thing, we the Christian, we quick to curse people who do our traditional religion, what do they call a juju person. We curse them, they put juju for neck, they put juju for head, they put juju for hand, they wear ring, they wear this, the Muslim curse. But if I want to say it now to the Catholic, an average Catholic man have his rosary in his neck, put his rosary in his store, put his rosary in his office, put his rosary in his car. But if a juju man put that same juju for a car, we no go enter the car. A Muslim man put in Tessibile for his store, put them for a car, put them for an office, put them for everywhere. You understand? Is it not the same of the same, half empty and half full? But Francis Bacon said something from the way the Christians said it. They said, God created man in his own image and likeness. That's what the Catholic do. You see all those things that they put in the church, 17, 15, 2000 years, century thing that they put there. They say God created man in his own image and likeness. But the Juju people, really will go place like Edo State. Every family have their own Juju, but the parents will still train their son to have his own that you start building. Your father will remind you, have you bought your own Ogun? You learn to build your own gods. That's why the Europeans could take a lot from places like Benin, the old Benin Empire, and everything. So at the end of the day, what the Christians say, God created man in his own image and likeness. Francis Bacon said, no, man created God in his own image and likeness. That's why the Juju man have his own Juju, his own shrine, and you go pay homage there. The Christians too carry their own, the Catholic carry their rosary to do their prayer, and the Muslim carry their blessing too. So it's time for us to understand that. I think there's one thing missing. We don't know our password. Talking about Tinubu. Doctor, no, not even Tinubu now. We are talking about the cabal. Who know this cabal? Of course, as at this case now, if we want to say the cabal is two people that is frustrating the country. One of the cabal is Buhari because he's the petroleum minister and there's West Castle. Then the other cabal, when it comes to currency, is Emefiele. Like I said, you are not punishing anybody. You understand? This has become Telemundo. It's a soap opera. You understand? Fella said it. If we no fit cry, we'll go to laugh. Doctor, look at we no get work. Some of us here, maybe like myself, too, I never even watched it this morning. I don't do online, they talk rubbish. And everything. This is the type of people we are. It's painful. Emefiele is the cabal. And guess what? That thing that El Rufai is trying to micromanage. Emefiele is APC. He even bought the ticket to contest for president. So it's APC. So it's an APC thing. So telling us that it's not in the manifesto, Oga, the age why I did, my mama no go carry me for back, go 5 man. Now my little 2 years son, they go carry him for back, go 5 man. They're going to give her ice cream. They lick the ice cream where mama gets for the middle side. You understand? I don't pass the age. So El Rufai should shut up. That's my take.
All right. Justice, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you, everybody. All this religion, I don't know why we always, when we want to talk about things, we bring religion up. For me, religion is the instrument of oppression. Because religion is something these colonial masters, used to work on our psychology, and that is why we are being messed up as a people. So all this religion, go and check. 36 years ago, Kumuyi told us that Nigeria will be great. 36 down the line, Nigeria is snow diving. Adiboye on his prophecies have always prophesied of how Nigeria is going to be built and this and that. But in his church, he have billionaire club. And up till now, Nigeria have never worked. So Pastor Tunde Bagari prophesies that he's going to be the 16th president of Nigeria after Buhari. I was in the church that day when he said it. Not that I read it from the newspaper. But it's so unfortunate today, nobody is seeing Bakari in the game of politics or let him show how God is going to do that. So when you look at all these things, it's just an instrument of oppression, both Islam, both Christianity. All these things are made up to keep you not to fight for your freedom.
Hold on, Jesse. What's this? Hold on. Okay, let me ask you. You said you were in the church when Bakari said that.
Yeah, I was in his church at the time he said, I think it was January. I was there January last year.
What were you doing there?
I went there to hear him. I think there's a program he have. I think there's a program he had in his church when he said he want to unveil something. And I told my cousin who drives me, I said, can you drive me to this man's church? I want to see what he want to unveil about Nigeria. That's the day he said, he even make a reference of the steps in his father's house, you know. So all these things we have been there and we hear them lie. Are you talking about Oyedepo? Are you talking about Ibiomia? These are crooks that are con men that are making money from the poverty of Nigeria. Are we going to count them? But that is by the way. When we talk, we should be focused. But sometimes I like to listen to my brother John Abba, but sometimes I get confused at the middle of the whole thing when he tells us freedom is not free. But me, as a Biafran now, if he said, okay, we're going to fight and disintegrate Nigeria, he said, no, we are violent. This is the kind of...
I'm not cutting you short.
No, John Abba, don't respond yet.
Wait, no, I hear you now. You said freedom is not free. That means there's a price for freedom. And what is that price? You must rise as a people to decide either to die or to live and get your freedom. And you're not gonna get it by PVC. That's the last thing. You can't. America didn't get freedom by electronics means or going to vote. British didn't get it by voting. France didn't get it by voting. But whenever we rise, that no, enough of this nonsense of election every 4 years. Let's all fight and get our freedom and let everybody go and answer it. They will call you are violent. That's where I get confused when people tell you freedom is not free and they tell you you cannot even fight. That is, by the way, coming to Tinubu. Tinubu is nobody sabotaging Tinubu. Let's make it clear. Because Nigeria, they have tested us and found out that we are so docile that we cannot interrogate the situations. They started it with Yaradua. Now they did it with Buhari. Now bringing Tinubu to the game is not by mistake. But all they are doing is just for them to understand, to make us to play on our mental psychology, so that at the end of the day it will happen. You're not going to fight. Already they weaken you. They are not putting it. Oh, they want to sabotage this man. Who is sabotaging who? Nobody. These are the people. They are part of the system. His strong minister, the vice is his own man. The vice president of Nigeria is his own man. Fashola is there. So you have men in the cabal. So if you come and tell us that, he's just trying to deceive us. So it's time we understand that these people always come with the game. And when they play it finish, who are going to be the people that are going to be deceived? It's the masses. You see how this election is going to end. It's not the first time we go back and front. Even before their primaries, people thought he's not going to get the primary ticket. He began to shout Emilokon. At the end of the day, he get the ticket. Now we are going for the election. All these things are game. And somebody made a comment that, oh, justice, come back to fight. You know, this is the battle of a black man. When he reason, you want me to come and fight me that I have survived Nigeria. People are going naked in the bank. Your money are disappearing. You cannot even fight and get your money back. You're not telling somebody who is telling you that the steps you need to take to get your freedom. You say, come back to fight. These are the things that are the problem we have. Instead of you to know what to do, you take your PVC. Okay, have you got to bank and show them your PVC? And they give you new Naira note? The answer is no. That's why you see a man going naked. Have you got to the petrol station and say, oh, I have my PVC? They put fuel in your tank. The answer is no. But we know people that are doing this thing. So we can continue talking and talking and talking. We can talk as we want. It's not going to change anything. If we are not ready to fight, forget it. Nigeria is going to continue this way.
So Justice, you said that you fought, you survived Nigeria. So you can only prescribe solution, let other people fight and die. Do you think that the people in Nigeria are not the same, that they've also survived Nigeria, or they are surviving Nigeria? Why do you want them to stay away? You are I think you're in America, and then you want them to go and fight and die. And you are
doctor, you are misconcepting me. I never say go and fight and die.
Oh, okay. But
I'm referring to somebody who telling me to come back because he had me saying that freedom is not free, you must fight. Okay. Like me, as I'm standing now, I'm fighting in different fronts. I'm fighting in different fronts. I have decided I will never be part of Nigeria. I will never be part of the election. Anything that will make Nigeria because allowing Nigeria to live, allowing Nigeria to continue is putting the life of your children in danger. That's the truth. You can continue trying to Obi will do this, Obi will do that, Yaradua will do this. Nobody's going to do nothing. I am 46 years old. Since I was born, all I have been hearing, Nigeria will get better. Today, people are getting naked in the bank. You see how better it is? So when we say you are going to fight, we want to make people to be conscious of the danger of Nigeria. the problem of Nigeria. We all know the problem of Nigeria. The only thing is that people don't want to summon the courage to provide the solution. And that is why we are in the Biafra struggle have said, we can't validate Nigeria. Validating Nigeria is the worst thing you can do to your children. It's the worst thing you can do to your children. So I'm not telling you to fight and die. I'm telling you to fight for your survival. PVC will not give you that. Election will not give you that. Atiku will not give you that. Obi will not give you that. Tinubu will not give you that. None of them will give you that because all of them have been part of the system. So why are we validating them? Why?
So what if they ask you now, what will give them that? What will you say?
People have to rise. We have seen in civilization.
They did during the end. They did.
Because nobody wants to die. That's why when they hear the gunshot, everybody run away. Even Amechi said it. Even Amechi. So Amechi said it.
I'm hearing you. So you are saying that they should be willing to die. That's what you're saying.
Of course, John Abba is even confirming that you have to rise for revolution. Revolution is the only solution.
All right, Justice, thank you. Let's go to
something. Okay, let me finish.
I just want to get to that point because you didn't know what you said. You confirmed to Justice and all the.
Let me follow up with. Let me clear that before I leave, and then someone else can come in. Justice, thank you for. All Nigerians are confused anyway. None of us, if we go and check our brain, don't mind all those people coming here talking grammar. We are all sick in one way or the other. I'm telling you, if we are on medication, we'll be doing better.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Yes, I do not take my medication before I say that, but I'll take one now.
All right.
So now let me clear that. No,
there's no time, Janaba.
No. Let me clear that. When I say freedom is not free, and freedom is not for the coward. Like you said, you are here fighting in another way. But what I'm trying to say is that let us have a system And you cannot break through to establish that system without a fight. And fight doesn't have to be that physical that somebody has to die in Enugu or Igbo man has to kill another Igbo man for that freedom to be established. In the process, whether we like it or not, people are still dying in one way or the other. So I don't want to keep you guys too long. I will join you guys to later. Paul, you are laughing too much. It's like you say, weather is good, but they are wearing hoodie in the house.
Right. If you like say the weather will go for Dallas now, I make you not take your prescription.
All right, thank you, guys. Cool. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody, all our viewers and all the panelists.
So for those joining us, like Cool, we said today we are limiting everyone to 2 minutes. So.
But I know many people have spoken more than 10 minutes. So
No.
Don't get to me.
Unless I engage them, there are some people, they say certain things, I try to engage them to
anyway,
clarify.
Let me get to what I want to say. The issue of Tinubu crying out is like when you pray, in those days when we pray, God, put confusion in the camp of my enemy. I think that is what is going on. There is confusion in the camp of APC that they are fighting themselves. Initially, it has been that of PDP, but now it has also found its way in the camp of APC. That APC, they are now fighting themselves because from all indication, both in words and in body language of Buhari, terrorist Buhari, one can see that he's not in total support of Tinubu. Even from their primary, that's from their primaries, you will even see that when he was sitting down, looking as if he wasn't even there. He wasn't even there. It took him a while to even come up and present Chief Tinubu as the winner of that primary. That very day, if you can go back to that picture, to the clip, okay? So they are fighting themselves, and it's good for Nigerians, and because the more these evil people continue to fight themselves and God put confusion in their midst, the more they continue to be disoriented, just like their presidential candidate, is always gapping and being disoriented. They can't even know what to say at every point in time. Sometimes he even say God bless PDP instead of his own party. And that is the person that they want to come and rule Nigeria. Well, the whole thing about APC is like, what my pain is the people that are still supporting this candidate or the candidates of in APC. For me, it will take only, I say this without any apology, without apology to anybody. It will take only a fraudulent man, a man without any integrity, to support any member, any candidate in APC, especially Bola Tinubu. I said that I want Nigerians to hear it. If you support Tinubu, you are either a fraudulent man or waiting to join in the league of fraudulent people. That is the thing, because you can't tell me you have an integrity. You are not a fraudulent man. You are not a dubious man, and you are supporting somebody that is being known, that the record is out there. It speaks for itself. That is a fraudulent man. Even the means through which he became a presidential candidate of this thing is still through massive fraudulent process, which himself also engaged in. So that is the thing. That is the point. Look at now what Nigeria is buying their own money, not even dollar. Nigeria is buying their own money, thanks to the fraudulent process that this Tinubu also helped to engineer, because he was the one that brought Buhari. He told Nigeria that he brought Buhari, okay, and Tinubu cannot tell Nigerian that he doesn't know who Buhari is. Because in the year past, in some years ago, in a paper, in a national daily, Tinubu well masterfully described Buhari 100%. Every description he made about Buhari many years ago We are perfect. I'm sure many of us must have come across that description of Buhari by Tinubu. So the same person he brought, so he knows, it will only take a thief to support a thief.
All right,
Just
thank
like
you.
those who are supporting
Thank you.
Tinubu today.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank
Now,
you.
one more thing before I go. You see about religion, about the issue of religion that we are talking about. Religion is good. It's just that people have abused it. Okay. Religion is good. It's because the people have abused it for their own selfish interests, especially Christianity. Like the clip you showed of Adeboye. Adeboye is one of those people who have massively abused religion for his own selfish gain. Okay, because Adeboye has been in Nigeria. He has the largest population of Christians, I would say, or one of the churches that has the largest population in Nigeria. When all these things have been happening, Adeboye cannot tell me that if he had wanted Nigeria to be good, if he's not one of the troublers of Nigeria, if he had long time ago tell his members, let us protest against the evil that is happening in this country. Let us put a full stop to all of this nonsense and begin to chart a new path for our country. Trust me, when redeemed people will come out and protest because of their large number, who is going to carry gun and begin to shoot them? Nobody.
Hold on. Cool. Hold on. Let's say, because people say things here, we don't interrogate them. So
cool, Doctor Naredimo. I hope so you know say Doctor Naredimo.
So let's look at it this way. He started a church for a purpose. Okay, he decided this is my purpose. I want to start a church, and he did. And now you want him to go now and use his church to fight for you. Why don't you start that movement that we get people to go and protest? This is the purpose of your movement. Why do you expect someone? It's like I started a factory to produce pure water, and you wake up and say, why am I not producing Moet? That's what I want my company to make. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Because when you say that he's part of the fraud, I mean, I'm not defending anybody. I'm just trying to say that we say things. We need to question what we say sometimes, you know?
Look at it from this angle.
Yeah.
Look at it from this angle. He started a church. Now, you have not told me the reason why he started that his factory, that is church. Now, look at the people, his raw material per se, which are human beings that worship in his church. Look at how impoverished the people that worship in his church has continued to be year in and year out. Many of them will take the last kobo. He will wash after brainwashing their brain. They will give the last penny they have as an offering in the church, and with promise that God will multiply. Has God really multiplied all of those? But has he not been cashing has he not been cashing to the bank every day? And then taking over right now.
Hold on. So what that tells you is that there are a lot of people out there, millions of people that anybody can naturally convince to support anything they want.
Oh, sure.
So that's what it tells you. So the question is this: you have an idea. Your idea is that how do we fix this country? So why don't you go out there, convince these people? If Adeboye could convince them to come to his church and give him money, you can convince them to fix Nigeria. Why don't you?
But doctor, that's exactly what we are doing here. If Adeboye can betray Erastus Akibola of Intercontinental Bank and Cecilia Ibru of Oceanic Bank that bought him his first private jet when Lamido Sanusi take these people out of the CBN Bank, and Adeboye could not do anything for people that bought him jet, the 1% of the 1% of Nigeria, I don't think he would do anything for the ordinary man who give him 10.
He did something. He did something.
He don't even need
Paul, I didn't agree with you. He did something. Paul, he did something. He didn't allow them. He didn't allow them to go to jail, but they lost their job.
You try.
So, all right, hold on, guys. We moved away from our topic. We'll come back to this, but I just want to make sure that we say certain things. You know, when we interrogate those things, it may not stand. We're going next to. Hold on. Let's go to someone that we have. Austin. Okay, go ahead, Austin. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like us to look at El Rufai's statement. He said that some people in Aso Rock were jeopardizing the effort. You know, in that interview, we were asked to have the boss and name the people. He said something that I will infer in my chemistry lab. I will infer. He said that people who are sabotaging the effort, they were not APC, but he also made one statement that he said that every government of the day always supports the ruling party. But he feels that some people are not supporting the ruling party. They just go and serenade it to Buhari, and he accepts it. If I need to infer from that statement, it means that he expects that the powers that be should use the machineries of state to help to push him to Aso Rock, but he's not feeling that machinery. So if I try to really look at that very well, I feel that he's expecting the president or maybe in those in power to help make some policies that will favor him, but those things are not forthcoming. So I don't think anybody is chasing Tinubu or trying to bring him down. But because he doesn't have that full machinery, let us do this thing illegally to help you. He's not seeing it. That is why he is crying and his members are also crying. Now, if I look at the second part in that what he said, because me, I like to look at all the sentences you are saying, then what they say. If we have Buhari and there is somebody somewhere, because I would say he said people just go talk to Buhari, convince him, and he agrees that Buhari has good intention. But the CBN governor may go tell him some kind of things and he agrees. Some other people may go tell him some kind of thing and he agrees. It therefore means that Buhari may not have the depth of knowledge. Therefore, everything happening in the country is not being pushed by Buhari. There are some people who push their own intention and put Buhari as the figurehead. That is where the problem should now be. Because if there are some people driving the economy, driving the security, and they are not the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, it means we are now in serious problem than we expect. We're in very serious problem because you don't even know the faceless people. And if you don't know the faceless people, it means we are in serious problem. Let's look at it next month, next 3 months, next 4 months. Buhari will go. Let's go with Tinubu. The same thing is happening with Tinubu now. Those around him are the one pushing him. He came down from the chopper and did not even know that he just came down from the chopper. So it therefore means if we don't have the intellectual capability to reason what you are being told, assimilate it, then make the right decision. And you have people around you who are the ones making the decision, meaning we are entering another one chance boss that is coming in the future. So my own take on this whole issue is that Tinubu is very frail and unhealthy, psychologically not capable. That one, for me, I think that is one thing that I don't know, even without the drug cases and the rest, that already in my own book strikes him off because he will be like the Pro Max of Buhari. So nobody is chasing Tinubu. That's the first thing. He just needs the machinery of state to do his bidding, and it's not working. And secondly, if we decide to go with the Tinubu issue, the cabals will be now ×2, meaning we'll be in serious and more problem. One thing that also made me uncomfortable was that guy who was exchanging new Naira notes in the name of Tinubu. I don't know whether you saw that thing. There was somebody giving new Naira notes. It means
I saw it.
Some people have access to the Naira notes, but they are using it for some political gain. It makes it worse. So I just keep on praying that I hope, as we always say, that the youth are able to come to this awareness and try to do the right thing. Because if Tinubu and the normal way of doing things get there, trust me, in the next 60 years, we are not even moving an inch from where we are now. Yeah, I'll stop there for now.
All right, thank you. Osi. All right, I think Osi has a problem with. Osi,
can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Okay.
Can you?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, two things. On the issue of religion, I see that my brother Augustine is very passionate about that, and for good reasons. But I just want us to, for a moment, try to separate religion from spirituality, because I think it's not in contention that every one of us here, even our great-grandfathers before the coming of the Christian missionaries, were all spiritual in some ways. That's why we have, like in Igbo cosmology, you have like the Chukwu Okike Abiama, and of course in the Yorubas, the Oduduwa, and the rest of them. And so we all lend ourselves, to the rulership of the divine. from time immemorial. And it's important. We talk about faith. Human beings generally cannot exist without faith. You have to have something to look up to. You know, I don't care the kind of success you've made in life. At some point, you know, there's always going to be something you're looking up to. So I want us to make that separation. Now, the issue which has been in contention is religion, especially as it pertains to Africa, the black man, the black people. Now, religion is not a bad thing. Somebody talked about the Catholic Church. Catholic charities have done marvelous things all over the world from time immemorial. Maybe some of us here may have even attended Catholic boarding schools and all of them, top notch. Okay, so there is no doubt that religion has also played a positive role in the world. The problem is the way religion is practiced in Africa as opposed to the rest of the world. And if you go back to how religion came in the first place, perhaps you might get an idea why that is the case. Religion was introduced in Africa as a tool of colonial exploitation. Let's get that straight. It has nothing to do with, because when they came in, you know, of course, they have to justify what they were doing. So they're like, okay, we're going to these unsophisticated people who were killing themselves, killing twins and all those things. We have to give them God, teach them the correct thing to do. But that was not the import. The whole thing about the colonialists is that we're coming to exploit us and go back. But I have to have a way of doing that. And if you know that if you control a people's mind, you'll be able to do whatever you like. The CIA, American CIA did the experiment they called MK Ultra. It was just basically a mind-changing experiment. Because if you change a people's mind, forget about killing them with guns and all those things, which is why people like the Boko Haram and all those things thrive. Because if you capture a people's mind, you've captured them. And I'm standing to tell you here that the kind of religion that was introduced to Africa was a counterfeit. Well, now, one of the easiest ways to sell a lie is to mix it with truth. Now, so when they came to Africa and said, hey, look, religion will teach you not to kill your neighbor, not to do this, which is true, but they will also tell you that, oh, religion does not permit you to rebel against constitutional authorities. That is mixing lies with truth. You know, so at the end of the day, what they want to sell you is the other one. The other one is the truth. It's very apparent because every one of us knows that. That is the problem in Africa today, you know, because, you know, Chinua Achebe talked about the cargo cult mentality, which is the belief that one day ship heavily laden with goods will just come and dock in your favor. That is the kind of religion they're selling us to Africa, you know, which is why we have proliferation of all these churches, you know, and they will tell you that, oh, just pray and, you know, give this kind of tithe and maybe, you know, in some years, something, you know, all of a sudden, you know, not minding that Europe, where we got all those things, they don't practice religion like that. As a matter of fact, in Europe and the rest of the civilized world, religion is going down. And somebody talked about what kind of society do we have as if religion is there. Now, I would refer you to, if you go to the Scandinavians, all these, if you, not Scandinavia, if you go to like places like Sweden, Norway, religion is almost non-existent. But these people are very small. They're running trillions of dollars of economy. You know, again, they don't have religion, but that doesn't mean they don't have spirituality. So I want us to put all these things in context when we discuss issues of religion and spirituality and the rest of them. Now, that's by the way. Now, coming to, I'm going to be very quick, to El Rufai. Now, El Rufai, for me, his political leaning is, his political doctrine in two ways. One is to pander to the Lagos Ibadan press. He wants to be seen as an intellectual, very erudite. So he always liked to present himself like that way. In the other part is, I don't know, but there seems to be some Igbo. He seems to believe that anything that has to be about putting Igbo people in a negative light, for some reason, benefits him. Whether it's outrightly lying about the fact that when he came to Anambra, when Peter Obi was there during the election, that Peter Obi, for some reason, was able to confine him to a room and actually got him arrested. These are things that has already been proven times and times and times and again that that's a lie. But he was not beneath this guy. And if you go back, even with his family, his sons, the kind of Igbo-phobic statements they've been making all this while, so you don't get surprised about this. My surprise is just that, we're in a system where people like him, if it is in America, he will face what they call a cancel culture. Because when all your campaign and all those things, talking about Peter Obi that, he's basically an ethnic candidate trying to propagate an ethnic agenda. If it is America, he will face the backlash of cancel culture. But unfortunately, we are living in a system where everything goes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's change the topic a little bit and talk about El Rufai. I think we can just segue to that. And I'll start with you, Okija, but let's watch this.
Any election. Peter Obi is polling 1% in Sokoto, 2% in Katsina, 5% in Kano. That's where the votes are. All states are not equal. The fact that you are doing 70% in Anambra State does not mean somebody doing 10% in Kano is not better than you. Kano is 4 million votes that actually happened. Anambra is what? The number of votes in Anambra is the size of one local government in Kaduna State. So all states are not equal. If you poll states and you make them equal, yes, Peter Obi will sweep the southeastern states. He will do well in South-South. Where else? He's not polling well in Southwest, other than a drop in the ocean in Lagos. He is polling in the Christian enclaves in the north. He's polling well, but how many are they? How many? Peter Obi cannot win the election. He doesn't have the number of states. He doesn't have 25% in more than, the last time we checked, in more than 16 states. He can't go anywhere. Peter Obi is a Nollywood actor, and that's all he will be. This election is between the APC and the PDP.
Okay. Sorry, Rudolph, can I go quickly? I don't hold up the space for too long. I just have my say and then I leave so that other people can come in. So can I go quickly?
Okay.
Yeah, but there are some people who are here already. Let them
yeah,
talk.
but you are here.
One man, take it easy now. Take it easy. Don't fight.
Okay, hold on. All right. Let me.
To do as well.
Okay, just for the purpose of us having peace. If people can stick to 2 minutes, there won't be a problem. It will be 1, 2, 3. In 6 minutes, you to get to 1 man. But the thing is that when I say
I'll need more than 2 minutes, but I'll just have a say and then leave. You know that I don't hold up the space.
Okay, 1 man, I give you. Okay, you go ahead.
Doctor, with 1 man and man of prestige at the same time, is it not a debate? One-on-one, are you sure?
All right, go ahead.
Okija should go now. 1 man just came in.
No, it's okay.
Dr. Damage.
I gave
Dr.
permission.
Damage. You have to do that according to how people came to this space. I think there's nobody that is more important.
You've already made a decision. You've already made a decision, Rudolph. So stick with it.
All right.
If he cannot be patient, then he can get off.
Yes, thank you.
1 man, they were talking about you, but anyway, the 1 man should speak. For this time only. After I go back to Okija, 1 man, go ahead.
Why that special? Why? Hold on. Why special privilege to him?
Because I'm not here day and night. I have a say, and then I leave. So
I just said it. 1 man and man of prestige simultaneously.
You think we're all jobless? We don't have things to do.
Is it okay?
That's insulting.
All right.
I'll take my turn. If it's
I'll reverse myself. Well, Okija, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into that. Other people, they have things to do. I have things to do.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Everybody, go ahead, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke with someone this morning, and I think the case of Tinubu is the case of somehow the case of becoming the case of Abiola. There are some pushbacks, not only in Aso Rock, in the military, they have been pushed back against Tinubu because of recent exposition. They were concerned about it, but it become they are becoming more concerned since this revelation coming out. His cases in the US. If he's a CIA who's gonna hold it over him, Colombia and stuff like that. So I mean,
the security branch in Nigeria, the Nigerian government, the military, the political class, they are lining up. They don't want this guy to be in power. So that's what is happening. And he has noticed that, they are against him. So, that's why he's been reckless. He says whatever comes to his mind. He doesn't bite his tongue anymore. Because he knows that they are entrenched. It's not like just some people in Asarok saying things. It's all over. They don't want to thrust Nigeria into his hand. So that's what is happening. El Rufai thinks, the hubris, he's trying to make this into, ethnic thing or ethnic religious thing. But thank God that Nigerians from all over, they are waking up and they want to take over Nigeria. But if this was to be like a ethnic vote, vote according to your, where you are from, your ethnic group, Igbos will win this election, hands down. Igbos constitute about 40% of Nigerian electorate, registered voters. Igbos, people who are Igbo origin, they constitute about 40%. According to, maybe some of you, they've seen the video of this guy, what's his name, KOK. He was just giving you the figure just before that was when Nigeria was 89 million. I think now it's about 90 something, 93 or so. If you look at the data, he gave out 36 million out of 89 million. That's about 40%. 40%. In the north, you have Hausas, you have Fulani, so they are not, like a monolithic group. You have the other groups all over the north. So, but Igbos alone, 40%. So that's, like when people talk like that, but I thank God that, even in this platform, every other platform, people are just waking up, we are tired of, this group of people who are Igbos, Yoruba, Hausas, they came together, Muslims, Christians, they come together and then holding this country to ransom. So Rufai, is living in the past.
All right. Thank you so much. Ike?
Dr. Damages, thank you. This is my first time in your platform. I watch you when you were talking about Buhari on the toilet. I have been watching you since then.
Thank you.
And it's an honor to be here. I have watched you a couple of times, even though sometimes I don't believe some of the people that come in your platform, but I'm glad that your platform is an open platform where everybody can express themselves. For me, I just want to touch little things. I'm not going to take all the 2 minutes or whatever. Christianity is the problem we have in African continent. It is the problem. Could you imagine somebody who have a neuropathy tell you that he went to the village and stepped in the voodoo that they put for him, the charm touched him, and he came home and he becomes sick? Somebody is sick and dying, and you try to convince them to go to hospital, and they tell you that pastor will lay hand on olive oil on them and take care of them. That is the fundamental flaw in what is happening in African continent, especially Nigeria. Churches in Nigeria is 419. When I do business with you, and once you start talking about God, I terminate that business right away. Because the people that have ripped me off since I live in Western world is the Christians. My siblings that go to the same church that I go to. So for me, let's take the Christians up. I think it's a flaw. They don't do Bible. They don't read Bible. They choose that part of the Bible that tell you to take all the money that you have and you give it to the pastor, and you're going home, you walk home. You give all the money that you have to the pastor, and pastor is driving a nice car, and you fill in the tank, he's sleeping in AC in the house, and you walk home and suffer. So Christianity, this election, to me, I pray for Nigeria. I love Nigeria. I lived in US for 30 years, and I have gone to Nigeria 78 times.
Last year was the first time I didn't go to Nigeria 4 times. Why? Because of kidnapping in my state. So we need somebody, not Tinubu, not Atiku. Those are old people that have fucked up Nigeria. I'm sorry to use that language. They don't belong in this league anymore. We can't put people to die in Aso Rock. I want to go home. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go home. I want to take my investments home and live and die in Nigeria. I don't want to live in nursing home in US. I want my grandchildren to come and see me in my village, in my house in the village, Gogo. That is where I want them to see me. And the only way we can change that, because some people say, Peter Obi cannot do this, Tinubu cannot do this, Atiku cannot do this. What are we going to do? We need Nigeria to trend in positive, direct trajectory. And the only way we get a trend in positive trajectory is to put somebody. Peter Obi is the person that will put Nigeria. And thank God that Kwankwaso said no to him. And we got somebody like Dati Ahmed, because Dati Ahmed is even stingier than Peter Obi. I don't know if you guys have been following this. Dati Ahmed is highly intelligent man. And what he's going to do to these people when they elect him, he's the one that going to... I told people, when I talk to Nigerians, I say, Peter Obi win, Dati Ahmed is vice president. We put Showore as EFCC. Showore, I know. We put him as EFCC guy. He's going to go and get the money from them back. So for me, the media is not doing Nigerian people a good favor. The media, ask the right questions. Don't be afraid. Ask the right questions.
Okay, thank you. Let me just say this. I allowed you to speak more because this is the first time you are here. And also, I think there's something I'm hearing from listening to people. I see that there's a generation, the generation that have now having their grandchildren thinking about going home. And this, what is going on at home, it seems to impact them more than others because they are thinking about going home. For some of us, we can hang out for another 20 years, 30 without worrying about.
Hey, Rufus, you're probably older than me. Me and you think differently, but
yes.
There
are people. No, it's not just about you. Okay, there are people have that generation thinking about going home. They've built this house, they plan the retirement, but they can't retire. So that's a very interesting thing. And it's also a question for the people who feel they still have time, that if you don't do anything now, in 20 years time, if the country is still the same way, you deal with the same problem that people who are interested in retiring are dealing with now. All right. Thank you. But if you can hang out, we'll hang around. When we come back, we talk to you more on this. One man. Welcome.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Rudolph. Rudolph, I may need more than 2 minutes because, as you know, I only have my say, and then I free up the space. I don't hold the space hostage. So let me just have my spiel, and then I'll clear off.
But one man, let's agree on this. The only thing I don't like about you have your say and go is that you might say certain things that people want to react to, and it won't be fair that you say it and go.
Well, no, I'm not speaking for a reaction. Oh
yeah, of course.
No,
but
I'm speaking to impact learning. So that's really the purpose.
But it will be necessary for you to hear the reaction to what you are saying.
Well, the reactions are somewhat predictable oftentimes. So,
but why do you think that what you are going to say is not predictable? Well, why do you think the reaction is predictable? And what I can actually tell you what one man. I can actually tell you what you're going to say. Give me the topic. Let me tell you, because I listened to you.
I am going to the El Rufai space. So you tell me what my
all week I listen to
my
you.
Platform, of course. So you may understand that we have a different inflection on that space.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. So as I said, and thank you, Rufus, for having me. So as I said, I wanted to speak really on I couldn't really abide what I was listening to. So that's why I really hopped on. I wanted to move the conversation from the usual, and that is why P to be merchants. I want to move the conversation from that, and that is why P to be to people who want a real people who want to engage with what is really going on. So I want to move it from that is why Peter Obi. I want to move it from there.
But one man, we have not actually talked about Peter Obi today.
Well, in essence, that's what we've been hearing. Daba 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 daba, and that is why Peter Obi. Daba daba daba, and that is why that's what we all hear. But the conversation is a lot deeper and more nuanced and more existential than the usual, and that is where Peter Obi talking heads that we feast on here. So, what is going on? Sorry, apologies, Rudolph, but we've discussed this extensively on my platform, One Man Went to Mo, and what we arrived at is that there's a battle, there's an ideological battle going on in the North that is going to shape the future directional travel of the Nigerian landscape. There's an ideological battle going on in the North. All right, the usual pantomime. So there's an ideological battle going on in the North that is going to shape the future directional travel of the Nigerian state. And that ideological battle is going on within Aso Rock. So what we narrowed it down to on One Man Went to Mo is that it's a battle between progressivism and conservatism. That is what is going on. So there's a feudal, traditional conservative North that is arrowheaded by people like Malam Buhari, Maman Daura, Babagana Kingigbe, all of those traditional conservative, steeped in Fulanism characters that have been of a certain way within the Nigerian paradigm. So there is that. And then there is a progressive element that is battling for the jostling of that of the future direction of the North, which by extension will determine the future direction of Nigeria. And that progressive element is maybe not arrowheaded by, but the spokesperson of is El Rufai. But within that chasm, you have Ganduje, you have Kashim Shettima, you have Babagana Zulum. So all of these futuristic, contemporaneous thinkers within the North. So now, the conservatives and the progressives within the North are battling for the Nigerian presidency within the Aso Rock Villa. The conservative North, arrowheaded by the elements I just described, and more. There's Zandon, Daura, you know the usual suspects. So the conservative elements within the North, they want to self-perpetuate by replacing Malam Buhari with the looter from Adamawa State, Atiku Abubakar, and by then solidifying and doubling down on whatever it is that they've been doing for the last 8 years. So that is the conservative North. But you may well think that all of the North will wrap around that narrative because it advantages them. But that narrative, it gets its foundation off the back of that Maderism, privilege over opportunity, privilege over equity sort of narrative. So all of that is wrapped in that rankadedeism, that patriarchal system. So all of that is wrapped around that oligarchic system. But the progressives within the North, I hope this is not so complex. At least I hope I'm cutting through to one or two minds. So the progressives within the North, they want a paradigm shift because they see that the world is evolving towards a certain inflection, and they see that even within the African cusp, you can see quantum leaps in development. But that feudal system that the conservative North is holding the Nigerian space hostage by is repressing, now regressing the country. And the progressives within the North, they've happened on that. So Tinubu now at the center of all of that. So Tinubu, he also a progressive mind from the South, is now an opportunity for the progressives in the North to pivot to progressivism by backing Tinubu to power. And if they succeed in that, and then that would then be not only a paradigm shift in the North, because El Rufai said a lot of things on a lot of platforms. And he told us then that the battle is not only with elements within Aso Rock, he also brought in IBB into play, Abdul Salami into play. So those are the stalwarts of conservatism in the North. And that paradigm shift is where the battleground is. So it's nothing to do with, and that is why Peter Obi, and then there's nothing to do with that. On my platform, we've run about 4 spreadsheets. Man of Prestige is here, so he was a participant in a lot of them. We've run 4 spreadsheets. We ran 2 spreadsheets that were presented by an independent statistician. We ran a spreadsheet that was sympathetic to Atiku Abubakar, and we ran a spreadsheet that was brought to us by an obedient. And in all of that spreadsheet, by varying margins, it told us Tinubu. Even the obedient spreadsheet ended in a dead rubber. So we've completely moved the conversation away from Peter Obi because we are now at the business end.
Hold on, one man. Okay, so there are questions that people have been putting up, and I want to try you out on some of them. One is this: initially, El Rufai said that Peter Obi has only 200 people following him around on social media, and somehow it changed from 200 to, don't you see a sense that he's been nervous in the way he characterized Peter Obi and the Labour Party? Honestly, I mean, take out, just honestly, tell me how you think is right to say that Labour Party is there's bigotry in Labour. What is the Labour Party? When did they start? What is their? How did that develop to the point?
Is that there's bigotry in Labour Party?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there is bigotry in Labour Party. I'm sure you're aware.
Oh, explain to me. Not just most people have not seen that. Most people have not.
Define what you mean by the bigotry, though.
Oh, he said it. It's not me. You are the man.
And how did you understand it?
You are the one
party
who
was a sectional party.
What is it?
It was built on bigotry. That was what he
Yes.
said in the. I think in the video you can see it there. So I just wish this situation. Maybe I want to ask you. This happened. It shows bigotry. This happened. Should give us the reason to show that Labour Party was sectional and also a party filled with bigotry.
Look, all of the political, we must not, I know probably, and apologies for speaking for everybody on the platform, but I suspect that everybody on this screen, they are speaking from one Western country and the other. So we must not look at the Nigerian landscape from the prism of wherever we are. We're a third world country, very much wrapped in an ethnic narrative. And of course, there is an ethnic underpinning to the Peter Obi narrative. You, Augustine, you will concede that, as would anybody with an IQ above 2 digits. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. That is called a base, you know? So the base of the Peter Obi narrative, of course, is ethnic. But then, of course, the expansiveness of it may well.
One man, hold on. You just the base of Peter Obi is ethnic.
Yes.
Why is that different from the base of Tinubu? The base of
No, that's exactly what I said.
How is that different?
That is what I said. It's absolutely no different, and that is why.
Okay, so you shouldn't. Then you should cancel. Hold on, Mama. Then you should cancel that. It's not important.
Yeah, no, that's why I said. If you listened when I started, I said it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, no, but the way you said it, when you talk about Tinubu, you don't use that. You don't say that the base of Tinubu.
Yeah, no, the Tinubu space, the Tinubu, just to document it, the Tinubu space is a Yoruba accent pushing to the wider Nigerian landscape. The Peter Obi space is an Igbo accent pushing towards the Nigerian landscape.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, that's my understanding.
And also, I've also said before that even in the West, it's also based on ethnicity. If we pretend as if it's not happening in the West, it's a mistake, because even the Obama vote and all the rest, if you look at the voting patterns, there's always a base. No, all of them. There's always a base, and we shouldn't use that to describe Nigeria as a third world country. That's the reason why we are like that. We are like that because that's human nature. And also, I've been saying it for months that there's a division in Nigeria. So I don't know why you are associating it only to the north. There's a division in Nigeria in the elite class.
Forefathers, hold on. You see, one man, you can't escape anymore, because once again, we are going to make you our accidental.
Yeah, but only sensible questions, though.
Yeah, no, you have to stay and take more questions. That's why you can't come here and say something and disappear. So now explain to us. So if you don't, because this is important, I'm not thinking about you just as one man, but people, there are a lot of people who think like you. But this is the point. If you
most people
feel that,
do, not a lot of people, most people do. But
yeah, okay. If you think that each time you mention Peter Obi, you bring in ethnicity, the same way that El Rufai did. And if you think that is common across the board, why is it that when people mention Atiku, they don't talk about ethnicity? They don't the same way, in the same sentence. Why is it that when they mention Bola Tinubu, they don't?
Doctor, it's simple. If they call Atiku, they call Ole.
Dr. Damage.
I think that's a
Damage, can I speak? Because one man mentioned my name. Let me respond.
Yeah, man of President, you are next. Hold on. Okay,
I'm going to respond to him.
Okay, don't respond to me, man. You take me down a portal that I don't want to go. But
no, I'm going to respond to you. You mentioned my name.
So hold on, man of Prestige. I will come to you. Okay.
I only mentioned your name to say that you were there on my platform when we were.
Then I'm going to respond to that platform.
Were you okay? Answer now. Were you there when we were?
Okay. Yeah, I was there on that. I was there. Hold on. Let me respond. This is an opportunity for
No, I'm not asking for your take on the spreadsheet.
No. I'm responding on the platform you present. I'm not here to bash you. That's not important. I come to your platform.
You can bash me if you like.
I'm coming this evening. I'm coming this evening too. But the platform you're talking about, that was the way you presented. It wasn't factual, because it was 4 of them that was presented. One of them was presented with one guy called King Emeka or whatever he said. And he claimed that Obi's going to lose the whole Southeast by 60%. What a nonsense is that? The other two wasn't presented by an independent. It was presented by Kulata, which is a Tinubu supporter. So don't come here and tell us an independent, Kulata is pure Tinubu supporter. Right. And he came on the prison that Tinubu is going to win.
So
the two that he came up, they are all Tinubu is going to win. Even the one that he presented last night. Let me see. Even the one that he presented last night, he make us feel like Atiku may win, but at the end, it was Tinubu going to win. So what nonsense is that? So that's the numbers. What number? Number based on bias.
Hold on,
Kulata is there. Come in, Kulata, and speak for yourself. It's all prism. So there's nothing.
Okay, hold on. Let's leave what happened at one man show. Let's talk about our subject, which is one man's take on El Rufai. That's what we're trying to understand. So one man. Anybody has any question for one man? Anybody? Forefathers, go ahead.
Doctor, I just think if one man need a time, let him pay for a paid time so that you bring him on Sunday. Period. You already know. He's a scout. He's using your platform to look for the Peter Obi to come to his platform. So let him just get a paid section and
they've already
give him 90 minutes.
All right. Forefathers. Let's hear Forefathers. You have any questions?
I think by this thing, some of his submission seems to be coherent, but for months now, I've been saying it that in Nigeria, the political class, they are divided. It is beyond parties. You've heard the noise from Obasanjo, you've heard the noise from IBB. All of them, some of them want a change in generational change in the next extent of Nigeria. And for you to now turn the analysis to between the North conservative, and I think that's missing the picture. You are not seeing the whole picture of what's happening in the entire country. Buhari, how many days ago, was talking about some people are trying to destroy Nigeria, foreigners are trying to destroy Nigeria and stuff like that. There is something going on in Nigeria that people are not paying attention to. And I've been saying this for months, and that's why you are seeing someone like Obasanjo endorse Peter Obi, Afenifere endorsing Peter Obi. These are unusual movements. You are seeing things that shouldn't be happening naturally in the political landscape. That is what you are seeing. And the reason why what's in Buhari is not supporting Tinubu is for the same reason. It's not because some northern class happening in the south, in the north. You have to ask yourself what is happening, what is changing this. Why is it that they want to change? I believe that they want a political change, and they want to change the narrative in Nigeria. There is something out there. Because why is it that all the political candidates now suddenly say they want to raise 1 million soldiers, and you see Buhari making moves to make Nigeria more self-sustaining? No, my point is that why do you make it only the North? And this thing that you call Buhari, I'm not sure it's a very this type of language we use is what we use to divide ourselves.
What language? What language is that?
calling Buhari Malam and the Fulani thing, and those things are not nice. It's what is causing our problems.
Is Malam a pejorative term?
It's a pejorative term if you are referring to your president. If you are referring to your president, yes.
Then you don't have an understanding. Sorry, can I carry on? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Can I tell forefathers one thing? The president just tweeted some minutes ago, and in that tweet, it was explicitly clear that it was in Nasarawa that Nigeria should vote for Bola Tinubu. So the rally, I think it took place today. So I just wanted to tell you that maybe what do you think? Because if I read through the comment, people said that it's just for us to cover to ease the tension, because people feel that the instruments of state are not being used to favor Tinubu. So maybe I'm just trying to tell you that because you made a statement that Buhari is not supporting Tinubu. But let's say from the tweet, if I can read it to the best of my ability, it was explicitly clear that Nigerians should vote for Tinubu. That was what was written.
How many Northerners read that tweet?
All right, I'll take my leave. Thank you, Rudolph.
Okay, one man. If you don't have time anymore, thank you.
No, I do have time, but
I want to say something to one man.
Okay, Justice, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You see, the problem I have with people like one man is, they want us to have this one Nigeria. But when you see them talk, they come with this ethnic bigotry. And they want us to still continue in one Nigeria. And one man is a proof to some of my brothers who are still unity beggars. You come and you say Igbos have 36 million votes. You are trying like showing people you have the numbers. Then why are you begging for presidents? Why? These are the confusions we are putting in our head, and that will make Nigeria never to work in 1 billion years. Here, on the other hand, are saying your numbers all over the places is over 36 million. How many votes do you need to win Nigerian government? And somebody like one man will come on the space. You will see it clearly in his face that he don't want to share the same space with me. He wants to dominate me and become the president. And every time, Igbos are the problem. So why should you want me to be part of these people? Why can't we make it clear? Why are we begging for this unity that does not exist? We keep deceiving ourselves. We keep praising ourselves. Nigeria is a great country. There's a unity in diversity. And you listen to somebody like one man and you want to make Nigeria get a progress? Where is he going to come from? It's not only him that have this idea. Rufai have the same idea. And Rufai is the governor of Kaduna State. You will know how many numbers of people in Kaduna State that have the same mentality. Tinubu have the same idea. You know how many people in Lagos that have the same mentality. Somebody like Kwankwaso, you said what he said about Peter Obi, they have the same mentality. But my point is to my people is that why do you want to share space with people who don't see you as a person? They see you as you want to dominate them. When you have not showed any sign of domination, you have always worked hard for your money. You have always, whatever you have, you earn it by your hard work. Why do you want to share space with these people? Because I just wonder how these people that will come and tell us that.
Justice, can I respond to that?
Okay, Justice, hold on, let him respond.
Yes. Sorry if anything that I've said has led you to form those thoughts. I certainly do not think that anybody wants to dominate me. I'm not sure how that can even be a possibility. But nobody is of the thought that the Southeast is out to dominate anybody. What is playing out is politics, and people have different belief system. A lot of it wrapped around ethnicity, a lot of it wrapped around the antecedents of some of the candidates, a lot of it wrapped around preferences based on your prejudicial choice. And that is what people are arguing for. If Peter Obi becomes the Nigerian president, I will be one of the first people to celebrate, because it will mark a departure from the old guard. With that, we said it on my platform, with that singular act of Peter Obi becoming president, it wipes away completely the old guard. That is the end of Tinubu. That is the end of Atiku. That is the end of Buhari. That is the end of Babangida. That is the end of all of the politics as we know it if Peter Obi becomes president. So it's a complete paradigm shift, a real sweeping away of the old guard, and it's a pivoting to a new space. So is Peter Obi a new generation politician? No, he certainly is not, because we all know his history. So we cannot say with any honesty that it's a new politician. But what Peter Obi is straddles that cusp between the old and the new. So he may well be that leverage that we need to completely shift away from those old.
One man is enough. You know, when you speak this English, you try to convince people.
No, justice.
This is the fact. This too much English make it people think that no. Rudolph, you know now
Justice, hold on. Let him speak because I think he's getting at something I've not heard him say before. Go ahead.
No, I've always said it. You've just not ever listened. But okay. I am saying it now. Yeah. What I am saying is that if Peter Obi wins the Nigerian election, I will be the first person, at least one of the first people, to pop that champagne. Because what I am suggesting and what I believe is that Peter Obi, he marks a paradigm shift from the old guard to a new space. So is Peter Obi a new generation politician? He certainly is not, because we all know his history. So I don't think anybody on this platform will say Peter Obi is a new generation politician. It certainly is not. But it straddles that cusp between the old and the new. And it might well be the leverage that we need to push through to a new way of thinking. Is Peter Obi going to be the best president for Nigeria? It certainly is not, because I don't feel he has the blue sky thinking that is required for that office. But is he going to do a near competent job? He might well do, because he's a pragmatic man. And maybe pragmatism for a period of 4 years might be a necessity. But is he the best man in the field that we have now? He certainly is not in terms of cranial functioning. Nobody can accuse Peter Obi of being especially intelligent. I don't think anybody has ever accused him of that. But is it the necessity of now? He might well be. There's an argument for that. But do we want to go with pragmatism to move away from the old paradigm? Or do we want to take a leap of faith into the possibilities of elegant thinking, blue sky thinking, that could pivot us not just away from, we will still be within the old guard, but an old guard with enlightened thinking that could propel us to where we want to be. So that is where some people are grappling with decisions. So that's where some people are grappling with decisions. So it's not all this loose thing. Oh,
I have one question for you. One man,
you are just speaking. One man, you are speaking more or less like a Fanikayode. You are equally preparing yourself.
Lucas, I thought you said raise your hand. My hand has been up for a long time.
Okay, hold on.
If a Peter Obi win, one man, you equally want to position yourself in that camp. You are acting like a Fanikayode. That is what I'm saying. Then hold on. Why I'm saying that? Because the way you talk, we understand that the original politics in Nigeria before the switch, it was a two-zone, north and south. Unfortunately, in south, we have two big, large majority ethnic groups, the Igbos and the Yoruba. It becomes a great threat whenever the Igbos is coming. The Yoruba will criticize, and the Yorubas know how to do that aspect very well. You understand, and everything. That is what you are doing. But at the same time, if the narrative shifts to Peter Obi, you are equally position yourself. So when you say all these things and everything, you are talking about a Peter Obi don't have what it takes up there and everything. Have you take your time to talk about the Tinubu? Have you take your time to talk about others? I know it is wrong for us to use the phrase, the lesser devil. It's not about the lesser devil. Remember, when we're talking about politics, it's more or less like a teamwork. It's more or less like a teamwork. And a Peter Obi from the private sector coming to public now and everything, I think he has done well. He has done well in all ramifications, being in banking, being in trade, you understand, education-wise, he has schooled very well and everything. I think he has done well for himself. So I don't understand what you are looking for a Peter Obi that you can't find. Other than you want to say, yes, he has joined the old guard before. He was once a PDP member and went back to PDP and left PDP. Yeah, I understand that part. But if you want to talk about public sector, the private sector, he has done extremely, extremely well for himself. So I don't know what you are talking about. Other than you are just acting like a funny child.
Listen, Paul, I am not double dipping, if that is what you are suggesting. I certainly am not double dipping. anybody that's paid attention to my space for more than a minute, they've always, I've always said, I have no objection to a Peter Obi presidency. It'll be pragmatic and it will do a reasonably decent job. That's my estimation for him. You know,
one man, you said it several times. You even said Obi is not well educated. He went to a lesser school compared to Tinubu, which is completely wrong. So Tinubu that don't have,
Tinubu have no brain. The brain is lost.
The brain is
lost. How can you call yourself an educated person? You want to bring Tinubu to be your president?
Can we have a conversation?
Henry.
Let me address what Paul said. I have never said Peter Obi, and I've heard you regurgitate this around here oftentimes enough. So let me speak as the person who made the utterance for the purposes of clarification. I have never said Peter Obi is not educated. Certainly not. He has some form of education. What I did say in that space when I made that comment was that Peter Obi is the least educated amongst
you said it's a no school, University of Nigeria. That was your comment.
School, which was what blew you up and then had you doing somersaults and whatnot, whatever it is you were doing at that time.
Wait a minute. One man, you claim that Peter Obi went to Brokia University. That's what you
I'm glad you memorized it.
You said Obi went to a limited you said it. I was on your platform. So don't
I didn't say it.
Rudolph, when should you give me option to talk? Rudolph,
I don't want to hold the space for too long.
I have raised my hand for a long time.
Rudolph, what are you doing now? Rudolph, what are you doing?
Okay, hold on.
One man, you can go now. One man, you can go. Thank you. You try.
I think, for me, I think the foundation of every education started from your elementary and your high school. That is the foundation of every education.
Where is Tinubu's primary school certificate?
Tinubu don't have primary and secondary school certificate. He only has university, Chicago State University. Obi have primary and secondary school. Tinubu don't have.
He graduated with distinction.
One man, I just need to ask you a question. One man.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about that University of Chicago that he went. He ranked 146 in Chicago area. So it's nothing. Anybody can go there and get a first class. All he has is an accounting university.
One man.
Accounting degree. It's nothing. So don't come here and be...
Hold on, guys.
One man, I have a fundamental question.
Okay, this is Ike. I allow Ike to speak now. After Ike.
One man, you put a lot of things out, but I just want to ask you, do you think if Peter Obi was a Yoruba man or Hausa man, do you think he qualified to be a president?
I'm not sure that the Yorubas would put forward somebody like Peter Obi. It's only because the richness of depth that we have in terms of, because if to put Peter Obi up, hold on, ask the question, let me answer.
Hold on, let him answer.
To put Peter Obi up, then you have to set aside Oshibando, Fayemi, Fashola. So it's just the richness of depth that we have within the Yoruba space. So I'm not quite sure that the Yoruba space would put somebody like Peter Obi up, just from the wealth of talent that the space has.
All right. Ike, do you still have a question for one man?
I have a question for him, please.
Henry, I said you come next. I see you, Henry. Calm down.
I think we should let him go because this is kind of an insult.
It started to wind you up, Abby.
We don't want to get that.
Is it Jerry your spaces?
All right, doctor, give him your bill. Let him come on your 90 minutes. Give him your bill, doctor. Let him come on your 90 minutes.
All right. It's my turn now. It's my turn.
Hold on, guys. Henry, I promise
you.
One
question for him.
Okay, I'll take Henry and then I'll free up the space.
Yeah.
I think
that's the last
there's
one.
nothing to get wound up.
One man went to
Mo.
Sahara Desert. I don't know.
No, one man went to Mo. That's it.
Whatever. Or went to space.
Yes.
So you want to tell me now, Tinubu, who lost his memory, is the best people have from Yoruba land to bring as a president, as educated as you are. Do you think Tinubu with lost memory going to rule you as a president to be a president of Nigeria? Somebody who cannot even pronounce something. As educated as you are, that is the best person you have in your Yoruba land, like you call Yoruba every time.
All right. Let me address that, Rudolph, and then I'll leave it there. So So that's breaking news to me, Henry. So you brought something new to me because I wasn't aware, of course, that Tinubu was suffering from memory loss. So we have to add that to the list. The Fulani woman told us he has Alzheimer's, he has dementia, and is mentally deranged. So now you've now added memory loss to it. So the list continues to pile up. So the list continues to pile up. So I certainly am not aware.
Why Fulani woman? You could just name her. This thing that you do.
Because I cannot recall the name.
This is the bigot. This is the bigot about him.
Oh God. So sorry. What was even that? How is being a Fulani woman something?
Why not just call her a politician, a woman politician? I mean, men, you are messed up in there. Rudolph, you are just give this man space. I mean, let him go, please.
God.
I mean, let him go.
This guy is a racist.
Are you starting to?
Let me. Okay, hold on. Let me say this again. I think by now everybody's familiar with this. We encourage different viewpoints here. You know, we have to be able to listen to anybody that makes our time to join us, whatever their opinion is. We listen to that, and that's what we're doing. One man, thank you very much. Unless you have anything else.
No. I just round off my thoughts on that, and then I'll leave it there. So yes. So Henry. So I'll invite and encourage you to move away from that narrative of his memory loss and all of that. So Tinubu is making master stroke moves within the political landscape, and it's playing out before our very eyes. The Agbado narrative that got him the ticket. A master stroke move. The next insertion in Abeokuta, a master stroke move. So these are master stroke moves, whether you like it or not. You know, I've already talked about the wealth that the political landscape has to offer. And with all of that wealth, this guy has landed himself one of the premier presidential tickets and has found himself at the front run of a presidential race. So that's what's going on. That's in real actual terms. So all of this narrative, his memory is lost, Alzheimer's, you need to move away from there and confront him where he is. Otherwise, he will just coast to victory. Thank you for having me, Rudolph. Let me free up the space.
I'll need to come to your
show.
Right.
So thank you. Thank you so much, one man. All right. So it's been interesting.
I thought it's my turn.
I can tolerate him, but it's just that he's just insulting everybody.
I tell you, say one man they can't look for passenger for this show. Period. Okay. It's like funny kind of they put food for a month to go run.
I greet everybody. Let's go. Let's do the way we've been normally doing by order. Okay. Let me tell you, I'm a regular person at one man platform. Every day I go there, and I was there last night. Okay, something happened. I just walk out of the platform. So I don't know if I'm going back. I may go, I may not go. So I feel if I go, he kick me out. I don't really care because there's so many platforms to go. But anyway, having said that, today you had made one man a star boy. That's what he wants. That's what he's been craving for. He wants the whole attention on himself, so he can get people on his platform. He's listening. I'm not saying it. So that's what it's all about. So when one man come here and talk gibberish, when you go to his platform, he doesn't give you that opportunity. He truncates your view if you're not supporting Tinubu. I mean, I go to that platform and I will continue to go. He can ban me. I don't care because it doesn't mean anything to me. Election in Nigeria don't mean nothing to me. I just go there to play, to counterize the other people's political view because that platform is about 80%, Tinubu, and here maybe about 70 or 80%. There's nothing wrong, but we dialogue about it. It's all politics. There's nothing really wrong. People sharing their own view. So when you come here, and speak all this gibberish, just to say to promote Tinubu and everything, and when you ask him, he says it's not Tinubu. I mean, some of the statistics that he gives is purely wrong. I go to his platform every day, like I said. He come here and give us all these gibberish statistics and everything. It's his own political view. But anyway, having said that, here it's not about one man. So let's go to the present topic we are talking about. What do you want me to talk about Tinubu or what's going on in Nigeria?
No, we moved on. We moved on. I wanted to round up with El Rufai. What you people think about El Rufai?
Okay. Yeah, I was going to make a statement in reference to the NBA. Remember, they banned. I think they banned Tinubu. They banned the. I think Arise TV for promoting Tinubu speech and the other I think PDP guy that's mocking Tinubu. Exactly. I think that was the right move that they did there. Because if you look at what Tinubu is doing, he went to Akwa Ibom, called the governor a boy. I mean, what an utterly nonsense. He has tendency to do that. And called the boy a boy and said, you came to my backyard, which is Lagos. I mean, Nigeria belongs to everybody. You can't be saying that because you come to Lagos and do something, then Lagos doesn't belong to you. Doesn't belong to you. He has tendency to do that. He has done it so many times. So I believe what MBA is doing is the right thing. So some other people may be different.
And there was something else he said on that when he said about being in Lagos in the backyard that people.
Yes.
So I don't know why people missed it. He said something about if not because we're one Nigeria, we'll run you out or something like
exactly.
That. That is, why would any? It's okay.
Father, this is not the first time he said it. He has said it. He has said it twice before. I'm not even bothered about when he went to Anambra and said Peter the betrayer.
His wife said it too.
No, he said that if he wins, he will send Peter Obi back to Anambra.
Okay, that may be a banter, but when you call it,
no, come on, you don't say governor, you don't say
call a sitting governor a boy. Imagine that a sitting governor, you call him a boy, and says you're going to ship him back or whatever backyard or that kind of nonsense. So definitely, that guy just, you just go there playing some blasphemy, just bashing people. That's not politics. You need to say what you're going to do for the country, not dancing and
They want to make it divisive so that it becomes tribal. They know that Peter Obi's strength is not being detribalized. They want to make it tribal. That's what Kwankwaso is doing. That's what APC is now doing. As in terms of Tinubu's campaign. This Atiku tried that earlier on, but he seems to have reined that in again. So this is a very messy and dirty politics that they are playing, and it's very, very shameful for people that want to become president of Nigeria, want to tribalize. Even when the person the party you are criticizing has made a lot of effort never to bring tribalism into it at all. It's just disgraceful. There are certain things that is beyond politics, and this is our attitude. There has to be a cultural change in Nigeria. Some of this nonsense that we are seeing is why we are where we are.
They don't have anything to say. That is the reason why.
All right, just so also I clarify something. Someone wrote on a comment, why is Nnamdi Kanu's picture on the collage that I had there? We have a topic I wanted to talk about, if we have the time, which is the crisis in IPOB. There have been many statements issued by the lawyers, and so we want to get to that. That's why his picture is there, and also his health. There are also some issues about what is the situation with his health. So for those who are looking for why he's there, we don't put up pictures just for fun of it. And of course, the next topic we want to talk about is, of course, we touched on it in a way, the lack of petrol, PVC, Naira notes, and all the crisis that we are seeing in Nigeria today. We've been talking about it. People mention it as they talk about all the other issues. But let's see, Peter Obi and his campaign, we tend to forget about that because in tangents it comes up. But I wanted to know what people think about his campaign, how it's going, because a lot of things have been going on recently when he travels and places he went to. Let's take just a little bit of time. Not everybody, just if you know something you want to talk about, we come to you. But let me play this video first.
Their family will never be alone. You will secure them. You will equip them and will stand with them. We cannot go on the way we are going today. And I want you to tell everything I'm saying. So that you can answer that question. We're not going to do it overnight. We're going to do it. I'll show you that we're going to remove this country from consumption to production. The most that they do
choke.
All right. Who has
Doctor, let me just say briefly and then so that I'll bow out.
Okay.
Briefly. Yeah, Doctor, this crowd thing, I'm not thrilled with all this crowd thing because crowd don't mean anything. Everybody gather the same crowd. This is a country where very many people don't have a job. So people just go there just to go catch fun, catch cruise and the likes and then for that thing. So I'm not too thrilled. That one is something that I believe every other parties, the big parties, they do the same of the same. Like Jimmy Agbachego says, the same of the same. What I'm concerned, Peter Obi should understand that he is the new sheriff in town. Peter Obi is the maker and the breaker of this new politics now. He's the new bride. He should be very, very concerned, like forefather would say, with his security. The way he's going with his security apparatus, I think is completely wrong. I am scared for him. He should beef up his security. Not men just carry these big chairs, 6 feet men, 6'5" men, and put on dark shade. That does not really mean anything. And therefore, that he should be very, very careful and concerned with the security. That's all I want to say. I'll join you guys later.
All right, thank you. Let's welcome the sheriff. Welcome to the show. Yeah, good. I know you've been trying to join us.
Oh yes, thank you for having me. Talking about, Nigeria is the way Nigeria is structured. We're not structured to be united from day one. We're structured to, you put in 3 different people, 2 different group with different mentality together. And, I'm just surprised that all my life. I grew up in Ibadan. I live in Chicago now. I grew up in Ibadan. And when I was a little boy, we had some people that are from the East, as neighbors. They're very good people. One of the most coolest person I ever met was actually from the East. And we used to call the man Uncle Lucky back in the days. And all the people that are Yoruba around do not like him just because he's an Igbo man. You see what I'm saying? And this time it doesn't have anything to do with politics. So until Nigeria, as we all accept that we have a fundamental problem with tribe, we can't get along. So I don't know why we are even trying to force this unity. That's what I want to talk about. All these tribal and with the election and candidates. The second thing with the new Naira note that the Nigerians are designing, if they really wanted to do the right thing with that, I think if they will get rid of the large denomination, like for anything from 200 Naira to 1,000 Naira, that will actually make sense, for the people, for the economy and all that. Just like the US, the largest money is $100. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Elvis, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Jadamejes. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this. I've been trying to come in, and thank you so much that I'm in now. Okay. Well, what I like about this program is that you allow different opinions. You don't shut people down, and that is one thing I must commend you about. So I don't know exactly what the topic is currently because I've been following you since it started, but I just have a question for all the panelists there. Since everybody is campaigning for Peter Obi, which personally I like him as a person, my question is, I have friends of mine, since Peter Obi is talking about moving Nigeria from consumption to production. So I have some friends, and including myself, we are planning on embarking on a massive agriculture. And we plan to invest in the land of this northern side because we have a massive landscape there, and we want to start rearing pig farming in a massive way. Pig farming, and some of my friends want to start beer and alcohol production to provide jobs for Nigerians. So my question to the panelists here that is supporting this One Nigeria is, can we really do that? Are we allowed to do that in the with the present state of Nigeria right now? With the dangerous diversity that we have, are we allowed to come in from Europe, bring the money,
and resources and establish this kind of agriculture that we want to rear pig and create jobs in the northern side of Nigeria and to establish alcohol plants and beer and all those things. Can we do that? Just a question that I want to ask before I can proceed. Is there anyone that can answer me, please?
Who is a government official here? Thomas, I'm just kidding. Thomas, welcome to the show. Who is working for the government here? Sheriff? Austin, go ahead. Answer him.
Okay, yeah. So for me, to live in harmony is also to live to respect people. So if we really want to invest in Nigeria and if we really want to allow Nigeria to come together, the idea of this unity, I love what the last guy said. It is public in Nigeria, but if you get right mind, we can still cover it up. But you know that as Muslims, no matter where you go, Muslims in the whole world, they don't eat pig. So why would you go there trying to institute piggery farm? And you know also alcohol, they might take it publicly, they don't do it. So we respect them. There are so many other things we can do in that part of the land. So come up with that. If you bring pig, you can run it in the other side of the country. So that's also living with harmony and respect for each other. Thank you.
All right, my brother. See, that is the point I'm trying to drive in. Am I coming out loud? Exactly. So, my brother, the thing is this. We have in Nigeria what we call dangerous diversity. You cannot operate in a system where you have two different types of constitution. You cannot operate in a country where you have two different types of constitution that not everybody can abide. In every country, we all are living in Europe. I live in Germany. I don't think that we don't have different constitution here in Germany. Anyone from Bayern or München or Düsseldorf can easily come to Berlin and establish any business as far as you're paying your tax. So why I'm talking about this is that Nigeria is having a dangerous diversity, and that is what we have been ignoring, and we keep on coming here like the other guy that was speaking too much grammar, one man, whatever. We keep on coming and speaking too much grammar. I cannot speak too much grammar, I speak German. We cannot be speaking too much grammar without going to the roots of the problem. The root of the problem is, from my own understanding, that we cannot coexist together. That is just the truth. It's just like when you are married to a woman. At a point when there is a problem, if you cannot exist and coexist and live together, all you have to do is to go your separate ways for peace to reign. It doesn't make sense when you have a wife. You cannot coexist with her. You try to force her to be in the union. Before you know it, you start beating each other. Before you know it, you start killing each other. And that exactly is what is happening in Nigeria right now. So why I bring these sheep factories and the beer, alcohol, beverages stuff in the north is to tell you and to stress the point that we are living in a state where we have dangerous diversity. And because of this dangerous diversity, that is why you will see a Boko Haram that have ransacked entire community, killed people in their numbers, sent people to IDV camp. He will be released. He will be released. He will put in a program they call Safe Corridor. They will pronounce that he is now repented, as if they are God. Then these people will be sent to the east to go and bomb a whole village, to go and put fire. Not even as if the Boko Haram now they are chasing criminals. No, they will bomb the whole villages, and all of us will stay in Europe and think it's okay. So let me just cut it here because I know time is limited. I don't want to overstretch my 2 or 3 minutes. What I want to say is this: we cannot continue to validate the union of the British. Katrina Line never came out to seek justice for NSAS protesters that were killed while they were singing their national anthem. But Katrina Line is there right now shouting for you to go and vote, just to validate her and her British company. That is why she's shouting for you to go and vote. But when people died in Lekki Toll Gate, she never came and talk about justice for the dead people in Lekki Toll Gate who are singing Nigerian anthem. So to cut it short here, unless you have a question, this country called Nigeria is not meant to exist. We cannot exist together. No matter how you are advising me now not to bring my business to the north. You're advising me now to take my beer, beverages, whatever, to another part of Nigeria. You're advising me to respect them. But at the end of the day, when I start doing it in Owerri or wherever, the North will not benefit from the tax that I pay with this pig farm. They will benefit from the tax I pay from the alcohol. Then you tell me that that gold in Zamfara belongs to Zamfara. Listen, guys, this is dangerous diversity, and that is why we are dying by the day. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Can I just say something? Clearly, he doesn't want to invest. It's a shame because it would have been beneficial. See, this type of thinking is what is wrong with us. If you think this is diversity is our problem, then you are closed-minded. All they are saying is that you should respect other people's this thing. Even when you are in so-called Southeast, you still have to respect certain norms. You can't just go in anybody's community and start violating their beliefs or their traditions. It's just how it is. I don't understand. Just because you have your own biases, because you don't want your own land to settle, because you have your own biases, you just mix stuff up and say that's the reason why we should never be together. Europeans slaughtered each other in the millions, and they still created the European Union. How did they do that? Someone like you, your head will explode. That concept it won't settle in your brain. How did they do that? Riddle me that. These are people I don't understand where people crawl out from. You are in Europe yourself. You are in Europe right now.
You are insulting right now. You are insulting right now.
No.
You are insulting right now.
If you call
this insulting, brother. That is insulting.
You are in Europe right now. You are in Europe right now. And you don't even understand how they put their country, their nations together. You are enjoying
I will tell you how. Europe have one constitution. One constitution for the country.
Europe doesn't have that.
No. I mean, every country in Europe have one constitution, brother.
Let me finish my point. You are enjoying the benefits of their diversity. They went through hell and got themselves together and run circles around us, while you are still fighting the wars of 400 years ago, 200 years ago, when you should be thinking about the challenges of today. Do you think all this dangerous diversity is the one that is going to get you anywhere? We are already in a nation right now. If anything, we need to make it bigger, because the challenges you are facing right now is way bigger than Nigeria right now. Your own president is telling you that there are forces creating all these terrorist groups that want to destroy Nigeria. Guys don't seem to up. What got us into this mess is still right there, and it could get worse any moment. If you think this is bad, Fela was singing it a long time ago that Nigeria was suffering. The suffering still continues. It's because of this type of mindset. I don't know who conditions you people to think like this. Let me tell you, if you care about your tribe, if you care about your people, the Northerners and your fellow black people are going to be your saviors. If you don't recognize that, believe you me, you are in serious trouble. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Elvis, 1 minute. I want to go to Thomas. Respond to him.
No, that's what he said. I just want to. Just 1 minute, please.
Go ahead. Yes, what I
said.
So,
my brother, see, when I was talking, I never insulted anybody. But when anybody listening to you talk and say you don't know where these guys crawl out from, my brother, you are living in Europe. I am living in Europe. Do you understand? The place you are living, you are financing your bills. You have your business. I have my business. So you cannot come here to tell me that I don't want to establish. I don't want to where these people crawl from. This is insulting. And if you're educated enough,
I'm sorry I called you that. But it's
no. It's okay. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, brother. If you're educated, you're supposed to bring a kind of maturity into this discussion. I must not abide in whatever you're saying just to please you. What I'm trying to say is this. Let me use it 1 minute to summarize because I don't have much time. Dr. Damage don't have much time. So if we continue in this path that we are going, we will continue dying. You are talking about Europe, how Europe established. You see that the British government, they went out of EU because they don't feel comfortable in the union anymore. Do you understand? A lot of Western world, a lot of countries, they fought for their freedom. And when you talk about constitutions, in Germany where I stay, I don't know about your own country where you're staying, we have one constitution that is guiding every part of Germany. Let me tell you what, listen, brother, you cannot practice Sharia law in the north.
The wrong lessons
Go ahead, Elvis.
You see, you are supposed to stop in 2 seconds, but you are trying to, like, listen, brother, you cannot practice 2 constitutions in 1 country and you expect everybody to go to the north, then you cut your hair the style they want, you come to the east, you cut your style the way they want. It doesn't happen, it doesn't work. We are all learned, we are all mature, we are all exposed. You cannot run a country with 2 different constitutions. Do you understand?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elvis. Forefathers, hold on. Okay, let me go to Thomas. Thomas, welcome to the show. Now, Thomas is...
everybody has made their own speech. You never invited me one to make my own. That's interesting, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry. If I didn't, maybe because of your intervention, sometimes I think that you've been speaking. Okay, I'll come to you next. Thomas, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Thomas is in Australia, and maybe it's Tuesday where he is. I don't know. We're still in. Go ahead.
We already in Sunday, 5 a.m., 5:06, wow. Sunday morning. Okay. Yes. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for having me, Dr. Damages. I think what I've been listening all through is very toxic and very attacky and with people's opinion. With due respect to all panelists, I think we have to accommodate people's opinion. My opinion may not rhyme with your worldview, but it is mine. We should learn how to accommodate people's opinion. If we call ourselves a Democrat, my worldview is different from yours. That's what Dr. Domaji say. Come here and say what you want to say. What we don't take is people insulting. No, if you are coming to a public forum like this, keep your emotion in your pocket. If you are too emotional, you can't come in a public space. You will be stepping on people's toes. Please, my people, I'm not mad of anybody. You can see my voice is very calm. That people are being aggravated and speak. No, you can't. You have to temper your emotion. This is not about emotion. Your emotion, you can keep it to your everywhere you are coming from. But when you come to a forum like this, let's respect people's opinion. Let's welcome people's opinion. Thank you, my brothers. Yeah, thank you. There's no sister here today. But back to El Rufai. Do you want me to speak on El Rufai?
Yeah, anything you want to speak on? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. El Rufai is speaking in the manner and some information is privy to know that we don't know. El Rufai is in the political arena. I can say categorically, he know more than me. I can't speak for the rest of 9 on the screen. I think he know more than me. And when he talks sometime, I can agree with him a little bit, maybe 80%, 70%, because he is privy to some information that we here are not privy to. So when El Rufai speak, I don't like him as a person, but this time around, I think it's cutting across. It's giving us the brain. It's giving us what it entails in the politics of Nigeria of today, and I certainly believe him. It's only when it goes to Peter Obi's side, then people get mad at him. El Rufai is a governor. He's a Nigerian. This is the problem we are having. People have their opinion. His opinion could be rubbish, but that is his opinion. He said Peter Obi is having 2% somewhere, 5% somewhere. Is that a fact? It's not a fact. He's just speaking. That is his opinion. And Nigeria will go there and prove him wrong, that Peter Obi can have much vote in the north or much vote in the southwest. But that is his opinion. But I can see all this tantrum thrown at him because he's not appending your own candidate. No. Everybody can append Peter Obi. Everybody can append Atiku. Everybody will not append the Jagaban. As Jagaban is falling down today, is sleeping on the podium, some people will still vote for him. You can't kill them. They have their fundamental right to vote for who they want to vote for. Peter Obi is there. Yorubas will still vote for Peter Obi. Hausas will still vote for him because people have their brain cells working. They know who they want to vote for. So this toxic, you can't talk anymore. People have, this is what we call opinion. Everybody on the screen here, 9 people on this screen now, you guys here, I respect your opinion. Even though I may not align with your opinion, but I respect it. But when I speak as well, I want you to respect my opinion. That is my lifestyle. Even when you speak, I don't like what you are talking about, but I respect it because that is yours. So all this toxic Yoruba, this if somebody call me a Yoruba man, will I be offended? No, I am a Yoruba man. So if I call you Igbo man, I don't think you should be offended. You are a Igbo man. So all this toxic tribe fight, Yoruba fighting Igbo fighting Hausa, it won't take us an inch, my brothers. It's just a piece of advice to everybody. Thank you, Rudolph. God bless you all.
Thank you, Thomas. Let me before we continue, let's watch this. Okay.
We'll be praising them and say that, oh, terrorism is happening. Jonathan is doing nothing. Well done, Jonathan. Are we supposed to do that? We are in opposition. Our job is to look at even good things that they are doing and say they are not doing it well. That is the job of opposition. So we have no apologies for pointing out to Nigerians that this government is incompetent and has failed to provide security. If you say we are politicizing it, fix the problem so that we can't politicize it. Okay? Are we politicizing breathing of air? Every Nigerian can breathe air. We can't politicize it because there is no problem there. But if you fail to supply petroleum products and we say you are failing, you say we are politicizing it. Fix the problem so that we don't politicize it. If you say that there is terrorism, we are politicizing it, eliminate terrorism. 5 years ago, nobody is talking about terrorism in Nigeria. Under Jonathan, it has become an industry. And we should not take advantage of their failings so that we secure the votes of Nigerians in the next elections. There must be something wrong with them. We have made suggestions to the government on how to improve security. They have ignored it. They have set up 5 different committees that have given them recommendations how to address this problem of terrorism in the last 3 years. They have not implemented one. They are incompetent. But they try to blame other people.
So at this stage that we are right now with terrorism in Nigeria, what do you think is the solution, especially on how to rescue the girls?
Look, the government has the solution to this problem. Several committees have given them recommendations. They should just implement the recommendations in their drawer. Okay? As for rescuing the girls, we have seen examples of what countries do when this situation happens. You should have military action on the one hand and negotiation on the other hand. You should not foreclose anything because the lives of your citizens are at risk and you don't want to lose one life. You don't want to lose the life of one person. You don't want to lose the life of 250 girls. So whatever it takes to rescue those girls should be done. If one of these girls was Jonathan's daughter, the story will be different. The only reason why these girls are still in captivity is because they are not the daughter of any important man in Nigeria, and we know it. And if you say I'm politicizing terrorism, go and rescue the girls so that I don't have a basis to politicize it.
So are you in support of negotiation?
I am in support of every option. When you have lives of your citizens at risk, you should not take any option.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. That sounds wonderful in 2015. But today, I don't know how it sounds. When I was listening to that in 2015, I was like, this is the man, you know? Anyway, welcome back. Let's move on. I wanted people to talk about, is there anybody who has not said anything? Okay, forefathers. You're welcome, forefathers. You have the floor, forefathers.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Thanks for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel. And I regret that I had to use some terms to address the previous speaker, but there are certain things that I excuse myself to be emotional about. And I think this term that we use emotion as if it's some kind of pejorative term is wrong. Emotions and passions is what drives logic. Without it, nothing works. And when we start excusing certain things and act as if it's okay to be making mistakes that has led us here in the first place, the mistakes, the wars that have happened before now, we keep repeating them again as if we've done it before. We've done it all before. It got us here. And around the world, learning all the wrong lessons. Like the gentleman that just talked about the UK leaving the European Union. Is the UK? No, the UK is not doing the UK. The last time people came together, they formed the European Union. They control the world till now. The last time they came together again, they had the Berlin Conference. They enslaved and colonized us. When people come together, it's common sense. How is it that this type of things is fundamentally too much for us to understand? Once I was having a conversation with somebody, said, "Are we low IQ?" And then I said, "Yeah, maybe, but does it take low IQ for? Why is it that we don't work together?" I said, "Because it requires intelligence for people to work together." Are you all telling us that we are not intelligent enough to understand how to work together? Why is it that our intelligence seems to be only focused on individualism, tribalism, but we don't seem to understand the greater picture? We have some of the highest concentration of professors in Nigeria, in African countries. We are highly educated people, but we just simply refuse to see the world for what it truly is. We are facing a seismic challenge that not one nation in Africa can confront, not to mention a tribe. You wipe out the whole Hausa, wipe out the whole Fulani, our problem will remain. No matter who you wipe out, our problem will remain. This problem is so great that not one nation can deal with it. And some people are advocating, let's get smaller and fight ourselves and destroy ourselves. If I was the one sitting on the opposite chair, I was in charge of the UK organization overseeing Africa, I would be laughing my backside off. Like, these people are making my job easy. I don't even have to do a lot of work. They are just doing it for me now. You have a country that cannot even run 4 refineries, that cannot build the simplest things. We always have to bring foreigners to do it for us. And yet we are so educated. Don't you see the contradiction there? Why are we so educated? Some of the technologies that Europeans used to build their nuclear technology in 1945, we have more than that technology in Nigeria today. But we can't even build a refinery. We have more than that knowledge in Nigeria today. We cannot make anything work. It tells you that the world, we are competing in a world that is very, very hostile to us. The G20 nations just 2 years ago gave themselves over $20 trillion worth of loans. You are operating in a world where you can't compete at all financially with them. This is such a big challenge that some people are still, this is why I lose my mind when people keep talking about these things. Are we children here? When you go into the boardrooms of all these Europeans, how would you come across to them? They will not even comprehend how you are still thinking like this. Like, the only thing they can settle for is that they've done their job so well that even this grown man, highly educated, still doesn't grasp the structure of the world. This is what baffles me. And if Buhari was a young man when Nigeria was still under the British colonization. Even him is today now, he's coming out a few days ago saying that some people want to destroy Nigeria. He talked about Boko Haram. He talked about why we are not tapping the oil in the Chad basin. This is your president saying this. This is somebody that was colonized, not the young generation. And we just keep playing the same games. How do you meet the Chad? They release so many lists of terrorist sponsors. How many of them have been arrested? Because if you want to arrest, you're going to go and arrest some people that are extremely powerful. The stabilization you are seeing in your country, the foreigners are behind many of them. because some of our people refuse to open their eyes. They think that, oh, is it North that is doing this? Is it East that is doing this? Is it Cameroon? You know, Cameroon is having the same problem. Benin Republic is having similar problem. Go all the way to Senegal, you're having the same problem. Our Northerners there, our Fulanis in Congo, they are not there. Our problem is greater, and we need to start thinking more in a more radical way. Recently, I was talking to somebody. The person says, you know, I always advocate that our democracy needs to be more advanced than what they have in the West. Our transparency system needs to be more advanced. I don't like only talking about complaints. And this security definitely needs to change. That is one of the reasons why we're colonized. We had very, very weak security structure, or we had very, very weak threat assessment. All these things is what our priority should be, not political parties or ideology. The only ideology here is to restore our ability to determine our destiny. That's the only ideology. I don't care who insult this one or who doesn't insult this one. That's why I don't, whenever they are having this conversation, I don't get passionate about them. The one that I get passionate about is the one that is trying to divide us, and the ones that wants to just fight each other. Because that doesn't fix the bigger problem that got us in this mess. And I really hope people really discipline themselves. This is where discipline comes in. And focus. Focus on these things. Because that is a path to our salvation. If you care about your tribe, nothing will save them, because it didn't save them before by being so tribal. It didn't save the Benin kingdom. It didn't save the Ife kingdom. It didn't save the Igbo. What is going to save you is all of us banding together, because all of us have the same problem. They are smart enough. They've already aligned themselves, created NATO, created EU. All of them are banding in block, BRICS, all of them. And we are just here thinking one tribe is going to be able to conquer the world. You can't succeed. They will come here and run circle around you if you don't work together with your own brothers, just like they have done. We should learn the right lessons. Not when we go to European countries and Western countries, we're learning the wrong lessons. That's all I've got to say.
All right, thank you. I'll go to Okija after Austin, because he hasn't said anything in a while. Austin, go ahead.
You know, I'll first start. I'll try to support forefathers in one thing, but before, I want to first talk with El Rufai. You know, El Rufai, I like evaluating people's countenance when they were speaking. When El Rufai was speaking, I felt he was angry. So when the man is talking and angry like that, it means that something don't pinch him somewhere, they didn't pin him. So now he can express his anger. So I feel that he's so surprised that he feels Obi is taking.
Sorry, in which of the, is it the one he just played now or the present?
The first one where he talked about 1% in Kano is more than 15%.
Okay, okay.
So I felt he was a little bit angry when he was saying that. And when I try to look at his body language, it seems as if he feels as if I was underlooking this person, but he's coming to my backyard and collecting everything. So that is one thing. When I saw, I just had to push it aside, that he's just talking out of anger. So maybe everything is taking him by surprise. Now, the second part is this issue of talking of we are not together, this and that and that. Look, I still want to lean towards forefathers' side. Even if you divide the country, what is happening will still happen. Because the question is, who will lead each of these sections? Don't think that Messiah come from the sky. My father used to tell me that in those days in the 60s, when they want to make you denze, you will go to the shrine and pick the kola nut with your mouth. That if you are guilty, you have stolen somebody's goat, stolen yam, or stolen something, you will die within 7 days. That if you die within 7 days, or if you don't die within 7 days, the coronation will now be complete. So that is how they used to do it in front of the gods. So it means they will always pick the best brains to make the members of the Igwe's cabinet. So that is the first thing. So if you end up dividing anything you want to divide, those who will still be there as leaders of each of the sections are still corrupt. And I still insist, those from the east, west, north, or south, if you want to make your own section better, you can do it. But it's just that we have the most corrupt people we always have in Nigeria. Now, I want to say one last thing. In 2014, there was this young man who got a scholarship to go to Germany. So when he went to Germany, people do experiments in Nigeria. So he got some promising drugs, things which can be drugs. So when he went to Germany, he did some experiment, the first phase of clinical studies. And it was noticed that those drugs were very potent, they had potential to cure cancer. So when the first phase ended, the second phase wanted to start. They now told him, the person he was doing the experiment, he was it's PhD. The person who was just almost supervising was somebody lesser than him. So when he wanted to go to the second stage, he said, no, wait, there are some documents you need to sign. So he was being told to read through the documents. So when he read through the documents say that you can do your research here with our facility, but any result you have belongs to the German government. That is the condition. So the thing, it now becomes between the devil and the deep blue sea. Do you want to carry your promising compounds back to Nigeria and get wasted? Or do you want to complete the experiment, get free facility? We are going to pay you money for doing the work, but any result that comes out belongs to us. And you and I, the guess is as good as yours. He chose the second option to do the experiment. I don't know how it ended. Now, see what happened 2 days ago. One of my friends was invited for interview into the PhD in the US here. So he called me, how will it do how does the interview go? So I told him. So when he went for everything, he came back and I asked him, guy, how it go? He told me it was good. He has done experiments with some flies before in his master's and PhD, and has gotten some compounds also. This time they also have promises against some different kinds of cancer cells. Now, he told me that when he was talking with them, he mentioned it. The professor was interviewing him, said that, do you still have the compounds? He said, yes. Will you come with it to our side? He said, yes. And when he told me that, I just realized that, look, this is a second thing happening in the same line. These people will spend the money, bring you over, do the experiment, and if anything good comes out of it, that becomes big billions of naira. My point is this, as forefathers said, we have the potentials, we have the things to make it great, but we know the greed to help ourselves. If you like, split the country into too many ways you want. If we don't do it ourselves, it will not work. We have the personnel, we need the facilities, and apart from that, we need how will I call it? Meritocracy, not mediocrity, and the country will be better. So please, all those who tell me split this or split that, when you split it, the most important thing is to share the loot. That's where the problem comes.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Before anybody else, let me just announce this for those who are watching and those who are in the studio. On the 19th of February, that's 2 weeks from today, we're going to have a presidential debate. So we've invited 9 presidential candidates who are going to join us. We are going to use a bigger forum where more people can join the studio. The moderators for the debate are Farouk Berogi, Oken Dibe, and Salana that we do the moderation. We'll get more information on this starting from tomorrow. We will be issuing adverts and promotions. So I hope that you take notes. And also we're planning a special coverage of the election. We are going to be live from the morning till we know who the winner of the election. So we are planning to have straight 48 or 72-hour show. We are recruiting people in Nigeria, reporters, people who are citizen journalists, and so it will be interesting. So the next few weeks will be very interesting. I hope you will be with us and contribute any way you can. We need a lot of people who will give us information on what's going on the ground on that day. But the debate will be on Sunday, the 19th of February. So please join us.
Rudolph, just on that, if you're recruiting people to be on ground, we can talk later.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, can I do something?
Yeah, hold on. Osi, one by one. Yeah, go ahead, Osi.
Okay, yeah. So just quickly before I leave, I just want to again re-emphasize, you know, what the forefathers says, because I think the more a lot of people hear it, you know, the more probably we'll be able to start changing some minds, you know, because, you know, we keep thinking that, you know, for some reason, you know, as the more we divide ourselves, they will be able to achieve that El Dorado, you know, that we are hoping to. When I keep referring to the colonial masters, when they came here, you remember they introduced what is called in the indirect rule, which is basically ruling through the chiefs and others. And what they really had in mind was just to divide and conquer. You know, that's the British model. That's what they did in Nigeria. That's what they did in India, where you have all these, where today you see having Indians fighting with Pakistanis and the rest of them. Because that's the only way. If they don't divide you, if when they divide people, then you can't mount that opposition that is needed to overthrow the system. So that's exactly what they do. And I think it was Samora Machar that says in the post-colonial Africa to thrive, the tribes must die. That is true, you know, because we are in Nigeria talking about Hausa, Igbos, Yoruba, and the rest of them. But we also forget the fact that the kleptomaniacs, those vested interests that is holding Nigeria down, cut across all races. In fact, when they are together, they don't even know anything about race or religion or any of those things. All they care about is their own interest. But then they have to sell us, they have to throw us some bones. When one of them loses an election, we'll be like, oh, okay, I lost an election because I'm an Igbo or because I'm a Yoruba. And then it keeps going like that. The only time they come back to the everyday people is when they have a problem. And then immediately they settle it, then they organize amongst themselves. So if we haven't done anything in this program is trying to emphasize the fact that we should do away with that kind of mindset. I'm an Igbo just like you, Elvis. And I know the common, the worst on the street is that they hate us, they don't want us. There is nothing like that. Let me put it across here that the world as it is a very unfair world. In business, they say you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. In Nigeria, what the different subnationalities are doing, whether you call it them Fulanese or Yorubas, or everybody's trying to position in such a way that they can lay a hand on the national cake the way it will benefit them. It's not the job of a Yoruba man or a Fulani man to make himself in such a way that they are vulnerable to the point that Igbos will be lording over them. They don't want that. So what do we need to do as Igbos? What we need to do is to come home, strategize, and know how best we can go and fight to be able to get what belongs to us. If we don't do that, you cannot blame anybody. Let me tell you, in Israel is about 9 million in population. Igbos, both at home in the diaspora, about 40 million in population. Israel don't have natural resources. We in Igbo land, we actually even have oil. So what I'm trying to tell you is that no matter what the federal government of Nigeria is doing to Ndi Igbo, and Igbos can come back home, okay, take ownership of their place, do things, we won't even remember there's a place called Nigeria because we'll be able to live on our own and survive no matter what. No matter, because you don't live because somebody likes you or doesn't like. No, you live because you're able to do what you need to do to carve a seat for yourself on the table. And that's just it. So we can sit down here day in, day out and thinking that it's Yoruba or Hausa. No, it's not like that, my brother. You know, and that is that's the message that we should be sharing with all our kids and kins. And by the way, we are not worse off in any way, shape, or form. It's just that, you know, we are blessed in some ways. We have issues that we are working, you know, to overcome, which is that the unity. If we are able to gather and become a unified folk, and one last point, when we talk about having one language or having one constitution, let me say that in the US where we reside now, it's a mosaic of cultures, of religion. You can get anywhere. In fact, there are places you go in the US, you don't even know you're in the US because all they speak is Spanish. Like if you go to predominantly Hispanic population, that's all they speak. Okay, what binds everybody together is the constitution, which we do have in Nigeria, only that it's observed in the breach. But the fact that you go to the north, they're covering the hair, and you come to the south, we don't cover our hair. That is not to say that we cannot be one country. Because where, like in the US, where they practice true federalism, the states actually have the powers. They can make their own laws and rules. So we can all coexist in a federation if we respect, the arrangement that it should be in place. So that what holds us together is something like foreign policy, international relations, and all those. But each state, each region will be able to carve out the kind of life they want to live. It is still possible, and that's what people do in organized societies. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll get Kulata to speak. After that, we'll do the rant. I know Elvis, I know you want to speak, but let me get Kulata to speak, and then the rant, and then we change topic.
I thought you said Akija was supposed to speak before then. Yeah,
oh, you have not?
What are you smoking?
All right. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened, how they took that chance from you. Kulata, just give me a minute. Let me hear from Akija, then you're next. Okay, go ahead.
No problem. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know which topic are we right now, because everybody just talking from.
I just want to round up.
Think of thoughts,
Go ahead. Anything you want to say? I just want
to. I don't know. Nigeria is what it is. I mean, like Elvis. I mean, you're younger. I can see, you're younger. When I was younger, I used to think that, problem, outside people, outside people. But when you start getting older, you start having experience. You have sharing things. You are abroad. I don't know how they're treating you there. You came here. You came there. I mean, I came here to US, and the obstacles, the people that don't like it, but I have to work with them. I go to work, do my own part, and go home. That's the way, even if you are grown now, like when we were small, I never knew, like they say, like a family, they are fighting. I never knew, I didn't know, that things that could happen, like, that's nothing. But you grow up, you find that, probably you start fighting with your brother, your sisters, the life is not like, the way you guys, look at it. It shouldn't, it's not like I don't know why people, I don't know. Some people, they have legitimate concern or legitimate issue. In Nigeria, Igbos, we tend to we'll go home. We've seen the agitation that is going on and how it is being carried out, and opinion of people who are enforcing this agitation. Do you think that you will survive with these people, with your European mentality when you come back, that this is right, and you see how they are treating people right now. Imagine when you disagree with them, just like El Rufai, you disagree with him, he turns your community into a place to be plundered by terrorists. He said he knows that he's paying them. So that's basically what will happen. What's his name? The chairman of that coup, that political organization, the Imo State, the one from Akokwa, they went and leveled his bomb a lot of vehicles. So these are the things, it's not like easy that when we get Biafra, listen, Nigeria is not working, but I don't know who said that. If you want to work alone or whatever, if you want to work far, you work with people, so things like that. Every country has an issue. Canada has that. I didn't know, but my friend lives in Quebec, Canada, and they started telling me about Quebec. I'll be like, Quebec is small, but they control the whole of Canada because of what? Because there is constitution. They want this to be in the constitution, so that they don't. They are French. They don't want their language or whatever to get away. So they load it on the rest. In UK, you're talking about Sharia. In UK, there's accommodation for Sharia in UK. People marry 2 wives in UK. Yeah, there's accommodation for that. So I don't know, the thing is that we have to fight. Everything is fighting. US, okay, the blacks, they were persecuted, they were sold as slaves, and then there was freedom, 1860, 18 whatever. And then after that, there were, deconstruction. They went back again, and they have to fight again for freedom. 1960s, they had all those civil rights legislation that changed things, but then it didn't change. But people still fighting up to today. Obama became president, I think, but still, he did not erase everything. People are still fighting. So there's no way you can just say that Nigeria will change. All of us, we have to fight for that place we want, for what that thing we want Nigeria to be. We have to keep fighting. Our children will fight their own, but we have to fight ours.
All right, thank you, Okija. Kolata, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Rudolph. I'm sorry I have to depart from the. I don't like talking about all this breaking Nigeria apart. It doesn't make sense to break Nigeria apart. I mean, anybody that can think through will understand that it's pretty silly. You want to balkanize the country, so we're weaker economically, we're weaker. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. When it takes people different times to grow out of it, but eventually you will get there. So I want to go back to the politics of what's going on, because, you know, last week when I was there, I started talking about politics, that Tinubu is trying to distance himself from the bad policy. And I was saying that things are going to happen. And I wanted to start talking about the palace intrigues, but I think I got filibustered, so I couldn't get into the details. So here's the thing. APC, everybody would think APC is fighting against APC. No. They just created a boogeyman to divert attention. So Tinubu has successfully created a distance between himself and Buhari's policies. The policy is well good. The CBN governor is badly implementing it. People are suffering. There's no cash. You cannot argue that. Those are facts. Well, the policy is supposed to kind of like mop up liquidity outside of the banks and also allow more people to bank, and so they can tax more people. The way they're implementing it and the timeline is just crazy. You can't do those kind of things in 3 months. Every country changes their currency like every 10 years, but they allow it to go on for like a year or two. You should be able to take back your old currency, take it to the bank and exchange it and all whatnot. But trying to do it in 3 months shows there's ulterior motives to it. So that's why you see El Rufai coming out and now pointing to the so-called cabals and all, which they exist. They do exist. But this is where it started from. APC ran a poll. They ran an internal poll that showed Atiku gaining ground in the north. Well, the result of the poll, you can see that this guy, El Rufai, alluded to some of what those polls contained, which is similar to actually my own independent projection. But they saw Atiku gaining ground, and then they can see that people are getting more pissed off, especially with this CBN policy and the fuel scarcity. So Tinubu went to now speak up in Abeokuta to start to create a distance between himself and the policies. So they struggled a bit with the messaging. I mean, like, how do you distance yourself from Buhari while you don't want to abuse Buhari? So Tinubu just blotted it out. Then El Rufai came out. No, it was Ganduje that first came out that warned Buhari that don't come to Kano because people are going to stone you in Kano. Then El Rufai was the person that now started finessing the message in different stations. So you can see that it started with, when Tinubu said it, it was almost like it was abusing Buhari. Then they started dialing it back, turning it to cabal, turning it to Emefiele. So right now, they've now successfully created a wedge between bad policy and Tinubu. So even within the APC, they successfully created a distance between APC policy, which is hurting the country, and an APC candidate. That is stuff of politics, because now Tinubu is now going to come out with a message that says Tinubu cares. They're spinning it that says he was the first person to push against this issue. So if Atiku embraces the Naira policy, they're going to use that against Atiku and say, you are the person embracing policies that are making Nigerians suffer. And they're already doing that. So you're going to start seeing messaging now that Tinubu cares, Tinubu cares, Tinubu cares. Don't be shocked, because they've created a wedge. Now, people are now buying into that message, saying that it's the cabal, it's the cabal, it's the cabal. And Atiku is supporting the cabal. So if you don't come out now frontally to say you're against that Naira policy, they're going to use that against you. Now, I think in the next 1 week, I really suspect they're going to have further extension, because it's just the way they implemented it. You can't go to the bank and withdraw money. They just started allowing that. And people, the money the banks are sending to ATMs, you can literally, I was just thinking to myself, what stops me from taking an ATM machine as a politician to my house? Nothing. Because the bank will say they've given the ATM they've taken money to the ATM. I can take the ATM machine as a whole before you audit the ATM and to see how many people took withdrawals. It's going to take some time, and it will not matter. I will have already gotten all the new currency that I need, and I'll use it for whatever I needed to use it for. So at this point, everybody's watching the politics play out, and I really am interested in what will happen in the next 1 week in terms of how far they turn this stuff around. But they're already turning it around, and it's just stuff of beauty to watch, because I don't know how APC successfully distanced themselves from APC. It's amazing to watch.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What are the facts you saw on ground to show that APC successfully distanced itself from the policy?
Just watch. There are some of the facts on ground. They're using organizing crowds to now be attacking Atiku and saying you're embracing the PDP. You'll see a lot of fake irate. I don't know whether it's fake or not, but there are going to be some protests springing up in random places. And you will see they're trying to use that to control the narrative.
So what is there among the people that you have seen that the message has resonated to them? That
no, it's still resonating. What I'm saying is they are sowing the seed now. We need to see how fast that message will permeate and resonate, because they've already sowed the seed. Because see, today, you know, those governors went to Buhari during the week, and then you know Buhari immediately is now frontally endorsing Tinubu. Now is now, I mean, I think you said it yourself in this session. There's now unequivocal. So because it's more like, where do you stand? So at the end of the day, if they're successful, Emefiele will be the biggest boogeyman in this political dispensation. They're just going to put everything on Emefiele and the so-called shadowy cabals. And if you see protests, and the protests are not attacking Tinubu, they're more like attacking anybody that supports Emefiele or attacking Emefiele, because I think they're going to be protesting against Emefiele, then you can see that their message is permeating. So it's going to take a while. Let's just see. This is my projection. The same way I'm stringing things together based on what I thought happened in the poll. This guy validated exactly what I was saying last week. So just watch out for that space. We can come back and check it out next week.
Let me ask Kulata something.
Dr. Damage.
Let me ask Kulata something. Hold on, guys. I mean, what you just presented, is it a theory or based on fact? Do you have any data to support?
It's my own theory. It's my own theory.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you say it's a theory. So we don't have to sleep on that. That's a fact. But I mean, there may be some valid
you don't have to lose sleep over what my own matching.
No. I'm just trying to let the people know, but it's just a theory. So
I'm not God now, Prestige. You know me, but you know a lot of stuff that I project. It happens, but
come on now, yeah. What did you project? What did you project that happened?
Don't get catty on me, Prestige. Let's go to
you know what you do that happened. Tell me what you project that happened.
You know what you do with yourself, Prestige.
I know you. So
hold on, Prestige. I like the fact that during the week, they all hang out in several places and talk and fight, and then on weekend they bring it. They bring it over here.
Prestige is my guy.
Yeah. We are discussing.
Dr. Dame, that's the beauty of it. You know, we congregate here. Figure out there's nothing wrong. It's on a
this is village square.
Nyankulata be body. So
you
know me.
Thank you so much.
Personally, I like what Kulata, I like what you just did now, because I wanted to comment something on people that spin. What one man did to this platform earlier, he threw in Biafran people have gathered. And he came in here and changed our scenario to start talking about division. That had never been our goal today. So, Kulata, thank you for bringing us to the game we are in. Spinners should continue spinning until they spin Nigeria into further trouble. Thank you.
Let me just say something I can go.
Well, Austin, you know the earth spins, right? If the earth stops spinning, you will die.
Okay. I love that.
All right.
I love that.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let's start from Elvis. Elvis, go ahead.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. I know that a lot of people want to come in, so I will try to minimize everything to 3 minutes. I see some people here talking more than 10 minutes, and sometimes it gets boring. The thing is this, the guy, forefather, I wanted to ask him a question before he left, but unfortunately he's no longer there. I wanted to ask him because when he was talking, he mentioned that the terrorists in Nigeria never got arrested. But the question, I cannot ask him now because he's no longer there. So let me just talk about it without asking no question. When you say that the terrorists in Nigeria are never arrested, so my question to you is, why should somebody go to Kenya and kidnap a man called Nnamdi Kanu when you cannot even arrest the terrorist that is claiming local governments in your states, hosting flags and collecting taxes? You can't do it, but it's the man that is talking for his people. All he needs is airports, seaports. Nobody wants to talk about it. Everybody on this panel, we all say we want justice, we want equity, we want to vote with Peter Obi, we want a better state, but we don't want to talk about the fundamentals. We don't want to talk about the cause of troubles. We don't want to go back to the grassroots. We don't want to talk about the injustice. They say that injustice done to one is injustice done to all. But when you see that you are government, you are state, you want to be one Nigeria, no problem. It is your ideology. But when you see that your state is consistently playing out injustice to a particular group, a particular tribe, you don't call for ceasefire, you don't call them out. For you, it's okay. And you want to force these people to believe in your agenda. You cannot go as a country. You are against all international laws and treaties. You went to another country, Kenya, to kidnap a man, Nnamdi Kanu. Then your own court with your own constitution, whether your constitution is 5 or 10, your constitution still set this man free from your own court. And all of us here in this panel, we say we want better Nigeria. We say we want to unite. We say we want better country, but we cannot even speak out. We cannot even just speak out for the injustice. Assuming that the court of Nigeria said that this man, Nnamdi Kanu, should be hanged, then we say, okay, then let's do it because that's the constitution. But your court, on several occasions, even tell you that you are not even allowed. The last court, the appeal court, is saying that there's no court in Nigeria that is allowed, that have the right to try Nnamdi Kanu. You allow him there to rot, but you want peace in your state. You want to continue everything as if nothing happened, and you pretend as if you are fighting for justice and equity. We cut it here because at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense. After this, we start talking about what Buhari said, what this one said. We start going around. When the problem, Igbo people will say, that thing that is crying is still crying. Whether we like it or not, whether we want to be together or not, whether we want the terrorists in form of Boko Haram to take over our military and come to our villages in the southeast and bomb everywhere. We pretend as if we don't see all those things. We pretend as if everything is okay. Our politicians, they will be there looking when their children are being killed. They don't say anything. And all of us in Europe, we come here to speak big English. I cannot speak big English. I am living in Germany. We speak German here. What I'm trying to say is this. I'm going to cut it here because it doesn't make sense at the end of the day. Nobody is going to talk about this at the end of the day. We are going to talk about what Rufai said, what Femi Fayokayode say, how people eat money. That is just the narrative of Nigeria every blessed day. But the main thing, the dangerous diversity I spoke about before, I cannot invest in the North. I cannot practice my religion in the North. I cannot open a company in the North. If, for example, that I studied animal husbandry, if I thought that I studied how to rear a pig, I cannot easily do that in a country I say I belong to. Then you come to tell me that I should respect people, culture. We always find excuse to cover injustice. What I want to say is this. The time we start to fight for justice, the time we start to call out things how it is, the time we stop looking for favors from the political elites, that time, if we really want to make everything work, we have to go back to the grassroots, the foundation. If this marriage is not working, then it's better we don't have to force people to be in a country where you cannot even say anything, where even your own court cannot even work. But when it comes to the terrorists, in the Boko Haram terrorists, then your constitution will work. You make safe corridors for them. The people that have killed people, you give them military equipment. The Fulani Cattle Breeders Association, you give them 100 billion. But the shoemakers in Aba, you cannot give them anything to support them. Man, seriously, we have dangerous diversity, and it can never work. And if we want justice, all of us should speak about You're not talking about release Master he's a saint. Talk about your constitution. Talk about your court judgment. Talk about the appeal court, the High Court. What did they say? They have judged the case. Master must be released. So I'm out. Thank you so much for this platform.
My picky, before you walk, I let you hear one thing. That we are not fighting injustice. You are wrong. That we are not talking about Nnamdi Kanu. You are wrong. I want you to know that it's not only Nnamdi Kanu that is in this useless kangaroo bondage.
But he's the only one being kidnapped.
Wait. Now the one where you see, now you know. But the bitter truth is this. If you not like, when I say Igbo, Hausa, anything, there are only two tribes in Nigeria. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. That is the only two tribes. Because when you even talk of the north, you talk of the south, you talk of the west, 99% of us are being oppressed by this useless number 1% of the oppressors. But we can't come here every day and be talking of Nnamdi Kanu when we know that every person is suffering in Nigeria in the hands of only 1% called Kabas. The Kabas we are even talking about, the time when Aisha was Aisha, that is Boo Boo wife, when they just enter, she cried out, my husband is not in charge of this government. There are Kabas. What did we do? We made sure we can't allow the Kabas to enter into jungle. They can't mature. Because that time when she cried out, they never kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu. So if you really want to make Nnamdi Kanu come out, there are only one option here. We either take total freedom in this coming election, or we take partial freedom, or we don't take freedom at all. So I now classify all of them contesting into this category. Because I have opportunity to ask Showore one question. Go and play that video, you will see it. If you enter, what will you do about Nnamdi Kanu? He said, go release her. That same question was posed to Obi. He said, go call for dialogue. We not see Boo Boo and articulated to ask questions. So, to Nigerians, I want to tell you one truth, and that is the only truth. You hold me accountable for this truth anytime, any day after election. If you now want total freedom, home and abroad, vote Showore.
Rudolph, quick question. Is the topic going to be Biafra? I just want to know if I should stay or go.
Okay. If you want partial freedom, vote Obi or Kwakwaso. If you not want freedom at all, I dash you the article and tutu. But if you not vote these people, una can't they suffer. Una can't carry una phone. They call any of my pikin for abroad. Make it come pay una children's school fees. Make it come pay una house rent. Or give una money for hospital bill. You see the blood of the innocent and the spirit of the innocent that died in Nigeria in this process. They go carry bulala, they whip una well. From una dream to anywhere now waka go.
Thank you, Echo. All right, so let's pause now. There are people who are joining us. We want to welcome them. We've moved away from the topic. I mean, we are doing well. I know that we go in tangents. You know, people have their say and they connect. If you say talk about this, they connect it to something else they want to talk about. But it's important to know for those who are joining, especially those who are joining us for the first time or second time, we deal with every topic that is in the news. When people say, and you are the one who decide what we talk about. So when people say we don't talk about this particular thing, you bring it up here, you talk about it. So we do talk about everything. And Also, let me see. I wanted us to do the rants, but we do that when I introduce the new people that joined us. Des, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
Let me just take a few comments on the.
Oh no, hold on, no, Des, we're not discussing anything.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll go away from the structure now. I just want to introduce you.
All right, no problem.
Not by power. Welcome to the show. I know you've been trying to join and you come in and you go out again. So I see that you're here now. Welcome to the show. Dozier, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Damages.
Yeah. Adewola, welcome to the show. Whenever I see Adewola, I think, oh, it's time to close. We're about to close.
Guess who pressed the button? See, my daughter.
I thought we was time to
I
go.
don't know how he did. She did it. I was like, what are you doing?
That's when you come in, and I had to look at my time. You know. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah, Samuel, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon from here, Dr. Damages.
All right, it's nice to see you. So we're going to do the rant. Rant is when you have a minute to rant about anything. I think that is needed. A lot of people need that. Get it off your chest, whatever is happening you. So we start with you, man of prestige. You are a veteran, so you should know. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Okay, let me go ahead. I think I have an issue with El Rufai. You know, I think he's playing in the mind of many Nigerians. You know, he just come here to play some narrative, and people are buying what he said. I mean, some of them may be orchestrated from the party or APC party, like Kulata said. There may be something behind it. I don't really know if it is true or not. But if I have to guess, I think he's going somewhere. Maybe they plan or whatever is happening. That's the way they want to put the narrative. Try to blame the APC, you know. But people are looking at it differently. So there's some fact to that. I really believe he's playing in the mind of Nigeria. That's all what our politicians do. And El Rufai is a master of that. He's known for that, you know. I mean, people call him magic and everything, but he's very good at propaganda. That's exactly what he's doing. He's playing to his APC party. People are looking at it differently. Maybe he's against them or whatever. This may have been orchestrated from the party and everything. Look at today. Buhari is with them. I'm not saying he's really supporting Tinubu fully, but because that's the kind of person maybe he actually wants a fair and free election. But people don't be misled about El Rufai, okay? He's playing on Nigerians, mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kulata, you're next. 1 minute.
I'm not a ranter because I don't really have anything to rant about. Well, what I'm amazed at the ability of APC distancing themselves from APC, and it looks like they're about to successfully pull it off. So if it happens, you guys are the jokers. So it's not a rant, it's just an observation. And I wish we keep the conversation to politics. All this, I want to leave Nigeria, it gets me uncomfortable.
All right. Thank you so much. That's part of the conversation, which is people being able to say whatever they have in their mind. But sometimes I feel also that if we're discussing what should we do with El Rufai or what should we do with whoever, and then the contribution is I want to leave Nigeria, it could be part of it. Anyway, Jude, you are next.
Well, I don't think anybody has the right to tell people what to think about. Elvis has gone. I've been wanting to speak regarding to what he's saying. Everything that Elvis has said is correct. You see, whether we like it or not, whether we continue to shy away from the fact that the impracticability of continuing to keep that contract called Nigeria as one is going to work or not, that is not going to change the fact. It's only a blind man that they will tell, look, your house is burning. Okay, even when it's burning, if you look well, you can even, hear it. The fact of the matter is, Nigeria is going to self-destruct itself. You see this breakage or this whatever you are running out of, and people feel aggrieved to discuss, it's going to come. It's going to face you right on your face. Okay, just mark it. Mark my word. Nigeria is going to serve all these politicians and all these supporters of these evil people. They are going to destroy Nigeria, and Nigeria will break up. There's nothing you can do about it. And when the time comes, well, make sure you cry and cry and cry.
All right, thank you, Jude. H.O., a minute.
Rufai, your lie. This your half done kunu. It not go work for us. It not go work at all. You and Tutu, now they give us half done kunu, make we take. The time when una they kill my children for toll gate, una not cry yo, una not go ask or go ask question who send the people. Una come they eat una food when I cook done. Una come they go ask or una they craze. Una carry CBN put for inside house. The money when they take pay retired people, the money when they supposed to pay workers, una carry for inside and do CBN. They can't play the joker card for now. Una icon they red, una got the waka like mumu and crazy people when not sabi their house. Esheshe pereni. They say first to do not they cry. Second to do I they red. Boo boo and Emefele. They don't play on a joker card. They gonna take.
Thank you, H.O. Just before we continue, I want to say that Emefele, and there's a story in some newspapers today about the case that DSS wanted to present against him. So if someone has information on that, details, we want to talk about that when we come back after this round. Des, you're next. You have 1 minute. Rant.
Yeah. I don't even know how to do this with 1 minute. The truth is that Nigeria is highly tribal in this generation. And if you're going to get out of that tribalism or whatever, it's not going to be anytime soon. That's just the sad truth. Our generation is encrypted with tribalism. And the people that can get it out is the Gen Zs, as they call them. And it's just sad. If all we have to do, I would say, is keep voting the right people, because Nigeria can be great. Keep voting, get your PVC, keep voting the right person. When the right person goes, vote another right person till the Gen Zs come in and make us one Nigeria. It's just a simple truth for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Not by power. You are next. 1 minute. Go ahead. Unmute yourself. Not by power. You don't know. You couldn't.
Sorry. I hope I can get more than a minute, because you guys have been talking since 3 p.m. Nigerian time.
Are you in Nigeria?
No, I'm in the UK.
Okay.
But I saw the notification that it's starting about 3 p.m. Earlier in the day. That's probably 4 p.m. Nigerian time. Anyway, what I want to say something about El Rufai. I think he's fighting a war on several fronts. He's fighting a war in the APC. He needs to keep it loyal to Tinubu, because Tinubu has been trying to get him to be a very integral part of his campaign, and also keep it loyal with the cabal who are surrounding Buhari. So it's probably a Trojan horse they're using to keep Tinubu honest, to say that we are still with you, but then it's really not Buhari. It's some cabal around him that he's not going to mention, that he would like to mention them after the election. That's one front that he's fighting at. And then this thing called obedience popped up from somewhere that nobody saw. It would have been a straight shootout between PDP and APC. We look after Tinubu with our intrigues, and then give it to Atiku, and then power remains in the north. But the obedient thing has thrown the cat among the pigeons. In June last year, El Rufai's son did say something that, when the Obi phenomena was rising, and Obi just left PDP and joined Labour Party, and he was gathering a little bit of steam, you know. And El Rufai's son said that if Obi ever wins the presidency, he's going to climb the Zuma rock and declare that he is a goat, you know. So is a family. There's a bit of family pride at stake there. So he needs to throw as much muck at Obi as possible to derail him. And of course, he has no stats to back up the fact that Obi is polling 1% in Sokoto. That's a lie. He has no stats to back up that he's polling 2% in Katsina, and that he can't win. Well, if he can't win, then why are we having an election? Why is he going around trying to campaign? So he's playing politics. He can't pull a wool on our eyes. People who are obedient are still going to be obedient anyways, whether he wins or loses. We're not trying to vote for Obi because we think he's going to win. We're voting for him because we hope he's going to win. Nobody knows who is going to win, but I think Obi has a chance of winning as well as losing. You know, if INEC plays the old hand, then the election may not be free and fair. But if it's free and fair, I think Obi stands as good a chance as anyone else. Leading in the polls as well, I think he can win. He's the front runner. If all the polls, independent polls that's happened so far are correct, then yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave it at that for now.
Yeah, thank you. For now, you can when we come back. Dozie, you're next.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Doctor. The issue of El Rufai.
No, we are ranting now, Dozie, so you can rant on anything. We can go back to other topics. Yeah.
The issue of I'm going to talk about the issue of El Rufai and the issue of politics in general. The El Rufai issue is that the reason why APC is complaining is because there is a game going on inside APC, and that game is between the Tinubu campaign group and APC Villa members. There's a game between them. Because of the game Tinubu played in terms of, he has so much money, so he had to bribe his way, because I believe that's what he did. It's confirmed from some of the, his fellow APC members. So he got the ticket for APC. Now he made some statements, and so many of them were not happy about it. And most of these people in the villa, some of them there contested with Tinubu on the same APC primaries. But because Tinubu had much money more than them, he had to, he took over.
Does it hold on? I don't normally do this, but just to correct something, you said most of the people in the villa contested against Tinubu. Who are the people other than the vice president?
Yes, the vice president contested.
Yeah, but
there were people Yes, so many of them bought tickets. I've forgotten some of them. Some of them didn't even, make it at all. When they were doing screening.
Mm. And they were in the villa. You said those
yes.
are in the...
Yes, okay. Of course, they are workers. They are working.
Okay.
El Rufai is part of the government.
Mm.
For him to make that statement, which means he knows he knows exactly what's going on.
Mm.
They knew these people. We see we are different from them. They knew each other. They knew how they play their games.
Mm.
So for El Rufai to come up to reveal such thing, that for you to know, he said he's not gonna mention their names. That means he knows those people. So in this game now, look at it. In terms of the changing of the currency and all that stuff, look at how long they waited. 3 months to the election. They came up, they want to change Naira. You know why? Because so many political parties there planned, their own intention was that they're going to use their money to bribe, the people. so that they pay to buy the votes. Yeah. At the end of the day, the CBN changed the currency, which means all these people that dumped the old cash, they must return it back to the bank. Now they have returned it. After returning it, CBN came up with another policy that you cannot withdraw more than 5 million or something, which means this money these people returned, they don't have access of taking it back. That's why so many of them are crying over it. Now again, what I'm if you permit me, if you permit me again, one thing I always say here, we talk about politics, we talk about everything, and every day in the whole world, no black nation is doing well. We need to, you know, we need to identify, not even identify, re-identify ourselves. One, our educational system needs to be reformed. It is very, very important. That is the reason why we are practicing the things we don't know. Look at the politics. If we people, for example, Nigeria, if we are really, really smart enough, the people we're supposed to follow their political system, we're supposed to learn from are the people that colonized us. But look at how decent their own politics is, and look at our own politics. That means we don't know what we are doing. We don't really know what we are doing. Because of what? We don't ask questions when things are being presented to us. This politics of a thing, we're supposed to ask ourselves, this politics, is it the politics of black people? Is it the politics of white people? What are we going to benefit out of it? How are we going to practice it for it to be suitable for us as black people? Because we did not ask these critical questions. That is the reason why we misunderstood the whole sentence, everything about politics. That's why we're struggling today. And nothing will change until we change this mindset. Until we change it, we need to re-educate ourselves as black people. Every part of the world, the most poorest part of every part of the world, are the black area. That means we are mentally ill. I'm very sorry to say it. That's my conclusion now.
Jose, thank you. Hopefully, after the election, we'll have time to talk about wider issues like the state of the black world. And I don't know about mentally ill. I'm not mentally ill, but and I don't think I would say that black people are mentally ill. You know. All right, but thank you. Adewale, you're next.
Okay. For those who are in North America, especially United States, FAA, Federal Aviation Authority, already grounded all the aircraft, so you can't fly if you have a family trying to travel from one state to another, even international flight.
You mean today? Now?
Right now. Newsflash.
Wow, I've been here.
Wait,
is our cousins
what did you say, Diwali? Sorry, say that again. I'm sorry.
What happened? Is the China? China is, they made an incursion into the American space.
The balloon.
Yeah. So
it's still coming towards us.
Oh, they grounded all the aircraft. I mean, I was watching the Secretary of State this morning, addressing the press about that. He's supposed to travel to, I think, Hong Kong, and he suspended. China, sorry, and he suspended the trip. So, and that becomes a diplomatic war between them now. So, it's a big deal.
Hold on, but something else must have happened. Why they had to?
They knew the balloon was what you call a spy mechanism. Mm-hmm. The excuse of the China was that it was a mistake. I was not supposed to go to the American airspace, but it's a lie. They knew that it was a spy balloon, because it was ordinary people that saw it in their backyard. I was like, what is this? And they reported to the authority, and they got hold of it. Not even the FBI or all the security operative that saw it. It was a regular people that reported it. But anyway, that is just for the system that works. Now let's talk about the system that doesn't work. Let's talk about our own. In twofold, my rant is not really a rant. I disagree with Kulata's submission about the conspiracy going on in the APC. I don't think the Tinubu campaign is trying to distance itself. He found himself entangled with the current administration, and there's no way they can entangle it. So they knew that they found themselves in the middle. So they're trying to manage it. But I think what being said...
Dewale, sorry, what's the difference between manage and distance?
Well, let me put it this way. You know, people already know, because I wanted to ask the question now. Nigerians are being used. Number one, you welcome the CBN directive, but at the same time, you are the one bearing the pain. You don't have cash, right? So, and you can't transact. So now you are suffering on one hand. At the same time, you are saying, oh, thank God, CBN put this thing in place. So you have to choose one. So now going by your question, they're trying to manage the way they would bring the administration into the campaign. But not necessarily. I believe what is happening in APC, the outburst in Abeokuta, has to do with Vice President Oshibajo. He had been in other states. He did not mention it. It was when he traveled to Abeokuta. Remember the first time that he went to Abeokuta, he made speech that's related to this. And that was when he was begging the delegate, right, to vote for him. So it is now that he traveled to Abeokuta that is trying to put the government of the day on the blast, on the spot, so that the people can see. Now, when I go online, I was going on some, celebrities and some other, including your own, Dr. Rudolph, just to see how people react to this. You could see the compilation of destructions, protests here and there as a result of the shortages of the cash. But then the person that put it on the spot, that spoke about it, he wasn't given the credit because they believe the directive is to affect his campaign. So now you look at it this way. It is, of course, obvious that the CBN directive is for a purpose and is serving the purpose. Now, who is bearing that pain in Nigeria as of now? The masses, the people that is supposed to serve in the first place. However, I want to believe Nigeria has to choose. That is why majority of us Nigerians were hypocrites. Hypocrite. We are beclouded by sentiment, by tribal sentiments, because of our alignment, because this person belongs to our tribe, or this is. If you call back home, I posted on the comment section, Dr. Damage, and I said, please take a poll. How many of us in the studio right now are currently in Nigeria, that are residing in Nigeria, as of right now, that in this studio? I'm not sure about the people in the comment section. How many? We're in our comfort zone. The people that are bearing the pain back home, that are involved, that are deep neck in the whatever the CBN directive is, they are the ones suffering it. We didn't attack that because we didn't want to speak up. The same thing with the other political parties. They don't want to speak up because they benefit from the fallback from it, because they know that if it doesn't favor the APC, it will favor PDP, or it will favor CPP or whatever, NPP, and then Labour Party. So that is my rant. We are hypocrite. We don't want to speak the truth, even though it will hurt them, but it's hurting us the most, the people back home. Now they don't have enough cash to transact business. We're not talking about that. I'll speak for that when the rant is over with.
All right, thank you. Just to point out, they were like, I don't think that they grounded flights in America. All my news sources, nobody's carrying.
I saw it on the news, CNN though.
CNN, TV.
Yes. Yeah.
Not the old one.
Okay, I'm going back to it right now.
Yeah,
I'm watching.
Try to confirm, please. I couldn't see it anywhere. But anyway, Samuel, you're next. Samuel, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead.
During NSAS protests, I was following the event, the trend. Meanwhile, give me a little time because I've been trying to come on since. But of course, I like to respect time, so I will keep to it. I've been following the event, the trend, and I said to a friend, if I know Nigeria, the military will scuttle these protests, and there is nothing anybody can do about it because Nigerians are truly not ready. I said, I love the protests because this is the first time that we are sincerely on the pathway to truly being free. The kind of complexity in Nigeria requires some kind of, revolution to bring about the freedom that we eventually enjoy. If it is by ballot, I will sit back and really, really watch us. I mean, how can it be by ballot when the selection process is a mess? How can you ask 200 and something million intelligent people to vote over people that the selection process is just a joke? You select the worst of us and you ask the best of us to vote for them. How can ballot cut it? But anyway, let's believe in ballots, not a problem. I said the kind of complexity in Nigeria requires some form of revolution for us to enjoy true freedom and peace. And NSAS looked like it. But if I know Nigeria, they will scuttle this, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. A week after I said that or so, the military came in. Nigerian youth sat on the floor, flag, not even the white clothes. They raised up the flag. I mean, I want to believe that the flag is stronger than somebody raising a white cloth demanding for peace. They raised up a whole flag of a nation, but they were still shot at. Insanity. And I thought that should have provoked the whole world to anger, but nothing happened. True to my prediction, it was scuttled. So, Dr. Damages, I will keep my thoughts that simple. There's a lot I really need to say along this line, but you gave us 1 minute, and I'm going to keep it at 1 minute because the big question I really would want to address is, what is the solution to the Nigerian problem? Sentiment aside, emotion aside, we are all intelligent people. How can we intellectually interrogate the Nigerian situation and bring about solution? Because there are things under the bridge that is working against us. And no matter how we speak and debate over these fools, I'm sorry. I mean, I might be better than HO. HO, you can see the anger in that woman's voice. I said I want to belong to the WhatsApp group HO belongs to. The anger in that woman's voice is very justifiable. But we come here every day and debate these evil men. We smart people living all over the world, helping America, helping Europe, helping other continents of the world to get better. We are debating idiots, brutal men, bloodsuckers, as though that's our destiny. We really need to discover what our destiny is. We really need to talk. And it's over to you, Dr. Damages.
All right.
Samuel, I go leave my number.
Dr. Damages, real quick.
Connect, Pikin. We did together.
All right. There was one more say. Yeah.
Real quick, you are right. It was only for the not the Carolinas. It was actually for the 3 airport. You are right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Splendor, you're next. Unmute yourself, Splendor. We can't hear you. No, we still can't hear you.
Sam, I don't put my number for back office for you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Allow me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. This is my first time of joining your program anyway.
Thank you so much.
I've listened to quite a number of people here. Their submission is quite very, very fantastic. But I think there are issues that we're actually missing here. Although 1 minute will not be enough for me to actually diagnose these issues. But the first thing is, let me refer to one man. He was just too academic about Nigerian politics. That's not what Nigerian politics is. He's just too academic, speaking BB grammar. Nigerian politicians don't speak grammar, right? They don't speak grammar. They are very rude and crude, and crooked as well. So to the issue of El Rufai is a man who is fighting for, is hanging around his neck. He has terrorism allegations around hanging around his neck. He has banditry financing hanging around his neck. He has so many murder cases in Kaduna, especially in Southern Kaduna and Zaria, hanging around his neck. So he's just fighting to see where a place where we can have a little bit of solace. That is one. Then somebody spoke about ethnicism in Tinubu stuff. Yes, of course, Tinubu from the beginning wanted to drag in the Southwest into his political ambition, and at the end he failed. Because I'm an Edo man. Being an Edo man, I have some level of rights to say what I want to say. The Yoruba people are not foolish people. They are not foolish people. They are not people you can bandit around. Yeah, they've made the mistake in 2015. They are not willing to repeat that mistake now. Because of history may not be fair to them. That is one. Then two, the Igbos too. I'm an in-law to the Igbos. So being that, I'm a stakeholder in Igbo land. But there is one thing I have found out among the Igbos, which is a little bit very disturbing to me. Of course, that culture has helped them to develop individually. Fine, I put it on the chat before. That culture has helped them a lot to develop individually. But notwithstanding, that culture needs to be reviewed to see how they can bring it some element of consensus when it comes to politics. That is the instrument the political gladiators from other regions are using against the Igbo people. They need to quickly work on that and see how they can imbibe that spirit of consensus in order to actually have a say in the political arrangement as it is in Nigeria today. Then on the issue of Obi, I don't want to go far too much, but there are certain things that are not quite very open to the public. I happen to be a little bit inside the Obi's campaign. Yes, because we all started this obedient thing. You see, where Nigeria is today, Nigeria is almost at the precipice. That is where Nigeria is today. The kingmakers in Nigeria have sat down to discuss Nigeria. Whatever support you see that Obi is receiving is based on security reports about the existence of Nigeria. Sir, take it from me, write it down. Any support coming from the south for Obi, any support coming from the north for Obi, any support coming from anywhere, it is based on security reports about Nigeria. Remember, there was a poll conducted by, I've forgotten that institution. That poll gave Tinubu an upper hand in the 2023 election. He said Tinubu may likely win the election, but there was a caveat. The caveat was, if Tinubu wins this election, there is going to be social unrest. So what that poll was actually telling Nigeria was that do not vote for Tinubu. Then two, if Atiku happens to become the next president, that will be the end of Nigeria. See, I'm not a prophet of doom, but I'm just telling you what is likable. That is the truth. So the only remedy, the kingmakers, those people who have a stake in Nigeria, the only remedy they have to protect their interests is Obi. Okay, write it down. That is the only thing. Obi is like a cord that binds the south, the north, and the east. And if you have taken your time to read Obasanjo's letter he wrote on January 1st, you will see how Obasanjo atomized some issues that are very, very germane. But because we just flip the pages of books, we don't read in between the lines, we are not able to actually digest what Obasanjo was saying. So that is the issue with Nigeria today. Nigeria is at the verge of collapse. Nigeria is at the precipice. Any wrong button, any wrong knob you press now, that country will just go pem, and that is it. If you were sitting on a keg of gunpowder, it would have been better. We are sitting on a keg of atomic weapon, and it can explode at any given time as I'm talking to you today. That is why you see the struggle in Aso Rock. You see the struggle in some quarters in the north. Yeah, of course. Buhari wanted, what's this guy? This guy from Rivers State, Amechi and Lawan. That was his own choice. Amechi was what Buhari wanted. But Tinubu was able to outsmart them through the instrument of $2 million US given to 14 northern APC governor. Sir, my name is Omera Kingsley Splendor. Quote me, I said it. He paid each governor $2 million US. That was how Tinubu bought that primaries.
Is that not too small?
No, it's not too small because you are looking at it from too small. He gave them above $2 billion.
That's so now making, sorry, my dear. Now one vote into power. Making not first of all use 8 years. Take collect.
So the damages. I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm telling you now. I know what I'm telling you now.
You that is correct, my picking now we not sabi.
Do you understand? As I'm talking to you right now, I was analyzing something to somebody who just called me, who was aspiring to become a governor in my. You understand? I said, look, Obi already has 11 states to his credit account, and that is the fact. Obi has
sorry to cut you short, brother. Doctor,
to his credit,
he has answered my question,
and that is the fact.
He has answered my question about people in the villa I mentioned. Now, some of them contested with Tinubu on the primary. Amechi is one of them.
Okay, I just what I didn't understand. When I was questioning, it wasn't that I didn't understand if you count Amechi as someone in the villa. I didn't see Amechi as someone in the villa.
Amechi the villa might not be minister before.
He has upper hand. He has upper hand.
Amechi is very close to Buhari.
Yeah, of course, he has upper hand there.
Of course. Of course.
He has upper hand.
Before I end my segment, I'm begging guys, whether they are in the diaspora, whether they are at home, please, your Republican nature is very, very good. Your free nature is very, very fantastic. But please, imbibe the spirit of consensusship so that at any critical time in your political journey, you'll be able to stand and speak with one voice. That is what the Northerners, that is the edge they have over us. We Southerners, we claim that we are very, very educated. Of course, we are not. We pass through school. School sometimes do not pass through us. We claim that we are very, very educated, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty of how we can develop, we are not to be found. And I want to sound this one in two. There are fundamental issues that have bedeviled Nigeria. But the people who have really enforced this fundamental issue are the Yorubas and the Igbos. They are the major problem we are having in Nigeria. Because I cannot find the reason why an Igbo man and a Yoruba man who are contributing, you understand, I cannot even quantify their contribution to global development. They cannot see that to say, okay, this is the direction they want Nigeria to go. I can't find, there is no place I've ever been to in the Western world that I don't see a Yoruba man or Igbo man doing extremely well. Go to the universities in the whole of the UK. You see the Yoruba man, the Igbo man, you understand? Having headway, making headways. Do you understand? When it comes to facing Nigeria, they will now remember that one is Igbo, one is Yoruba, one is Awolowo, one is Nnamdi Azikiwe. We are tired of that. Me, I'm a minority of the minority. Even me, technically, I'm stateless. I'm stateless. Technically, I'm stateless because the configuration of Nigeria is the majority and minority. In other words, the minority will never have their way. So by that configuration, I am stateless. And that is what pushed me out of Nigeria, understanding that, look, I am stateless in Nigeria. I am stateless. So please, the Igbos and the Yoruba, please, you people should come together. I am begging you for the sake of our children, for the sake of generations to come. Please, Unadi Azikiwel is dead. Awolowo is dead. We are alive. We cannot be taking our matter. They are both dead. They are not more. They are not more with us. Please.
All right.
Please.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Rudolph, can I interject?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Right to reply.
Okay, go ahead. But after that, let us speak, and then we take a break. When we come back,
I think that's what Splendor said. I think you've said something very important, but that's also one of the fundamental misunderstandings Nigerians have about the Igbo person. I'm not saying this because I'm an Igbo, but I'm saying it because I'm an insider in the Igbo community. One difference we have between the Igbos and the Northerners is that it's not like the Northerners speak with one voice. No, but they have a few elites that control, that wield an iron will over the minority, that haven't got much say, that get told what to do and they do it. I mean, you're going to change the DNA of the Igbo and the culture for maybe somebody to rise up and say something that is against our own interest, and we follow that person. The only reason why the majority of Igbos are following Obi today is because we see in him a star. If it's somebody like Rochas Okorocha, no way. I will vote Akinwumi Adesina without even with my eyes closed before I vote Rochas. Or somebody like Oju Zokalo. It's not gonna happen. I mean, you're gonna kill everybody. You're gonna kill us to get us to vote for somebody like that. So if Nigeria provides us an alternative, a very good alternative. Okay, the Igbos consistently voted PDP because the opposition never provided any viable alternative, regardless of who is on the ballots. So again, this issue of Igbos not speaking with one voice, let me just say, we do speak with one voice on issues that are very important to us. And we're going to vote for whoever we think is the best candidate, not because he's going to do something because Igbos are spread all over the country. If the North is good and the West is good and the East is good, it favors Igbo man. So he's going to look at what's the best. Not really who is going to come and favor us and oppress somebody else. That's the Nigerian politics now. It's not, that's retrogressive. We're not going to do that kind of thing now. We'd rather say, okay, give us another country. Let's get out of this place. Again, that's why you see the agitations, because the thing, we're diametrically opposed to thinking of the Nigerian political.
Sorry to cut in. Sorry, Dr. Damages. Sorry to cut in. I don't want you to blow what I said out of context. Before, from the beginning, I told you I'm a little bit into the campaign of Peter Obi. Right? And I can tell you when Peter Obi started, how notable Igbo people resisted him.
They are the cabal now. They are they're not us. They don't represent us.
Hold on, sir.
This is Iran. It's not. This is Iran. Let him speak his mind.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on, sir. I can tell you how notable Igbo men who we thought
yes,
will have been. No. It's not. Let me finish, sir. Who we thought will have been the financial backbone for Peter Obi's campaign. How I'm coming, sir. Let me finish. Just as you as an Igbo man, I'm a stakeholder in Igbo land. My first son, his name is Neto Chuku. So I'm a stakeholder. Whatever concerns the Igbo people concerns me. Do you understand? We are on the same trajectory. We are in the same basket, right? Notable Igbo men who felt that, because most of the governors, most people who have ruled in Igbo land, they have their allegiance. Their allegiance is to Atiku, as I'm talking to you right now. From Ehidioha.
Of course.
Or to Ekwere Madu.
Of course.
Or to this one, Zokalo you are talking about. These are Atiku's boys.
Yeah.
Are you getting what I'm saying? I can tell you the role they played to ensuring that PDP did not give Peter Obi that ticket. Even when Obasanjo, yes, I'm telling you now, sir, quote me, my name is Omera Kingsley Splendor. I can tell you categorically how Obasanjo held a meeting with notable Igbo men, some governors, some past governors, some senators, some House of Rep members, and said, look, give this guy the support that is needed for this guy to get the PDP this thing. What do? Because they also have their own ambition. That's where I brought in consensusship. I am not bothered about your Republican nature. That is your culture. It has helped. It has helped you very, very well. He has given you the freedom that you are exercising, you are enjoying today. Nobody can bandy you around. Nobody can put you in a bottle. But fine. But notwithstanding, there are some moments in life where there is something they call healthy compromise.
Yeah, I think Splendor, you're preaching to the choir here. You see, the thing is, these people you call notable Igbo men, right?
Yes.
They are quite disconnected from the general populace because they're quite comfortable. When we say Igbo marginalization, Ekwaramadu is not marginalized. Ihedio is not marginalized. They couldn't care less because, in fact, the marginalization suits them because when any government comes out, they're going to go and cry marginalization. They give them ministerial appointments. They give them a contract and they go and sit down. So the marginalization is actually something good for them because that's their negotiating tool.
No,
you're marginalized, and they give them something.
Everybody in Nigeria is marginalized. I've just told you that I am from Edo State. My own tribe in Edo State is Esan. So I am a minority within a minority. So by the configuration of Nigeria majority minority tribes, I don't have a place. I'm technically stateless. So you can see the level of marginalization that I suffer, even more than you.
Sorry to hear that.
Everybody in Nigeria is marginalized, but this is what I'm saying.
Sorry to hear that. What I'm saying is,
but
these people
this is what I'm saying. Notwithstanding.
Sirs, please. Some of us, we need to move.
Notwithstanding the fact that yes, you are very Republican. But there are some times in life where you have to sit down and be more critical and be more futuristic and look at issues and put them in proper perspective and say, okay, fine. Today, Obi, what is working for Obi is not because he was once a governor. Let me tell you something. The one thing that is working for Obi is righteousness. That is why he's so bold to tell you that I've done the go and check. I've done the go and check. I've done this go and check. Righteousness. That is what is working for Obi today, sir. Righteousness. There is nothing magical about Obi, but one thing, righteousness. Because the Bible says, he said, righteous, the righteous shall be bold as the lion. Do you understand that, sir?
All right.
So I'm telling you, I'm preaching to my Igbo people. Please imbibe that. Thank you, sir.
We understand you. We understand you. What I'm saying is these elites.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to answer everything. That Splendor, thank you so much. Let's go to Kulata and then we'll take a break. Kulata, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Some of what my friend Splendor is saying is showing in the way Obi is polling and most likely may do in the election. Based on my own estimation, my personal estimation, no, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. He's only able to get up to 15 states to get that 25% in 15 states. And even in the internal polls APC did that El Rufai talked about, is only able to get it to 16 states. And excuse me, I have a cough. So the numbers Obi should be running in the southeast and the south is being stifled by some of these Igbo politicians that Splendor is talking about. Because they're going to deliver 25% for Atiku. Trust me, Atiku is going to get 25% in almost every state in the southeast, apart from maybe Ebonyi, because PDP is so weak in Ebonyi. But they're going to deliver it for him. And it's also one of the reasons Atiku will end up winning like close to maybe 3 states to 4 in the south. Because if your people are not for you, they're not putting their structure for you because of their own political. Every politician is selfish. Because if they give it to Obi, they stand a chance of losing their own influence too. So that altruistic part of it is not there for politics. So structurally, while Obi will win the southeast and do well in some south state and win some south state, but it wouldn't be able to do as it's supposed to be able to do. And that's really going to stifle him in this election, because in the North, he's not making a dent in the Northwest, not at all, because Northwest game is a long-term game. You have to have been playing with them, giving them money for years and years and years. You just can't come and try and convince them with rally here, rally there. It doesn't work like that in the Northwest. And in the Northeast, there's no sufficient amount of Christians that are going to make a dent. The only Christian state is Taraba. And Taraba is always heavily contested by PDP too. So the votes is going to be split in 3 ways. And when you look at the North Central, it'll do well in Plateau. It'll take Abuja. It'll almost take Benue. But that's about it. So there's we're still not in a place where, as awesome an Obi can be, as personable I can be with all this empathic behavior, there's a limit to it in the country we live in. And unfortunately, even at home, the Southeastern politicians are not giving Obi the support he needs. Let's just say the truth and let's not pretend about it. So
Kulata, you are very wrong in your calculation.
That's fine. We'll see in 2 weeks. Or
yeah, I'll respond to you, because you are looking at the Nigerian 2023 election from the perspective of the election that have taken place. There is a paradigm shift, and I will prove this to you.
Let me say one thing before you say paradigm shift. I will acknowledge the paradigm shift.
No, I'll tell you. Can you just give me?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay, sir.
I will acknowledge the paradigm shift if the turnout of this election is above 60%. Then I will know that this is going to be an Obi night. But if we're going to get less than 60% voter turnout, it's going to be politics as usual. Sorry, go ahead.
You want me to? Okay, yeah. Let me take your mind back to 2019 when Obi was the vice presidential candidate to Atiku. Do you know why Atiku scored that amount of votes? It was because of Obi.
No, where in the country are we talking
in 2019? In South, Southeast, North Central, part of Northeast, Atiku won heavily. There is no place in the Southeast, no state in the Southeast, and North Central where Atiku did not score above 55%.
Those are traditional PDP bastions. I have the record. I know the record.
I'm coming. They are not. No, that please just give me.
Splendor. Why I enjoy your intervention.
You are looking at ways of.
Splendor, hold on. While I enjoy that and your insight, because there's some things I look at when I give people more time. It's not that I don't know that some people don't have enough time, but if somebody's coming here with something, new information, something that we've not had an insight, I do allow them to speak more than other people. But also we can't ignore people entirely. There are people like the Promise. I see you, and he hasn't said anything. He's been here for a while waiting for you to finish. So round up. Jude, you've been here since morning. I've been hearing you. Let me. All right, go ahead. Splendor, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So, Kulata, please. Your calculations are very, very wrong. Your calculations are very, very wrong. There are certain things that are ongoing that I'm not privileged to share publicly, right? That the public should not be a privy to. But let me hang in there. Let us wait and see what is going to happen. What Obi needs, Obi already has 11 states to his credit. What he needs is just 13 states, 25%, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Splendor. And I'm saying Obi's 25% spread has a peak, in my opinion. I'm not saying this is a fact. My opinion, of 15 states.
All right. Thank you. The Promise, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. David. Good to be here. It's my first time on the show.
I know.
Although I've always followed you from time.
By next month, we'll compose a music we'll play for people like you when you come.
It's a privilege to be here. And thank you, everyone, all the panelists here. HU especially, I applaud you. Right. what I want to say is that, in my own opinion, is the fact that I feel that 2023, just like Stella said, is going to turn out differently. In my view, there's what we're seeing a paradigm shift in terms of voter apathy. Obviously, looking at the number of registrations going on right now, there's more people. There's been a lot of registration. More people have voted and have registered to vote. So what we're going to see in 2020, this election is going to be totally different from the norm. So it's not going to be business as usual. Obi coming into the race, obviously, like we know, it's made it a 3-horse race. So it's going to be different. So we should all be ready for a change. I think that of them all, in my own view, Obi definitely or apparently is the most credible candidate of them all. That's my view. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, The Promise. Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone. Am I on the line for me, I beg?
Ngozika is joining us from Nigeria.
I was just I'm in the village, so I'm trying to find a suitable spot. There are crowds everywhere.
Where are you, Ngozika? Where are you?
I'm in the village.
What village? In where?
I'm from Abu, from the local government.
Okay. Do you have Naira there?
That is the big issue. There is no Naira. I came home today. I came to do something today, and my grandma was complaining that she doesn't have money. I remember the last time I came on the show, I was complaining of how I took all her money and deposited it into the bank, waiting for the new Naira to come out so that I can withdraw everything and give to her. I came home today, she was lamenting that she had to cook a very funny looking soup yesterday to eat because she didn't have Naira. It was the same with the other women around. They say when they go to the POS, they cannot withdraw. The POS can deposit for you, but they cannot give you cash. Even if we come to town, when you come to town, the queue there is crazy from morning till night, unabating. You see crowd, people pushing each other and jostling. It's not a funny thing at all. It's not funny.
So nobody has come up with something new, like trade by barter, whatever they can. This is.
Well, it depends on what they need. For all their claims of not having money, they have kids, and they're in the village. They have it easier than those of us inside town. They have their farm produce to fall back on. My grandmother that is complaining, if she needs vegetable, no how where she feel no come out, where she no go see vegetable, where she go collect, do her soup. But me that lives inside town, I'll have to buy even the smallest amount of vegetable. And they have yam, they have cassava. So these are the things they fall back on. They produce oil themselves. It's just the extra expense that is a problem for them. Well, they are good. They are good.
So what are people talking about in Enugu today?
We are talking about the currency thing. Yeah, and the funny thing, I asked one of the mama them here. I told her, Ma, was it this bad? Okay, if it is this bad now, how was it during the war? She said, no, don't go there. I said, why shouldn't I go there? She said the only thing that they had during the war was killing. Yeah, every other thing, they found a way around it. I said, how? And she started explaining for me how they did trade by barter and the things. She didn't want to be specifics about the air attack and stuff like that, but generally, she told me this time around, there's a lot to contend with. That time, life was simpler. In her words, life was simpler then. So whatever they did not have, somebody else had it. And it was more of communal living. Now they had to contend with a lot of things, and it's just, I shouldn't even compare. It's not funny.
So we've been here talking about El Rufai, what he said, talking about the cabal or the people sabotaging Tinubu's campaign. Are people in Enugu or in the villages, do they care about all these things we've been talking about here?
Let them get their Naira notes first before they can talk about El Rufai. I wonder if any of them knows El Rufai. I'll be very shocked. I was telling my grandmother that an Igbo man is contesting for presidency. And she said, what's her own? If it is an Igbo man, if it is a Hausa man. She now asked me, the person that is doing this Naira stuff now, is it an Igbo person? I said, no, ma, oh, you. Said, oh, are you serious? I said, yes. Said, eh? And I told them, there's another person from there that wants to contest. She said, and people will vote for the person. I said, yes, now people vote for the person. They are campaigning. So the people that will vote for the person, are they okay? Can't they see what his brother is doing? I said, ma, it's like that too. You like this, you can also vote for. He said, no, if she doesn't vote for him, what will happen? Will they beat her? I said, no, they won't beat you. Said, she's not voting for anybody. All of them should go. They are the same.
So does she? I mean, talking about PVC, people around there, do they have PVC? Your grandma, does she have PVC?
It will shock you that most of them are more serious voters than the young ones. My grandmother just stopped voting from the last election after she fell ill. These women have every single documentation up to date from NIN. When they want to do NIN, the people in the village first get their NIN because they come to the village to register them. They have their PVCs, they have their NIN. So you don't joke with this when they have their voters card. The people that don't have it just don't want it.
Okay. So what about the campaign? When you watch the campaign from there, we watch from on YouTube and on TV stations. When you watch it from there, what do you see? What are you seeing?
Well, I think it's anybody's game at this time, especially here in Enugu. It's anybody's game. Funny enough, the person that seems to be leading in the gubernatorial campaign is not even from a popular party.
What party?
That's the funny thing. He's from APGA.
Frank.
Yes, Frank Mweke Jr. I hear his jingles everywhere. People talk about, you go to the market and people are talking about him. And I came to the village and I I'm seeing Labour Party posters and stickers and I'm seeing PDP caps. People are wearing PDP caps, so I'm confused. I don't know who they are going to vote for. If it is just a paraphernalia or I don't know. But I know I've seen so many Labour Party stickers and banners, and I've also seen PDP paraphernalia. For inside town, it is mostly after.
Okay, one last question before we continue. Do you think that people you meet, they can differentiate, like when they go in to vote for the presidency, that they can vote for one party, and then when it's time to vote for the National Assembly, they can vote for another party?
Around here, there's a way it has been done, and that is why when these two elephants brag about structure, I can't help but feel what is giving them the confidence. Because so the people in the hinterlands, and using my place as an example, using my grandmother's set, my grandmother is in her 80s, using their set as an example, they only have one slogan, Ebe Serenchangu. That is the PDP logo. So the only thing they know when to vote, they will just tell them, anywhere you see umbrella, vote there. So whether House of Assembly, they do not know these people individually. They do not know what they are, or they do not know what manifesto. There's nothing like manifesto to them. They only know symbols and logos and Ojebego. That is all they know. So when you are talking about this person has these plans for them, or this person has, they cannot relate. It's more like a herd mentality. Everybody asks what I know. So because anyway they see umbrella, they thumbprint away. So maybe if other people can get to that level of as in imbibing it into their subconscious that this is the logo to identify. They're not dealing with individuals here. They do not know the individuals. I would be very surprised if 5 out of 10 of them know the main contestants in the general elections. I'll be very surprised. What they know is party. And the most common party here is It's as much as I hate to say it.
So we might all be surprised if people are convinced, for instance, to vote for Atiku, they will vote down the line, or if they are convinced to vote for B, they will vote down the line.
It's a very huge possibility.
We may have some senators that nobody will know their names.
It's a very huge possibility. All they need to do, all these people need to tell them is, and then go and sit down. And anywhere these women or these old men see the umbrella logo, they will thumbprint. They do not need to know the people there. So this thing that you're hearing about one party using another person's photo to campaign, it does not matter here. The only difference it will make here is in the younger generation, and there's an appreciable number of young people that now live in the village because our place is quite developed. Lots of people go work in the town from the village. They shuttle to and fro. So I think the young generation will be the difference, will make the difference. But left to these old people, they do not know Adam from Eve. It is just colors and party logos for them.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ngozika. It's good to hear from the people down there, real politics, what it means. Because I always wonder about that. If people can differentiate, this is for the Senate, I will vote for the PDP, for the presidency, I will vote for APC, that kind of division and separation. All right, Jude, I give you a chance to speak and then we take a break. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's nice to know about this. So for me, what Ngozika have just said would mean that Peter Obi's camp should do, should put more efforts. Otherwise, Kulata prediction somehow, sadly, might come to pass. Because if these people doesn't know what who to vote for except just the logo, which they have already been engraved into their memory, then it's going to be sad. They will, at the end of the day, voting for the same people that have kept them in perpetual penury and in darkness, Yeah, like going back again to the situation of Nigeria, I keep saying that we have decided, or many of us have decided, to continue to run away from the stark reality that faces us, and why Nigeria, the possibility of making Nigeria one and making things work will be so far away from us is because of this situation, case of injustice that is all over the places. When it doesn't, when it's done to someone that is not from your place, it doesn't concern you. But when it's done to someone from your place, then you speak up. It is wrong. It is wrong. By the grace of God, I haven't had any of my family members kidnapped. But each time I hear that somebody is kidnapped in the north, it pains me because that is a human being that shouldn't go through all those pains. Okay? I watched yesterday, about several videos I watched on my cell phone about how people are struggling in the bank to take money, their own money, the little money they have. The little money they have, they kept in the bank. And they can't give it to them. Some people even went naked in the bank because perhaps that is the only thing they need to feed their family. And yet we will see, some of us will see this and come on the forum like this and begin to argue in support of this useless, evil incarnates like Tinubu and Abubakar articulator. That, people that should be in jail if Nigeria were to be an ideal society. Look at what is happening. And many of this money we are talking about, new notes we are talking about, do you know that most of those money have been hijacked? In fact, they even sent to some of these politicians into their houses. They don't even come to the bank. How many of you have seen politicians go to the bank? They literally get this money to them in their houses. But look at the ordinary people on the street that need this money from their day-to-day trading. They can't have access to it. Boko Haram, I can show you a video of Boko Haram with packed stack of new Naira notes. How do they get them? Look at the young ladies that were spraying money in a party. I heard that person, one of those ladies have been arrested now by EFCC. We start with This new nose spraying, and they're even marching on it. And yet, a pure water seller cannot get access to his or her money. Mineral bottle hawkers on the street cannot get access to their little money to buy the next crate of mineral to sell, make a living for the day, to buy food and eat for the day. And we are all saying this is okay. And these politicians have all hijacked this new money in collaboration, in cahoots with what Emefiole and terrorist Buhari, all of them are ganged up against the poor people in Nigeria. And many of us come here and begin to rationalize and begin to speak grammar to cover all these evil people. I don't understand. Where are we going? It's better when we talk about breaking of Nigeria, some people begin to fear. Why are we afraid of division? Why are we afraid? Because this Nigeria is not going to work. It's not going to work. We'll just keep our finger crossed. Those who say it's going to work, it's a matter of time. We are all going to see it. Because the way Nigeria is built, okay, right now, as we speak, many of these evil people, they have already galvanized around Obi, thinking that by the time Obi becomes president, Obi is going to shield them from all their evil. And everybody. At the end of the day, what are we going to get? We are going to get this man being pushed to appoint people that are still part of the old system. And what then do we have? We continue with the same story.
Yeah, Jude, thank you. Thank you so much. Let me, we have breaking news. The US has shut down the Chinese balloon. So somewhere off the coast of North Carolina. So that probably is why they closed down the air.
And right now, there is a ground stop on our airport. And this thing is
So
I have no idea what it is. It's been there stationary for about the last 35 minutes. For those of you who might think this thing is the moon, there's the thing. And whoa, there's the moon.
All right. So it's interesting, when we talk about democracy and how they practice it in other parts of the world.
Dr. David.
Do you see a country that work? Look at ordinary that they've shut it down because they believe it connotes a threat to their sovereignty and to the society. But we see in Nigeria, comparatively, people, even the same government that is ruling us, telling us the people that are coming to kill our people, they are from Niger, they are from this, they are from that. Just look at these two scenarios.
All right, Jude, thank you. Go ahead, Adewale.
Thank you. God will bless you, my pikin.
As we were just talking now, I was going through the list of the Labour Party candidates in Kaduna. His name is Ashake Jonathan. So I was wondering, how come Ashake's name is Ashake? I know it's Yoruba name, right? Or if I'm mistaken, and his deputy is Aliyu Bashir Idris. Do you think somebody with that name will win a governorship position in Kaduna State? It's no way. There's no way.
So, Adewale, let me say this. Last week, I think we had, the week before, we had Kachuku, I think last week. And I asked him about he complained about his own party, African Democratic Congress. The people down the ballot. He's the presidential candidate, and people down the ballot. And he said that the people there were just placeholders. Now, remember, in politics, I try to understand it because I didn't, and that because they are placeholders, they don't even have the resources to campaign for their, whether it's local governments or for the states or for the senatorial zone. They don't have the resources. So I think one of the things that when we look at the new parties, the young parties, the small parties, they don't have the people, and even the people who are joining, they don't have the faith that the party will, at that point, that the party will become that big. So I think the same thing probably happened in Labour Party, that nobody, the people who volunteered or who put their names up for that party, they didn't think that they were going to become a major party, and people didn't. And at that time, mainly also probably people have, they've already signed up, potential candidates have signed up. You know, if you fight your way in PDP, you don't get, you go to APC, you don't get, you go to ABGA, you go to a party you think has prominence, that you have any chance. So probably that's what's happening, you know. Anyway, I just thought about it.
I'm trying to wrap my head around that rationale about having a placeholder for, you know, for a party.
Dewale, I don't think this Ashake is the Yoruba Ashake. I'm sorry. I think it's the Gwari or something Ashake. The name sounds Yoruba, but I don't think it's Yoruba. Just wanted to correct you. It's
because of what is going on in Kaduna. I'm not sure if it is the southern Kaduna, but that's where it comes from.
It's a southern Kaduna guy. He has a Christian first name.
I was just trying to look at the. I'm sure on the day of presidential election, we also have National Assembly election as well, right? So people are going to vote up and down the ballots. And I'm trying to speak to what Madam Ngozi was talking about people in the village. While I do, while I plenty.
There will be shock, you know. If you don't know, there will be, because if you convince someone to vote for a particular candidate at the top, hoping that they will figure out how to now differentiate that person, and there are no names, no pictures, you know.
No, sorry to cut you short. That was what I was saying, that using my place as an example, there is this old set of people like my grandma who only identify party logos. But on the bright side, there is a huge and appreciable sum of young people. Those ones, I said when I came in for Xmas last year, and I was seeing Labour Party everywhere. I was like, I was not seeing the candidate. Just Labour Party, you see like 3 stickers or banner before you see the candidate beside it. So it's going to be tough. It is going to be a gradual process, but gradually, I believe we'll get to the point where we'll phase out the logo identifying voters to the people identifying voters, and it would really, really help if this. If INEC was to act on this, maybe the next electoral amendment or something, they could include pictures. Because yes, it is not possible that they do not see Peter Obi. They have kids, they have grandkids. My grandmother has me, I'm her grandchild. I'm not even her oldest grandchild. She has great grandkids. They have this information, but they don't know how to work with it. So what I'm saying is, even though we have old voters like them who identify parties and logos, we also have younger people who identify people, the contestants themselves. So it is not just now the parties having to do all the work. They can fall back if they're able to convince these younger ones. Imagine, for example, do you think after speaking to my grandmother, I didn't tell her about Labour Party and the rest? Of course I did. These people can actually be the long leg they have. The families of these older people can be the long leg. And let me add this. We're still talking about the people in the village, but there's something that is becoming very apparent inside town. It is going to be very difficult to get everyone that has their PVC to come out and vote on that day. And I'm not talking about the usual voter apathy. I am talking about security threats. There is palpable security threats. I have met a couple of people who told me point blank that they were not going to vote. Ask them why, and they will tell you that they do not want to start running for their lives while voting.
Ngozi, can I ask you a quick question?
Okay.
Ngozi, can I ask you a very quick question? I just want to put another angle of some of the things people are not seeing. A lot of people that are registered to collect their PVCs are students. The time they registered for their PVCs, there was ASU strike. There was strike, so they were home. Now they're back in school. They will not be able to go back to vote.
And some of them have exams.
And they have exams. And
there's no fuel to travel.
And there's no fuel.
And there's no
that is the thing. It's a multiple wahala.
Yes. Kulata, you just put everything in one basket and just close it.
Okay, see,
you understand? But the real life situation is not the way you are
from Enugu town to my place.
Yeah,
it's less than 30 minutes. Yeah, from inside town to my village, it's less than 30 minutes. But today, usually the transport is usually on a weekend when you come out. Now, so express go day busy, people traveling to and fro. Could you believe from Enugu town to the village, I could count the number of cars on the express. I could count them. It got to it got to a stretch for like 2 minutes. We did not pass a single car. This is Saturday weekend. It is so bad that if you want fuel, the vehicle I entered to come home, they bought pump price 440 naira. The pump price was 440 naira inside the fuel station. The car was filled up. When I dropped at where I was supposed to drop, the next car I entered, because I did not enter the car that was going directly to my place. I don't know what happened to me. Maybe I wanted to save costs. So I did not enter the direct car that would have cost more. I said, let me go half and half. I went to enter half and half. The one that dropped me off at the junction, I say, I've entered today. I did not see car. It is not that they do not want to come out. This is weekend. Anybody that knows Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway knows how busy, my village is along that Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, knows how busy it is on the weekend. I did not see. And when you now see, the charges are like 2 or 3 times the regular amount. You come out of your house. You cannot buy food because you do not have cash. You go to the ATM queue. It is terrible. There's a bank beside my house. I wake up by 6 a.m. to go and keep. There's a mammoth crowd there. I say, okay, let me go back and bath and come back. There is still a mammoth crowd there. Till the night. It is not abating. You go to the filling station, even the fuel that is scarce, you go to the filling station to buy it. You do not have money. And around here in the village, some of them are becoming panicky. They are beginning to reject the old note. Somebody was telling me this evening that POS operators, most of the time, they now have a limit. Oh, we'll give you 5,000, we'll give you 3,000. One of my brothers was telling me that if he wants to collect money these days, he times them. He knows the time the girl used to go and come back when she used to go and collect money. He will wait for her. Like 5 minutes after she gets back, he will be the first person in her shop. That is how we will manage to collect 3,000. And let me also say this: to collect money from POS, even if you see money in POS and collect, it is double wahala for their body. I was still crying that I collected 10,000, 2,000 naira for 10,000. That was in Onisha. I came back to Enugu and somebody was telling me yesterday that he withdrew 10,000 naira from the POS and the charges was 3,000 naira. To withdraw 10,000 naira, he had to pay 3,000 naira to withdraw 10,000 naira. And you will say, okay, why doesn't he go to the bank? Go to the bank and sleep there. You won't get shishi. Go to the ATM, you will sleep there. You won't get shishi. The markets are just, it's as if people ran away from the market. You will see things, but you'll be able to buy them. So okay. It's just more than people being scared to come out. There's a lot of factors. And even if they are pushed by all these things to come out, I'll keep saying this, the insecurity is a real thing. And that is why I'm particularly annoyed at that man's statement, that INEC reg. I am very annoyed at his statement. He said Igbo people left Southeast to come to Lagos because of insecurity. Look at him talking. The man is from Ekiti State. I learned he's from Ekiti State. What is he doing in Lagos State as INEC reg? Why doesn't he go to Ekiti? Doesn't he realize he's also a migrant to Lagos? So these are all these. I'm scared.
Ignore such.
I am just. Bottom line is, if we are not careful, if these things are not looked into, And I mean by these things, I mean both security, both fuel and cash. This whole thing, if they are not properly sorted out before 25th, you are going to have low voter turnout. A person will go come queue for PVC, go come queue to vote.
Thank you.
So
Thank
that
you
is
so
just
much.
what I'm
Thank you
saying.
so much, Ngozika. This is what we know. I think they will find solution to the basic things like money, like PVC. You know, there will be a solution. Even if there is none, people will give up and know they won't vote. But the one that is of concern, I think, is the students. If the student situation is what we know, it would most likely most schools may not change their schedule to accommodate that. Then who is the cabal? Who are they after?
Can I explain quickly because I'm going to leave?
Cabal. You know, now we, the oppressor, not the day after.
No.
Wait. You see that the students.
Wait.
The student matter.
No.
It's a calculated thing.
Just answer if you can answer this.
I go answer.
There is no cabal anywhere.
The students.
There is no cabal anywhere. You see this thing the APC is doing. You see this thing the APC is doing. They're just trying to play good cop and bad cop.
Now inside them, now they get the cabal
and bad cop. Excuse me, Mama, I hate you. I salute. I mean, buy this for small. Buy small, man. See this whole sudden wake up of cabal and no cabal. No, now we have come too far for this kind of shenanigans. Suddenly, few days to the election, they are trying to do. No, we are the good guys. We are not Buhari people. It is not our fault that all these things are happening. No, now it will not go. It will not fly. It is them. This is not a conspiracy theory. It is just logic that the APC, the current APC campaigning, and by the current APC, I mean the Tinubu faction that is campaigning now, want to disassociate themselves from the failures and the anger the Nigerian public have towards the APC administration. And the only way to do it is to play good cop, bad cop. It is not we that are doing it too. It is some people that are doing it. It is these people from this other side. They are trying to sabotage us. It will not work. It is the APC. There is no cabal anywhere. It is APC on. There is no APC on APC. There's no cabal anywhere.
The truth.
Hold on, hold on. Ngozika, so when you say that, how did they pull it off? Are you saying that Tinubu arranged for there to be shortage of currency? Are you saying that he arranged for the shortage of fuel? How did he pull it off?
I am saying that he is using the situation, the unfortunate situation, to create the impression that they are not to be blamed and they won't do work. Because people were going with the narrative of Shebi is the same APC people who want us to vote. This is what APC is doing to us. See what APC is doing to us, and you still want us to do. So they had to come up with a strategy to say, no, it is not our own APC. It is these people's APC. It is just a strategy that arose from an unfortunate situation. That is the way I see it.
All right, thank you. So we go sequentially. Now, hold on. I'll go to Adewale, then Kolata. I think Kolata called your name to speak before. Adewale speak, and then H.O. Kolata and Splendor.
Okay, if you look at the confusions, who tend to gain more from it? APC will lose because the incumbent belongs to APC. Let's try to pretend as if Tinubu's campaign is not attacking the incumbent. Let's just pretend. He tend to lose because people, regardless, they're going to vote for his party. They will vote out his party, right? PDP tend to gain more. And that is the reason why they are not speaking to what is happening in Nigeria. Somebody said earlier, PDP gained because the confusion that is happening, whose party are they mentioning? APC. Now, if you look at it, Emefiele is a residue of PDP. PDP administration appointed him, right? And the current administration carried him over because the position he was holding is a non-political, non-partisan. Now, after he's fallen into the political arena, He failed, and it's coming back. And that's why I said last week, Dr. Damages, if Tinubu wins the election, Emefiele is going to jail. That's a sure banker. If Atiku wins, it depends on how he negotiates his way out. If Peter Obi wins, nobody cares because he's going to benefit from it anyway. Now, what is happening is a way of orchestrating unrest in the country so that alone will prompt the power that be to say, you know what, this is the direction we are going to go. And APC, we have the incumbent, the outgoing administration that have nothing to lose. And you have the people that belong to Tinubu's group that are saying, look, just like Mr. Mungosi said, we don't have a hand in it. So what is going on is just between Emefiele and his advisor in the presidency and Buhari himself. Now, the PDP make a public press release and say, why is APC attacking Emefiele? If you look at what happens, there's no country that changes currency within 3 weeks. 3 months. It doesn't happen. It doesn't work. So that's why I said the group that tends to benefit more from this is PDP, not APC. Because number one, if you look at what is happening, I listened to Kulata last night on the One Man. The momentum is shifting on his side, and is trying to build that trust now, so that the electorate will be sympathetic to his candidacy, while the APC is shooting itself in the foot and decided to vote for PDP. I think the PDP gaining more, they benefit more for what is happening. But the Nigerians are being used, and they can't read between the lines. They are being used. It's high time they start looking inward and see what is happening to them. If you're really serious in voting these two parties out, then look inward and do something about it.
All right. Thank you, Adewale. Echo.
The thing be say, Tutu, he lied to us. In the beginning of his campaign, he said he go follow the full step of Boo Boo. He said he go start from where Boo Boo stop. So how come of a sudden he can't tell us say in with Boo Boo not there again? No, Boo Boo get kaba when he want frustrate him. Now strategy to continue to lie to us. Tutu, we know your secret. You are a bloody liar. You don't have good agenda for Nigeria. You want to continue to make, and if you enter, you go expand your looting in Lagos into the 33 states. Then you go begin to control them and remote them like robot as you do for Lagos State. It not go work for you. Laila, Asheli, Konishele. You see, they not say you they carry pull your van all about. The northern and the dance follow you to collect some of those bullion van. And those went there for east, north, south. When they do kelebe for you, now your money they won't help you soak dry. And I like them all. Make una if una not try to for this election. Now be say all of na mumu. Try to that money when he collect not be your. Now our money when they collect for Lagos State. If not, how you go be say 9 children, 9 they in charge of big board. They not let my children to fly their flyer. Only in Lagos State they can do that because Tutu is there in charge. Tutu, you are not going to rule us, so because hand they shake, leg they shake. Go and sit down. You can never get to power. Your time is up.
All right, Echo, thank you. I just wanted to point out that sometimes we have foreigners who watch. So when you say Tutu, Boo Boo, they might be wondering who are we talking about. But
na Tinubu, Boo Boo, na Buhari.
All right, thank you. Kolata, you're next.
Okay, so Adewale is onto something. Adewale is right, but we need to understand the genesis of this. Let me just call the names. Let me just start dropping names. The likes of Mamandara, and there's a guy called Tunde Kastina. He comes from Katsina State. Tunde something. He was named after Tunde Diagmo. It's not Yoruba by any stretch. they want continuity. One man explained something along those lines. So during the primaries, they used Amechi and Oshibajo to try and get that guy from the Senate president as president. They tried to use Lawan. They tried to use Oshibajo to steal Yoruba votes from Tinubu. That's why Tinubu went to go and shout on Dapo Abiodun, because they were trying to use Dapo Abiodun to do that. That was the Emelokon speech. And they tried to use Amechi to cover South and Eastern votes to make way for Lawan. But the Northern governors spoiled their moves. So those same guys, those are the guys that Aisha Buhari was crying about. You remember one issue that Aisha Buhari and Mamandara's, I don't know, is it daughter or nephew or something, that they were fighting in Nassau Rock. And then Aisha Buhari had to leave to Dubai. So Mamandara is a very powerful guy. He's Buhari's nephew. He has a lot of influence over the president. And Buhari is kind of like a leader that is not a very decisive person. He's very aloof. Is the last person Buhari listens to. That's the decision he's going to take. So that guy is always with him. So Buhari had done this same currency move. He did it in 1984. And I think they told him that this will be something that will be good for you. I mean, there are many benefits. Every country should change their currency every 10 years. That's standard CBN stuff. But you don't do it in 3 months. It's impossible to do in 3 months in a Nigeria with no infrastructure, with nothing. So the timing is right to favor Atiku, because I will say round 1, Tinubu beat the cabal from the primaries. So this is round 2. This currency thing is aggressively timed, and it will create hurt. It will create pain. And if it creates pain, Atiku stands to benefit, because if Peter Obi supporters come out and vote, it does not favor Atiku, right? There's a maths in this thing. Peter Obi being successful, Atiku is messed up. If Peter Obi's support is weak, Atiku will become the next president. It's just the maths. There's nothing more. So with what they're doing now, when Tinubu ran their own internal poll, that they saw that Atiku was gaining strength, especially in the North, and Atiku is playing this Naka, I can't pronounce the Northern thing, meaning Northerners vote for your own. That's what Atiku's agenda has been in the North. And Tinubu also had some blunders when he tried to say some Islamic stuff, and he said nonsense about it. So the Northerners started looking at the Muslim ticket as a fake Muslim ticket. So they started reconsidering Atiku. Then with the pressure coming from this so-called cabal using Emefiele, they're using Emefiele. Emefiele is a tool. Emefiele makes all of them money, because if you want to make money in this country, just be connected to CBN. They'll be giving you $1. You just go and sell it in the market. That's all you do. So Emefiele is the tool for this so-called cabal. And I think they're comfortable working with an Atiku rather than a Tinubu or a Peter Obi. So what they're doing right now is hurting. Buhari thinks he's doing the right thing because the policy is indeed correct policy. But there's no way you can implement this policy in 3 months. No country does it. They do it in 1 year, 2 years. Like, you don't just change your currency overnight. So Atiku is banking on this. Now, it's a political game, so please don't put emotions to this thing. It's all a game. APC has now seen that, okay, Atiku came out to support that. When Tinubu shouted in Abeokuta the last time, Atiku too came out and said, yeah, they should give them some breathing room. Emefiele now extended by 1 week. Now, APC realized that, okay, it's better to make Emefiele the boogeyman and tie Emefiele with Atiku and the cabal. So that is where you now get the APC versus APC game currently going on. Because now you can see that, as I said something earlier in the show, and now I've seen some news come out. Arewa Youth Council is now coming out to say any presidential candidate, they called out Atiku in specific, supporting the suffering of Nigerians is against Nigeria. So they're saying now it's more like if you support this currency policy, you're against Nigeria. So APC is successfully turning it around to just make Emefiele the boogeyman, Emefiele and the so-called cabals the boogeyman. And that's how they're trying to get away from it. So it's all politics. So you will see some action. Buhari will be forced to extend this thing again. And they will be forced to get petrol out before the elections. Because if there's even no petrol, there is a threat to the elections. We may even not have elections because logistically you won't be able to move people around. So expect some things to happen because Buhari is weak. The people around him use his weakness. So there are many decisions that Buhari is not even aware of. They just say, that's what the president said. So Atiku thinks he's going to gain, but now APC is now spinning it against him. So even Wike has come out today to say that any candidate supporting this currency policy. So they've turned it around into the currency policy is now bad. And Emefiele is the one is being used by the cabal. So Oshibajo, that was neutral, now today has come out to be against the implementation of the currency policy. So you see the politics, they're gradually shifting it around. Atiku stands to benefit, but now they want to turn it on its head to say Atiku is supporting policies that are making Nigerians suffer. And indeed, Nigerians are suffering. Like, why won't I be able to go to my bank and collect my money? So that's the politics, and it's playing out rapidly now. They're shifting the momentum to now blame Atiku for this mess. So just watch the politics. I mean, I'm not a voter, so I can enjoy it from the distance. But that's what's going on.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kalata. Splendor, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I wanted to react to what Kulata has said. When you talk about APC did their own poll, you see, for any poll to be valid, we need to know the methodology that was used for that poll. For any poll, especially when it comes to voting poll, election poll, we need to know that methodology, because we've seen a lot of polls, like the one by this this guy, this data man that worked with Peter said Atado. You could see the trajectory of the polls they be conducting. First of all, they have a baseline. So that baseline form, you understand, the methodology on which they will now conduct, consequent polls. So we can see the trend. That is one. Then two, what I want to tell you, take this thing, take it, please write it down somewhere. You see, in the beginning of the Electoral Reform Act, Buhari and the APC government were not willing to sign that Electoral Act. They were not willing. There was nothing anybody, there was no agitation, there was nothing any NGO can do, there was nothing any subgroup can do in Nigeria that would have made Buhari to append his signature to that Electoral Act until US called him and warned him. Sir, take my word. Most of you here, you are in the US, you can search for it. Until US called him and warned him, you need to sign this Electoral Act. And that Electoral Act was signed. That is one. The chaos you are seeing in Nigeria today has actually been orchestrated by PDP. PDP article is behind everything you see that Nigerians are going through presently. It's article. Let nobody tell you otherwise. It's article. Because one, there are some certain elements in the North who believe that power must remain in the North. And they are using some certain elements in the South, to achieve their aim. And it's surprising that a lot of us are not even aware. The Minister of State for Petroleum, how many of you know him? Silva. I know Silva very, very well. He's a guy, man. He's a 419. I know him. This is before God and man. If I lie, let how do I swear? Let my mother from the grave. I swear with my mother from the grave. That guy is a 419. I'm telling you, people that are running your government. Uzodinma lives on 3rd Avenue before he packed out. That guy is a drug dealer, is a gun runner, is a fraudster, right? In Festac, on 3rd Avenue, that's where he lived. Where he lived, I know everybody knows him. He left that place because one of the jobs that paid him, he didn't share with his wife, so his wife brought him out. So he fought with his wife publicly, divorced his wife. That was when he left and went to Ikoyi. So we know all of these guys who are in Buhari's government. They are the one, and all of them, they are all article boys. This way, Atiku has a very serious edge over anybody who's contesting. And right from the beginning, right from that primary election that was conducted for APC, Tinubu has never been in this race. Don't let anybody deceive you. Tinubu from the beginning has never been in this race. He can spend his money, he can do his campaign. He is not in the race at all. I beat my chest to tell you. Tinubu has never been in the race. He was just making mouth. In the beginning, he wanted to drag the Yoruba people into his own ambition, but that didn't work. And it's clear to him. Tinubu is not in the race. Tinubu is not in this race. This race is between Atiku and Obi. And if you are going to vote for Atiku, there is a caveat. And that is why you see certain things are not going the way it ought to go. By now, if not for the fact that there are some caveats somewhere, Atiku will be smiling by now. The game will be over. It's not Tinubu is not in the race. Atiku will have been dancing. But because of that fear to say, if Atiku wins, how will the rest of the country take it? Nigeria is a special country that the Western world they are looking at. One, you have a population that is above 200 million people. If there is going to be any political upheaval, how are you going to curtail these 200 million people? Ghana will go, Benin Republic will go, Togo will go, the whole of West Africa will go, and there will be crisis all over Africa. So based on that, there is a special interest on Nigeria's election. If you see that the power that build in the Western world, they are not talking, they are doing something. That is just the fear. So the chaos that is ongoing in Nigeria is Atiku's agenda. He orchestrated it. He is the one that has executed it. He is the one that is managing it, except otherwise. That is the only thing. Maybe along the line, people will now say, okay, look, this thing is getting out of hand. Can we do some adjustment? Anybody that tells you there's going to be fuel available before the election is a lie. There's not going to be fuel. Anybody who tells you there's going to be money, there's not going to be money. There's not going to be money. Nothing. It's going to remain like that until after election. Take my word for it. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right. Let me just mention that I know this is open forum. We let you say whatever you want. But when you talk about people, and there's a common standard we use in the media, which is that if someone is not convicted of anything, even if we assume that this person went to the bank and took money, so when you talk about people, especially people who are not here, we advise that you don't say things that this person is a thief, this person is is a fraudster, this person is very important. There can be implications to that. Anyway, just to put it out there. Austin, you speak, and then we take a break. We've not had a break since morning. We are approaching 6 hours. So just 3 minutes break. Austin.
Maybe I'll make it short. So, when Kolata was talking, he was talking about, and also, I think Kolata was talking about the issue of hoarding of the fuel or hoarding of the Naira notes favoring Atiku. So I was just asking myself, does it only favor one person? Why must it always favor Atiku and not favor Dumebi or favor Showore or favor Obi? And why do we always feel as if this happens this way, it favors this one person? If it happens this way, especially the APC and the PDP. So that was the first thing I had in mind, which I had as a question. But then now maybe that's by the way. The second thing I also tried to make out from what Ngozika said was that this whole election may pan out from the case of the topmost candidate, that means the president, because generally I have voted for a lot of election cycle, including the ordinary assembly election and the rest. Sometimes when I'm giving that paper, that senatorial, House of Assembly, presidential, I can understand it because at least I'm a little bit literate. But some people don't understand it. So once they know that this is the president, this is the person we want, especially at the top, they just follow it down to the end. So I really agree with most of the panelists here that there will be a lot of shock in this election. So what we need to do is the person at the top. The person at the top, once they know that this is the presidential candidate we want, this is the logo, you realize that a lot of everything falls under it right up to the end. Then there's one last thing I've always wanted to propose. Maybe Dr. Damages, I'm trying to say, look, I know that most of us come here and give our intent. I wish that when we make our contribution, we try to propose solutions. Because sometimes we see a lot of times when people come and talk, they ask him, what do we do? That's the next thing. And there's one funny thing, please. I always believe this. You don't need to be the president of Nigeria to make make things work. You know that you have family. I have family. Others have family. If we give ourselves strategies on what to do to solve the situation, we are going to influence the people around us. And before we realize, we get what we want. So sometimes I only wish that panelists can start moving from Nigeria did this, this, and this, and this. Okay, the next question, what do we do? How do we profess solutions to it? And that is why, for me, I feel that there should be more advocacy for people to know about logos. So by the time you catch the first person, I know that once you tell them, vote here, you will vote throughout the line. So you just go do your sensitization, and I think everything will go well.
All right. Thank you, Austin. We'll take a 3-minute break, and then we'll be right back.
Will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Remember the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So face me like Facebook. I go see Lisa, I go see a chameleon.
Time don't come for us to wake up.
My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how. Yeah, leaders, we don't tire. Yeah, this situation, we don't need you.
Them say the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you they invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you don't sell your vote, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. If you talk and I talk, and we all the talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. No shishi for bribe. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education.
Them say the way you lay your bed, that's how you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you no say your future for chichi. Them go surely take them back with profit, now you go suffer. Suffer, Naija. Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shop. Say that's how we go there. Make you not sell your photo. No shishi for bribe.
If I do my part and you do your part,
no shishi for bribe. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bribe. We say no shishi for bribe. We say no shishi for bribe. Nigeria go better.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, you could still got us. Who won't change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again, everybody rise again. Tire for the talk, nobody want do the work. Nobody want die there, I speak with no fear. Change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes, this not the new oats. How much is your vote really worth? How much they want give you for the pain? If we choose wrong, then waiting we gain. My brother, waiting we gain.
Don't go sell your future to some criminals who don't get the conscience. Don't be say we go just do the fun vex and still allow nonsense for another 4 years. Cause my people still dead jobless. Every day my people still they die in hundreds. So make we shine our eye, cause no be only 2 bad choices where they the contest. Give me one more verse, please.
I'm talking to you precisely. You day school office or they do NYC. With your PVC, you can vote wisely. Even when the offer they bringing is so spicy.
No shishi for bribe. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say. No shishi for bribe. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bribe.
You say
no shishi for bribe.
You say
no shishi for bribe. Nigeria go better. No shishi for bribe.
If I do my part and you do your part,
no shishi for bribe. You talk and I talk, we all the talk. Say no shishi for bribe. Say no shishi for bribe. Say no shishi for bribe. Don't say your vote. Don't say your vote. Foster.
Everybody, welcome back. It was a longer than I thought. All right, so Emefiele, does anybody know what's going on? Anybody has an idea what the case against him?
I do.
Okay, can you?
He's going to jail.
Emefiele, Emefiele, he has multiple allegations on him. Apparently, they said he's the one funding unknown gunmen in the southeast. How far that is true? I don't know. That's the allegation. They said he's funding IPOB and also funding unknown gunmen. To what I don't get is, okay, so what does he get out of that if he's funding them? What's the upside for him to fund unknown gunmen? So that's kind of like a weird one. Then the normal one you expect from a CBN governor, round tripping. That is almost every CBN governor does round tripping now. When you have multiple exchange rates, that is when you put your boys to buy dollar here, go and sell dollar there. I mean, the arbitrage. So they're accusing him of arbitrage. They're accusing him of funding unknown gunmen. They're also accusing him of abusing what's the name of that funding for the
stamp duties?
The one for
stamp
the
duties.
farmers. Is it Anchor Borough or whatever? Anchor something. That they're supposed to do funding for farmers. I don't even know why.
Yeah, Anchor Borrowers.
Exactly.
Right.
In what world?
Program.
Exactly. In what world does a CBN do anchor borrowers? That is, what does that have to do with monetary policy? CBN is supposed to stick with monetary policy. So Emefiele is being accused of things around those lines. But the one that still beats me the most is funding unknown gunmen. What does he have to gain by doing unknown gunmen? I don't know.
But Pulata, you should also remember that. Oh, go ahead, my sister. Go ahead.
So okay, Emefiele. I think Emefiele is the man of the moment. Notoriously or famously, he's the man of the moment. If you hate him, that's your problem. If you love him, that's your problem. Everybody has a way they feel. And I think the most interesting thing in this Emefiele story is how the man looks unshaken in the face of it. And why will he be unshaken? The people ranting about the currency change, they will talk from now till tomorrow. The man will just come and tell them, the president said I should go on. And through, the president said I should go on. If you like, cry from now till tomorrow. Invite him. The National Assembly can invite him from now till next year. He has the backing of the president. So if you feel you are not okay, there was a time they said I watched an interview where a member, I think the minority leader or somebody, said they had a policy that once there's a currency change, he had to come inform them. Now, Emefiele's faction said the House was informed, but the minority leader said the information he gave had nothing to do with the currency change. He just gave them normal updates about see what we are doing, but he did not tell them he was going to change currency. And now when he now changed it, and they invited him, he's doing strong head to come. And I'm asking, he's doing strong head to come. Okay, why are you people suddenly pressed this time around? If had policies that have held Nigerians at their throats, you guys sat at the National Assembly, speaking grammar, sleeping our taxpayers' money away. And suddenly, why this whole interest in the currency change? It is baffling me. I have seen politics. I remember Ruga. There was not much outrage about Ruga as they read about this currency change. The Water Resources Act that raised some time ago, where they want to apportion some of state resources to sort of make it a no man's land that the federal government can now come and say, oh yeah, you see this water, we are leaving it for this person. There was no outrage. The things that matter to the common man, these hooligans that we send to the National Assembly, we sit on it, say, what are you going to do about it? And not raise a finger. And suddenly, Emefiele and Boo Boo decided to give them the shock of the season, and they are crying. They can cry for Nancy next year. See, the people I'm holding responsible for this whole scarcity is the banks. I feel, and I am saying it, that there is an unspoken act of sabotage going on, and it is not from Emefiele. The monies were disbursed to banks. Why are banks not giving it out to the normal people? Why? It is not Emefiele that is sitting on the new currency that we are looking for. It is the MDs of these banks that have their cronies cut through the back door and pack it in Ghana must go. Somebody was recounting an experience she has in one of the banks the other day. She had an insider that helped her withdraw. Then she went into the bank. She was entering back. Come and see crowd. Come and see crowd. People now send their kids out early in the morning to go and stand in the queue to collect number. See, once she was entering the gate of the bank, see crowd from outside the gates. She had an insider that would help her. She went straight inside. When she got inside, see the banking hall was almost empty. That what struck her was that even though the banking hall was empty, there was this man. See, if you see treatment that they were giving this man, the man, they said he was sitting down, AC was blowing him. You were not arranging money for him. Meanwhile, people were outside, killing themselves, pushing themselves to get that same money. So before we come to Emefiele, I have my issues with Emefiele. I have my issues with Emefiele. You see, on this scarcity thing, leave him alone. It is not him. We can debate from now till tomorrow on whether the time given for the to phase out the old notice.
Can I quickly just say something?
Is enough or not? We can debate that from now till tomorrow. But I am saying it is a trickle-down effect. It is not longer at the table of Emefiele. We should be also be holding these bank managers, supervisors, ATM. Didn't you see the news about an ATM in Oshobo? They did not want to release the new currency. So what did they do? They carried it inside the bundle like that and stuffed it into the ATM machine so that it will not be spent. Is that one too Emefiele? It is not Emefiele.
But Ngozi, listen. CBN mopped up 2 trillion. But you know how much they've printed? They've only printed 300 billion. So imagine taking out 2 trillion from taking out 2 trillion, and then only printing 300 billion.
I have my issues with Emefiele, no doubt, and I'm not going to go into all that now. I have my issues with Emefiele, but I am saying that if the monies were discussed equitably, we won't be having these issues. You're having the money being given to a certain clique of people, and you expect the masses to get. They are given to a certain clique. The same people for whom this policy was initiated, so that we tout their efforts to disrupt this whole process. Is the same people these managers are going behind the back to give the money to. Whether it is 1 million that was printed or 2 million, if it was put in the ATM and people had equal access to the ATM, we won't be having this stampede we're having now. But you have these banks and they are cronies going through the back door, giving it to only a certain kind of people, and you expect them, and you expect them not to be scarcity. There will be scarcity because only a certain clique of people are getting the money. Meanwhile, the masses just look for the crumbs. They will call big men inside the bank, give them billions and millions. And then the pure seller and the creepy seller will now go and stand at the ATM for money tonight, and you still call Emefiele. Why are you calling Emefiele? Did they not give the banks money? Did they put it in the ATM and the normal people did not collect it? They did not. There is no money in the ATM. There is not. The one you will see, there will be crowd, and they will put limited amounts of money there. Where is the rest? So we should be holding these banks responsible and not just Emefiele.
I have a question.
Thank you.
Can I say something briefly? I think Ngozi, you have a point. I think the banks are culpable in what is going on. You see, what the masses are suffering is, I would say, it's unintended consequence of this monetary policy of Emefiele. In as much as both the timing and the shortage of and the limited time they have to get this through before the election is too short. However, why is it that throughout the 8 months or 9 months of strike, the governors, the politicians did not fight. They did not cry out. They did not say, oh, the masses are suffering. They did not go to Abuja to meet the president and say, how can we do to solve this problem? It's enough. Our children have to go to school. They didn't do that. Throughout the NSAS, when people were massacred, innocent youths were massacred, they didn't do anything. They have hijacked this and focusing and fronting the masses to be the people suffering in order to whip out sentiment for them to extend the time in order to allow them to carry out their evil agenda in this election. Everything about this monetary decision is all about everything about the cry of the politicians and all the politicians about this money. It's all about this 2023 election. It's not that they have the masses in their mind. They are just using masses as the coverage, okay, to whip out sentiment and so that the masses say, oh, they are on their own. How come only now in the history of Nigeria for many years, at least for the past 8 years, is the politicians now crying and look at how the masses are suffering and why Emefiele is doing this? How come? Let us be wise. These people are just continually manipulating and using. If you don't use your brain, somebody else will use it for you. They continue to use Nigerians' brain because Nigerians are afraid to use their brain, to read between the lines, to know who is against them and who is for them. Okay, and I want to let them know, no matter how the wolves, these politicians cry and the way they try to portray this thing that, oh, look at how the masses are suffering. These people have they don't have your interest in heart. For instance, all of them, most of them even already have this money stacked out. How would you explain the fact that terrorists already have this stack of these new notes? The video is out there. How is it that many people, many of these rich, their rich girlfriends and so on, they already have this stack of money spraying in parties? How is it that? And then the poor masses doesn't have this money. How come?
All right, Jude, thank you. Thank you. You mentioned well, often say, but let me show this.
So they can go and look. Yes. You have so many bring them down. You have so many. These are new notes at the back.
Yes. I want to bring them down so that
load all your machines. I do not want to hear it because we'll keep continuously be checking. Yes. Make sure that your machines are working. So make sure, bring them out and load. That's all. And that's
these are
so they found new notes hidden.
You have so many new notes.
Please, I just sent you one. I hope you can see it.
These are new notes at the back.
Yes. I want to bring them down so that
load all your machines. I do not want to hear it because we'll keep.
So Jude, you mentioned something that why is it that they didn't do anything when the school was on strike? They didn't say that their children were not there. So why would they?
I have a question.
They didn't talk about the masses then. Instead, they are talking about the masses because their children is not in Nigeria. Their children are all studying abroad.
So to face my submission, I have a question.
The thing is, they don't have our interest at hand at all.
Nothing at all.
Bank. They cause the trouble when they grant.
Okay.
And most of the banks are owned by these politicians.
Jude, no. Echo, go ahead. Sorry, not Echo. Dewala, go ahead.
My name is not Echo. Echo is a sacrifice. Dr. David, you stop fine.
Why did they give naming ceremony for your show?
Go ahead, Adewale, go ahead.
Okay. The question I want to ask is this. Since we all came from Nigeria, when was the last time you see Dangote, Tinubu, even Governor Peter Obi himself going to the banking hall to make a withdrawal? You can't, right? So that tells you that in animal farm, some animals are more important than another. I was still in the banking when this currency that was phased out was introduced. It took a stretch of almost like a year plus before it got phased out. And then what the CBN directive then was that the commercial bank should take the worn out currency, the notes, not the one that was still in circulation, but the one that already, worn out. We paste it on mutilated. Thank you. We paste it on a special paper and we send it to the central bank. And every time we send it to the central bank will credit and give us new denomination. Now, the bank itself will now find a way to redistribute amongst its branches. In as much as I would not, I also believe that the commercial banks are culpable too as well. But we don't seem to understand how the banks distribute money. You know, when the commercial bank receives money that way, for that one that you just showed now, Dr. Damages, it's likely that that bank was picketed by the EFCC. I'm not sure the agency that was doing that. They don't have the right. They can picket it, but they don't have the right. They can hide it, they can keep as many as they want. But then, if you look at the amount that was discovered in that bank, I can tell you that is a branch, not like a central vault that belongs to the bank itself. That particular branch, if you discover the amount that was discovered, there is just a little money. But in an economy where you mopped out 3 trillion in currency and you are releasing in hundreds, is going to be a drop in the ocean. Let's have this in mind, that before now, we assume that politicians are the only one keeping money in their houses. That is not true. Some people don't believe in the Nigerian banking system. Before Soludo became governor, banking in Nigeria was a joke then. Everyday banking, that's why people like Bukosa should be in jail, but it's not. So, because it was in the Societe Generale, that's my own opinion. However, then banking there was a joke, but he revitalized that sector so that if a banking in any economy is not strong and solid, there's no way that economy of that country will be taken seriously. Thank God for that. And it was embraced, and it took a long time for that project to take off. They gave commercial bank a long time for them to be able to recapitalize. But here we are with what is going on. The amount that they will be finding from ATM, the directive itself, the project itself is faulty, completely faulty. There is no way in an economy or in a system whereby there's no adequate infrastructure to carry out that project. ATM in Nigeria is just what you can call a try and error phase. It's not where you go to remote villages in some places in Nigeria. Robber came to the only bank in my town. I won't call it a village. I refuse to call it a village. They went and robbed that bank, if not because of the indigenous of that town that decided, you know what, we are going to build a bank so that we can invite a bank to come use that building. The bank wouldn't, none of those banks would have decided to go to that town. So that tells you how this thing doesn't work. See, today they don't have ATM there. It's only just the people and the bricks and mortar that is there. So if CBN know from the get-go that some of these banks, they don't have, there's no infrastructure. The ATM that they were trying to use is not available in these places. And majority of these folks in the rural area do not even use ATM. They rely on a physical cash. And yet you introduce a system that that they know. That goes to my sister that said he has her own beef with Emefiele. Yes, the banking, they're also culpable because some of the MD are in the pocket of the politician. Meanwhile, some of the money that they're using in the banking belongs to the politicians anyway. But then the CBN knew that this thing is just a project that is bound to fail and will put Nigeria in this situation they found themselves. And because they were being they're being political about it, they decided to go ahead. And now it's coming, it's boomeranging in their face right now. So we should put the fault where it belongs. It belongs to the doorstep of the CBN because the head of CBN decided to be political when he's supposed to stay in his lane.
Can I go on? Can I say something?
Austin, go ahead. I muted myself.
No, I'll say that the monetary policy of the country fell when that woman held Emefiele like this. Have you seen that picture? That was when the policy fell.
All right.
That was when we started all this problem.
You want me to get the picture?
Do you have the picture?
I have it. I tweeted it out. Yeah. Okay. I'll get that.
Okay. So maybe I'll continue while you get the picture.
So that means, do you see the one I sent you?
So the point is this.
No,
I sent it.
Where did this?
I sent the picture on WhatsApp.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll find it. Go ahead, Austin.
The point is this. I will try to borrow a leaf from the project in England where we need to change the face of the queen to the face of the king. From what I read from the papers, the exchange will take place till 2024. So that will be after 2024 that the money will be completely phased out. Generally, I think Nigeria, as I said, we always like mediocrity. Generally, 3 months is very, very short for us to completely change the money from anything we want. That's from the old Naira notes to the new Naira notes. And secondly, it was during the outcry that the CBN just last week or last 2 weeks started sending people to go to the hinterlands to start exchanging this money. I think that if we wanted a correct policy and to fight the vote buying, which we said we were very serious about, we could have started this whole project in around, let's say, May or June of last year. So that by the time it reaches November, December, January, you must have mopped out all the old Naira notes, then bring in the new Naira notes. So the CBN failed first in its duty to first educate the people, send people to the hinterlands to start exchanging the money so that they will get it. Now, in the part of the commercial bank, as I said when this program started today, the leaders of our banks and other institutions, I started from the primary school teacher, the secondary school teacher, the university professor, and the rest. Most of us are very, very wicked the way we treat our friends. Because most of these people, according to the Bureau of Statistics, most people don't have up to 500,000 Naira in their account. So it therefore means out of this 300 billion we are talking about, if they could have shared it, even if it's 10, okay, now the limit say 100,000 Naira per week. There are people I know that they don't even have up to 100,000 Naira. So if they want to withdraw it to be 20, 30, 40, why must you keep it for politicians? Why must it be kept for politicians? So it therefore means that our own selves, us at the grassroots, I said it when we started, corruption is inside our blood, it thick inside our blood. And that's why we keep on pointing at the leaders, but forgetting what we do, including us who are teachers, who do bad things when it comes to the students. So please, it is very, very important. We should first purge ourselves of that evil, because I'll tell you the truth. Nigeria is like a crime scene, and I blame the EFCC. They arrested some bank managers. What happens? We go speak some grammar. After that, they leave them. Slap the bank, 100 million Naira.
Don't change now. Money don't change.
Slap the bank 100 million Naira fine. Then the MD, the head of that bank branch, who was involved in that act, slap him 2 years of jail. So that by the time the next person sees what has happened, said no, release the money. That is why if people know that any action they take, there is a consequence, they not go do them. Not be here go they talk, after talking and talking, everything goes. So for me,
CBN can't win the case. They can't.
I feel that the CBN, this law enforcement agency should try to start doing the right thing, and also they should be political will. If you are found culpable, you do something about it. So that's just what I think.
Austin, do you know one problem? Buhari told Emefiele that every single new currency should be printed from Nigeria Security Printing Mint. So you cannot quickly scale up the volume. So if they need to print like 300 billion Naira more, it's still going to take time. So they've just created a bottleneck, unnecessary bottleneck, because assuming we're printing from China, we could get multiple sources where they could print the money, bring it in, and then let it float. But it's Nigerian Security Printing Mint that is printing this one. So there's only the capacity is limited.
Yes, the capacity is limited, and that is why it calls for strategic planning. If you know that you wanted to stop vote buying, this whole thing, the sensitization should have started earlier in June or May.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's why I don't know. I'm not the kind of person who like pointing blame. It's you. But you need to find out what we can do to make it work. And that is why I keep on insisting. There have been a mistake. What do we do? If the banks are found culpable, deal with them. Simple.
What is happening is a calculated.
Echo, hold on.
You don't they stop me. And you know they give me time. They send you.
That's what everybody feels like. Look at somebody who has been here. He has not said anything today. Don't you feel that maybe there are other people who may want to say something?
No, but you know they stop all that now.
I do. No.
Then they say I'm not their house. My voice must be heard, and they go hear that clearly.
All right, thank you. Uzo, welcome to the show.
The brother make it well done, no?
Yeah.
Celebrating HO, since you talk to a bit finish, you talk to celebrate, nobody hear what they get. Since you're starting to be finished, you don't talk to celebrity. Every year now, you okay, well done.
I think all of us, so all of us be Selena.
Selena different. I think well done, though. I've been following up this morning that you started this show. I was driving though, coming like 3 hours. So I don't get my point. I was okay, let me contribute. Now I'm following what everyone is saying. You know, as what you say, what is the solution? That was where we should be now. What is the solution? Because we are here talking, Nigeria are getting it hot. They are getting it hot. So my solution to my brother, as Ngozi was saying to his grandmother, what they do after the war, pray by butter. Bring Ogri, I give you, bring Ogri, I give you yam. That's the next alternative. Now, when you bring Ogri, my grandmother, you bring Ogri to the market, I take Ogri, I send you yam, everybody happy. Because that's the situation is going to be right now. I don't trust my brother in the village, man. They are not taking it, getting it easy. I told them, I blamed them. I said, when you guys, you have so many plots of land to farm, you also did. You know, you didn't even plant cassava, you didn't even plant anything, nothing. Now that you have money in the bank, you can't even withdraw. So what do we do? That's a solution we should be answering now. Because this is not going to be easy. This month end, it's going to be this way till like end of this month. And if this continues in just 1 week, Nigeria will like, I don't know how, and we're here. If I tell me, if I send you money now, how will you go and cash the money? That's the problem now. If you send here now, you send money across, they can't even get the money. So what is it? It's not, they are just handicapped over there. So the situation now is too hard that I believe that we should be asking which way forward. What the Mesile did, it didn't backfire for him. It is a backfire for him. It's a real backfire between him and Buhari. When he did it from the beginning, all of us were like, okay, maybe he has a good intention, but you see that the intention is not, yeah, it may be a good intention, but the time frame is too wrong. His time frame is too wrong. If he was trying, okay, look at the, when he did it, he's talking about to attack, to conquer the security and get on Nigeria, the Boko Haram, kidnappers, all these things. Now, I was watching a video, a kidnapper said they bought a weapon of 1 million with the new currency. I think 10 million with the new currency. And the guy was playing new currency on his hand. The remaining one, what I see that is left for him. So I think that the masses, the layman on the street is being suffering. The politician, it doesn't concern them. He will tell Obi that they don't have money. But people make a call, they will bring a Ghana go for that. People make a call. All those MDs, all those directors, who put them there? That's what you ask ourselves. It doesn't affect the politicians. It affects the masses. So he will tell me that Tinubu don't have enough money of new meat he's going to spend. He has it. He doesn't say call, he's going to me. They'll bring what as he wants. The way the masses, people in Nigeria are getting told. What my question is that which way forward? What are we going to be advising our people back home to do right now? Because if you send them money, they can't get the money. So what is the next alternative? I think God said his grandmother, let's activate after the war. Aggregate the show, say, we shall activate Ogri and the other things, war of surviving. If they're going to hold on to the next 3 weeks, or else, man, it's going to be a disaster for Nigeria. I just want to talk to the town, what I'm going to do, how I'm going to like tell our people back home to survive. Me and surviving here, it doesn't matter. How are they going to survive back home? You know, that's what's important in of my own contribution, we should be talking about right now. Any solution, any advice, people can take it and see how it's going to work. For them there.
Uzo, you're interrupting. And this was the moment that it happened. Few minutes.
Yes. When he started falling, Allah, he started going down.
This is the moment Nigerian currency got devalued.
Oh my God!
You see, any moment a man start dialing with Delilah, that is what's going to happen.
Hey, up here, the man is no control.
That was the time the brain went there under the walk. The one went there, oh, shut up.
That was the time the brain was delarized.
I wonder how that conversation will be when he gets home with Madame Egosi.
No, not when you control the kind of money that he controls. But now, like,
I thought
everybody don't see this picture. Everybody don't see this picture.
I don't know why people are making something out of this picture. I think that
was
see
this picture, you know, you
didn't get the memo.
Well, hold on, guys. Okay, Kija has a problem with that picture. Kija, what are you saying?
I mean, he was not. I think she did the same. She did the same thing for. There were a group of them. She was
all the big men, but the reaction is different, you know.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything.
I mean, she did that to Fashola. She's and Fashola still completed the third Niger bridge, but anyway, that's just a joke. But of course,
yeah, she get PhD when they say they torturize the men. Oh, hey. Now what?
I think you're pastor. I think I said a pastor.
Now torturing.
Now torturizing. He can't shut here up. Once here shut up and this place they move. Anything where you want, ask and it shall be given.
All right, Splendor is not laughing. Let's find out why. Splendor.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not laughing because the situation back home is very critical, so it doesn't really warrant for laughing. But I just want to borrow some words from Reverend Mati Kuye, who said that Nigeria is a failure in engineering.
Say that again. That Nigeria
is a failure engineering.
Oh,
wow.
So from the beginning, Nigeria has been designed to fail. So all these things you are seeing, they are just the symptoms of that design, right? The Nigerian problem is quite very fundamental. It's not something that you look at on the surface and say it's going to be solved. Even if you bring in Jesus Christ to come and rule Nigeria with this present structure, Jesus will fail. It's not going to work because there were some fundamental issues that were not discussed. Nigeria does not exist in the sense of a nation. It only exists in the sense of a geography. So until we begin to look at Nigeria's situation from that perspective, we keep missing the line because Nigeria is the only country where you treat symptoms and nourish the virus. All these things that we are doing is just viral. Just check. Since Buhari came into power, had there been any study done regarding any policy that he has ever implemented? No. Somebody just wake up from one side of the bed and just say, this is the policy we want to pursue. It is not a product of study. It doesn't go through a empirical analysis. There is no needs analysis, needs what they call needs assessment for whatever study, whatever policy they want to just churn out and things like that. So Nigeria does not really exist as a corporate entity to say it exists and it fits into a nation. That country is just like a geography. Do you understand? That is why anything goes. That is why anything goes. CBN, tomorrow CBN governor can come out and just bring out one policy. Where in the world do you see a country having multiple exchange rates or just one single currency? It has never happened anywhere in the world. That tells you the systemic and structural deficiency of that country. It's not, Nigeria is not working. Even by providence, by the grace of God, if Obi comes on board, you understand? The only thing that can make Obi succeed is to unbundle the way Nigeria has been configured. That is the only way it can work. It can't work. Nigeria can't work. I live in the UK here. This side of UK, the whole of Northern England, is not as rich as Apapa local government. It's not. But look at what they've been able to do. So the whole issue is now when you look at what Emefiele is doing, you look at what president is doing, you look at what the governors are doing. They are just responding to the structures, to the fundamental issues that has not been solved that they met on ground. Okay, I want to give you an example, Dr. Damages. We've had democracy since 1999, which is close to some 20 years now, right? Has the National Assembly been able to kind of enact any law that improve the quality of our education system, improve road construction, improve water supply, improve electricity? Nothing. So that arm of government is just taking money from these are gangsters, just taking money from us without doing anything. That tells you, you understand, the systemic deficiency that we have in that country. You have an arm of government who is supposed to be who's supposed to perform an oversight function, put the executive and the
legislature.
Who's supposed to put the executive and the judiciary in check? They are just there folding their hands. That country is not a country. Let us know. That's why when they see us with our passport, they look at us like, you understand, improve mockings.
All right.
That's where we meet to them. Because we don't really, how can you just wake up from nowhere and say, you want to do this, you want to do that, you want to do this, you want to do that? Even in the Western world, before they reel out any policy, it has to go through empirical analysis. People have to sit down to see how it will affect. They have to look at trend before you can say, okay, you want to roll out whatever policy you want to roll out to improve on your economy. It's not done anywhere except in Nigeria. Except in Nigeria. Somebody just wake up from nowhere and say, okay, I want to change policy. See, let me tell you something. Tinubu wants to buy votes. He will buy votes. He has the money. Even before the money, this new money was released, Tinubu has already spending it in the campaign.
Yes,
because there is a video where Tinubu was giving somebody money. Yes,
that's a good point, Splendor. I wanted people to know that people tend
so
to.
It's not about Tinubu or this one they want. That it has nothing to do with all of this nonsense. What we are seeing is the symptom of that failure engineering. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me play this so that we can add it to our conversation today.
2023 presidential elections, leaders of the Southern and Middle Belt Forum are holding this extraordinary meeting to discuss critical issues on the state of a nation. Those attending this meeting are drawn from the Middle Belt Forum, Ohanes Ndibo, Afenifere, and Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF. The attendees resolved to endorse the presidential candidate of a Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, for the 2023 presidential election.
Tell your people to come out and give me. Obi should not suffer because of money about this election. We are not going to bribe anybody. We don't want your money to bribe. We want your money to you to mobilize. My plea to you, henceforth, is to go out from today and fight this battle in such a relentless manner as never before.
Representatives of the various groups explained their rationale for agreeing with the endorsement.
Peter Obi serves our purpose not only for equity, fairness, and justice, but looking at the political terrain, he stands out as the best material out there that we can market to Nigerians and say, bring whoever you want and let's match them one-on-one. Peter Obi will stand out as the best.
We have been challenged. We have come to the crunch of taking our country back into our hands. And the only way it is possible is to have a free and fair election in which the best man can come. It doesn't matter that I'm Igbo and Peter Obi is Igbo. But where do you see what is right? Speak up for it.
PANDEF is standing in and saying Obi is highly endorsed because he knows what we want in PANDEF. The restructuring we have been clamoring for, he knows what to do. And for that, we are all saying that Obi is our best candidate at the moment.
The regional leaders say they are committed to ensuring that Mr. Obi emerges victorious in the 2023 presidential elections and urge all Nigerians to fight for a better country with their votes.
All right. So we're approaching, tomorrow will be 20 days to the election. Whatever you have to throw it in. I don't think anybody has any much time to play their best game. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. So now let's think about the other end of it. So on the 25th, there will be an election. 3 days after, there will be somebody who will lose, somebody who will win. What happens if we go through the top three candidates? If they lose, let's start with the ruling party. What do you think will happen if Tinubu loses this election? Clarata, go first.
Well,
1 minute.
Yeah, no. If Tinubu loses this election, nothing will happen. Life will go on. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. If Atiku loses, it's not going to be a big deal too. If Peter Obi loses, there's going to be disquiet in the country, because definitely the youths, the Southern youths, let me qualify it, is because it's not all youth supporting Obi. The Southern youths and many people that abandoned, the struggle for Biafra that's joining Obi, they'll lose hope in Nigeria totally. So I think Peter Obi losing will be more problematic. If Tinubu loses, who cares? It's just another old guy that lost. Article 2, same thing. So that's what I think.
All right. Thank you. Jude, what do you think?
Repeat the question again. That if Tinubu loses, what happened?
Yeah, both all the top candidates, Tinubu, Obi, and Atiku. What do you think will happen? 1 minute.
Well, whichever one that happens, if Tinubu wins, for instance.
Let's start from if Tinubu loses, what do you think will happen?
Oh, if Tinubu loses, there's going to be a massive chaos, especially in Lagos, because all his Agberu armies that he has prepared. And by the way, there is something going on brewing, which there's not been so much discussion about it, and that is Asori Dokubo. Has anybody know who is behind Asori Dokubo? All those armies of people he's been gathering, and the weapons they are always showing, about it, and we all know that it's in 100% in support of Tinubu. Okay, so those are part of the thing that is going on. Okay, and they are trying to use, from the intel we have, that they are trying to use them to destabilize the eastern region, to see that Obi did not get enough vote from there, and then they will target whatever is happening. Then they will target is ESN or IPOB. Okay, so these are things that is going on. Why?
Okay. Dude, 1 minute is gone. You see, that's why I try to discipline. If you had stayed on the topic, when I said rant, that's when you could bring up something else that is not.
No, it's still part of the topic. I'm telling you.
Your 1 minute is gone. That's what I'm saying.
It's okay.
All right. Adewola, what should happen if these top 3 candidates start with Tinubu?
Well, first and foremost, if Obi loses the election, just like Kulata said, Southeast region would witness a lot of, it will be upgraded. Let me just put it that way. The IPOB and, the agitators will increase. Now, I don't subscribe that if Tinubu will lose the election, that Southwest will not come up. They will. Remember, APC control, the assertion is Oshun and your state, and it looks likely that both states will be going in the direction of APC during the general election. If we lose the election, there will be some retaliation in the Southwest. And if the chief himself, the Wasiri himself, wins the election, let me first say that, there will be a lot of wahala, both in the Southwest, South, and the Southeast. And Nigeria will be thrown into a lot of chaos. Now, if we lose the election, we'll be dancing in the street, dancing buga, everywhere will be quiet except them in both the Northwest and the North Central. They will be dealing with their own issue, while the South and Southwest and Southeast will be having a good time. But if Tinubu wins the election, I don't know how they're going to take it in the Southeast. It's going to be a mixed feeling. But in the North, it's going to be I would say that in the North, they won't really feel it much because it's, of course, their adopted son. But then if Obi wins the election, Southwest will be relatively quiet, because I will see the reason why the APC will want to come out, because this is a Southern president. After all, they subscribe to a Southern presidency. But I see the unrest if Wasiri wins the election.
Yeah. I can't hear you. Yeah. Well.
Oh, Splendor. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Well, I don't have. The only fear I have about the elections is Atiku winning. If Atiku wins that election, there's going to be a big political upheaval for Nigeria. I don't think Nigeria will survive beyond 2 years. Then 2, if Tinubu wins that election, which I know it can happen, and I'll tell you the factors that people need to pay attention to. You see, if you see Palade Banjo, what Palade Banjo is trying to do is quite very historical, in the sense that the man is trying to retrospect into what happened between Awolowo and Azikiwe. But a lot of people don't know. because Awolowo made some mistakes, as I read in the book, because I was quite young, I don't know, made some mistakes, you know, and Paladebanjo being part of that event is trying to correct the instrument of divide and rule that they not have used over time. So, like I continue to say, Tinubu is not in the race, because one need to very, very be careful here. The Southwest people are quite very educated. They are very, very educated. I know when I said they are very, very educated, I know what I'm saying.
Splendor, well, hold on. You said this twice now. What do you mean that he's not in the race?
Well, let me tell you. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, that he's not in the race. One, I will tell you. One, first of all, before he went to pick that ticket, there was a meeting in the Southwest, heralded by Afenifere, which is the socio-cultural organization as an umbrella body, you know, that govern, you understand, socio-cultural issues as far as Southwest is concerned. They told him, because they already saw the handwriting on the wall, you cannot go for this election. The reason is this. OBJ has done 8 years representing Southwest. In 2023, Osibanjo will be completing 8 years as the second citizen in Nigeria. So why now do you want to take the chance of the Southeast? Because in the beginning, Buhari was dancing towards Jonathan.
Splendor, sorry to stop you, okay? Yeah. Just assume that we and your audience, we know basic things like who are the Fenifere, we know. Just why do you think that?
No, that's what I'm just trying to give you a background.
No, we have it. I think we have it just to save time.
Okay. Now that is one factor. Then the second factor is that,
how is that a factor that he's not in the race?
It is.
How is it a factor?
No, it is, because as so long as some people want to say, okay, it's just a socio-cultural organization, they do not have political clout to influence political decision. They do to some extent. You cannot just totally rule them out. There's another factor why I said Tinubu is not in the race, and he knows. It is his vice presidential candidate. By picking a vice presidential candidate of the same religious stock with him and making a pronouncement that he was looking for someone who is very smart, more civilized, more educated. So that statement didn't go down well with the Christian community, both in the South and in the North. Who's okay? You now look at all the Christians in the South and the North. You don't look at all the Christians in the North. You cannot even pick one person who is a technocrat. That is a factor. That is a major factor that is working against Tinubu. Then another thing is that the Christians in the North have witnessed a lot of casualty. This is where Atiku is also having it very difficult. They are not willing to deal with anybody who they believe that has a sympathy, or is a Bounty sympathizer, is a Boko Haram sympathizer, is a religious, you understand, fanatics. So they are not willing to deal with that. So that took Tinubu out of the race. Tinubu is not, sir, write my name down. My name is Omera Kingsley Splendor. Tinubu is not in this race. I see, okay. I beat my
Splendor, thank you.
The two people in this race are
yeah. Thank you. I understand what you're saying now. When you said he's not in the race, I was thinking, I think what you're saying is that he's not going to maybe make an impact or win or something like that, or not that he's not really in the race.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
he's
that's
not
what
going
you
to
mean.
win.
Okay.
Yeah.
And because of these factors, but also you have to know the polling that we've been seeing. He's consistently been second. Okay, and there's another polling coming out tomorrow. It will have been announced today, but they didn't want to announce it. They wanted it to come out tomorrow. In that polling, he's doing well. I've seen some of the results of what they are going to announce tomorrow. So to say that he's not in the race, as if he's not going to be among the top 2 or top 3. If you are going to be top 3,
yeah, that is what I meant. But let me tell you something.
Splendor, are you saying he's not going to be on the top 3?
It's not there. See, let me tell you something, sir. Let me tell you something. Yeah, it's not there. You are going to write it down. Let me tell you something, sir. You see, the Nigerian political engagement is quite very nocturnal. Very, very nocturnal. It's not a precise science. It's not something you can determine. Anybody can relate what they call this thing. We look at the methodology that have been adopted. That is not the point. The point is that the sentiment on ground. Sentiment on ground. That is the influence now. What are the sentiments on ground?
So who will be the sentiment on ground? Who will be the top? Name the top 3 based on what you believe.
See, let me just tell you something. Atiku, as I'm talking to you now, Atiku has an edge over Peter Obi, which I'm supporting, and Tinubu.
So name the top 3 candidates.
The top 3 I'm telling you now is Atiku, Peter, and Tinubu. But the reason why I'm telling you Tinubu is not there is because Tinubu has been projected to win. He's not going to win. That's what I'm saying.
But he's going to be on the top 3. Is that?
He will be, but not with what he's expected to do. He's going to have even in Southwest. Tinubu cannot beat his chair to say he's going to win 90%. If he has 55% vote in Southwest, that is good for him.
Okay, Splendor, thank you. Now I can relax, because if you had your estimate says that the ruling party will not be on the top 3, then I will question all the other things you've been saying today. Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Doc, win or lose.
What do you think?
Win or lose for the 3 candidates.
Yes.
Win or lose. Ndibo will be fine. That is just it. We'll be fine. If Obi loses, if Atiku loses, or if Tinubu loses, the average Igbo person will wake up the following day, banter about the loss of the election, and go and open his shop and sell.
Ngozi, allow, give us translation, please.
We do not have time to come and stand around and argue about what's been done. It's done, it's done. The only time you see us actively partake in politics, it doesn't get better than this. Take it from me. After the elections, we are going to feel bad if our candidate loses, talk about it, and then go and open our shops, go to our work. The Southwest and the North, I can't speak for them. I can't speak for them. Most of them are career politicians. We are not. We are people that are daily chasing the bag. So I don't know about the rest of Nigeria, but Andibo will be fine. Win or lose.
So what if Atiku wins? What do you think will be the reaction?
Well, we'll talk about it. Of course, everybody will be like,
and that's it.
We'll talk about it.
All right, good. All right.
But bottom line, what I'm trying to say is that win or lose, it's people that are saying the Southeast will blow up. The Southeast will not blow up. It will not blow up. There will be no chaos, win or lose. It's all in your head. It's all propaganda. These are people that have been trying to survive since the war. And you want them to come and start having headache about who lost or who won.
Wait. When Jonathan lost, that was when the IPOP thing blew up.
There was no chaos. Who is saying that IPOP started after Jonathan lost?
No, not when it started. When it blew up, when it became very popular, not when it started.
I don't think so.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
It was 2016. I heard
about it. And I know that it is not true.
So for me,
before IPOP, Mastob was. So what are you going to say about Mastob?
No, I'm not talking about start. There's a difference between start and something going mainstream.
Okay, look, I
became aware of that in 2016.
Talking about IPOP or not, let's know what you are saying.
If we are going to talk about IPOP, let's people talk about agitations in general. What causes, like my principal, he said, you dialogue, you listen to them. What are they asking for? In a working society, who has time to leave his business and start agitating? No one. If things are not moving your way, you only fight back. So when you've done your well, you move on and do the best you can. And that is what I'm telling you. For those saying the Southeast will go up in flames when one person loses, so it will not happen. The Southeast will not go up in flames for anybody. Take it to the bank.
All right, thank you, Gozeka. Austin, go ahead.
So if you ask me, if the Waziri loses, I don't think anywhere, even in the north or in the south, there will be too much problem. If there will be a problem in the north, it will only be in the northwest. So that's what I think. But south, southeast, southwest will not have a problem. And even to a larger extent of the northeast, they may not have a problem. North central too, I don't think they will have a problem with that. Now, the second case is on Tinubu. If Tinubu loses, I think the only some package of people in the southwest may have a problem with it, because it will be his maybe cronies, the Aguero people that may go on rampage and all those things. But there are some core southwest people who will not have any problem with that. Now, if Peter Obi loses in the north, in the southeast, I don't think there will be a very case of upheaval. I don't think so. But you know the funny thing? If you are not careful, instead the south will be the one to even be very more angry than the southeast. That is what I think. The youth will feel so bad, and I feel that any little thing. Now, let's put it this way. If Peter Obi loses and maybe any of these policies we have now goes on again, like makes life very hard, then you see a protest. And I'll tell you, the protest will not start from the southeast. It may not. It may start from the south. So that is one thing. But for the typical southeasterner, I don't see a case where there will be a protest from that direction. But I think there will be a lot of disappointments if Obi loses from all strata. From the southwest, southeast, south, there will be disappointment. And I feel that if there is any bad policy, it may spark a riot. That's the second part.
All right, thank you.
All around.
Echo.
Serious issue.
If Obi lose, Kasala go boss. The time bomb when they never blow, it go blow.
Who will blow it? Who go blow it?
You know, say we don't already. My children don't sit down for time bomb before. They can't get small hope for Obi. They can't suspend the time bomb. So if they rig election, make Obi no enter, Kasala go happen. Time bomb go blow. A lot of blood will flow on the street. A lot of property will be burnt without no mercy. But for if that happens, Showore, not join them all. Tell them they give you your passport. Come see your Sherry Coco and my children that have been missing you. So that you go relax your brain. We go plan for 2027. Then if Obi lose, Obi go carry Ikaya, enter in house. You not go follow and do the Kasala. That is just the bitter truth. We're going to put that for her. Then, if Tutu or Boo Boo win, the suffering continue. We're going to know that one for sure. If Tutu lose, area boy go take over Lagos for some time. The funny thing is that they go come carry their useless vaccination into the Igbo camp. Go begin to burn their things. Now that serious Kasala go come bust. Because we will come get ethnic crash. As for what it be named? Atiku. If he lose, nobody go cry. But if he win, now trouble day. Because he go sell us finish, he go collect the change, he go leave us for where we dey. And if he lose, he go carry Ikaya go Dubai, go continue business as usual. So we there for trouble.
All right, thank you, Echo. Uzo, go ahead.
For me, if Obi lose with margin, like number we can, numbers shall tell. If Obi lose like in a level playground, he lose, people will say, okay, we still have hope. But if he loses, like, somebody lose, it's totally like he will see it that this is a weak, this is weak. there'll be a problem. Chaos will be everywhere, not from the southeast, the whole Nigeria totally. If people have hope in him, those hope will be lost. And I tell you, in next coming election, I don't think people will even come out to even vote. That's one problem. And if Atiku will lose, I don't see anything coming out of it. It's like it's going to be normal. Because nobody even expecting to even win. It's going to be normal. If Bola Tinubu lose, there won't be any more problem. Because the people here are the area boys. They are only after the election.
I'm sorry.
The so-called area boys, they're only after that day of the election. The day of the election. They collect their money, they do the destruction, they go back to doing their book. All right? So after election, anything that comes up, they give the money again to start making problem. If you don't give the money, they go over to bus stop and start collecting the water. That's how they operate. So that's it. There won't be any more problem like that in Lagos if people lose. It will be the same thing. People will be lose. People will lose a lot of hope. Hope will be lost. So many agitation will, like some IPOB members, that follow Obi, you go back to his normal stuff. Everybody will go back to their normal level. I told you guys, it's not going to work. So that's the way I say it.
All right, thank you. Okay, John.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say something, but Splendor beat me to it. Those people who are complaining about Mefele and money, and Tinubu saying that they are doing it against him. Tinubu has packed all the money. The bank, you see all those banks, they have money for Tinubu. Even Tinubu paid them, like probably, he paid maybe 50,000, he paid 25,000. They saved the money for him. He's gonna get all his money for his election. So don't worry about it. Forget about what he's saying. For the election, if Atiku, if Atiku wins, if he loses, I don't see any problem, anywhere in Nigeria. It's just that Reno Mokri will not have a job anymore. If Kwakwanzo loses and Peter Obi wins, they are good at the problem in Kano.
Who are you talking about? Is he on the?
He's going to lose, but if Peter Obi wins, there's going to be a problem in Kano. His supporters, because Kwakwanzo, what he has said, his supporters are just like people like him, in the same element, the way they believe, what they call Ndibo, Nyamiri, Nyamiri, won. IPOB Biafra, they won. So his supporters, they're not gonna be happy. They're gonna, do something in Kano. Be sure about that. If Tinubu loses, to be honest with you, the Agberos, they will give so much trouble in Lagos. The Agberos and NURTH, whatever, TW, they're gonna be problems in Lagos. Some people will be killed. Just take that to the bank. Some markets will be closed in Lagos for some time. Mark that. If Peter Obi loses, Edo will not be happy. Edo State will not be happy. A lot of youths not gonna and SARS. Nigeria is going to boil. I'm saying this not because Nigeria there is agitation. People are unhappy because Peter Obi is Peter Obi kind of holding down the second NSAS movement, keeping it down. But if Peter Obi loses, it's gonna just boil up, because the police, they have started the same thing, killing people. They shot. What's the name of that woman? What's the name of that woman? That woman they killed in Lagos.
Rahim Bolan.
Rahim.
Yeah. So it's gonna. Nigeria is going to boil. The middle belt is not gonna be happy.
Yeah, Dr. Did you see what happened? Did you see what happened at Uniben yesterday?
So Nigeria is going to boil. So anybody who's I don't know. It's not. I'm not saying because I support Peter Obi that Peter Obi must win, but anybody who wants to, except you have to make this election credible, show that his supporters will know that he lost. But if you're going to shrouded in secrecy, we don't know who won. We don't know how he lost. Nigeria is going to boil. And also, not only Nigeria, Southeast is going to boil. I mean, like, there are some people, Southeastern, they were like, let's give Nigeria a chance. Let's give Nigeria a chance. If Peter Obi loses and they're not sure how he lost, they're not going to be happy. And the agitation will will be amplified. That's that's the truth. And one thing I don't know if you allow me to say, Adewale is the only Nigerian, only person on earth I know that has a Sabbath church and the Pentecostal church. He comes late every day, every Saturday and every Sunday. He does his Sabbath church on Saturday. He comes late to the program. And then Sunday, he does his Pentecostal church. He comes late to the program. Thank you, guys.
All right. Victory. I'll skip you, Ngozika. We had you.
Is Okija talking about me?
There were not two Adewales here. Victory. Victory.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damage. I greet everyone on the show tonight. I've been listening from the backstage. Quite an interesting opinion from different people. I think if Obi loses, there will be quite unrest in the country because there are lots of young people that has banked their hope on Obi. I think there will be tension in that country. If Atiku loses, I don't think there will be much issue because there's a lot of people that have that kind of mindset that Atiku himself knows very well that this is not his turn. It's the turn of this for the South to rule. If Tinubu loses as well, I don't see much thing happening. But I fear that if Atiku wins, there will be quite a lot of agitation coming from the south part of Nigeria. I'm talking about even from the Yoruba side and from the Igbo side. And I think that's the thing that people are worried about. I'm talking about the Western influence on Nigeria politics now. They're watching that very carefully because they know if Atiku wins, the people from the south will say, no, this is not your turn. And you literally just muscle us and took this thing from us. So there will be agitation in the south. So I think the Western influence is paying attention to that very carefully. But there are some dangerous elements in the north that are pushing this idea that why can't Atiku take it? Because as far as they are concerned, the south has done 14 years, and the north have done just like 9 years. This Buhari and Yaradua 9 years. So the north is still short of the numbers in terms of from 1999 up to now. So there's a different dimension to this whole thing. So I think that's what I would say for now.
All right, thank you, Austin. N. What happens if Tinubu or Atiku or Obi, if they win or lose? What do you think will happen?
Thank God we've come to the point of somebody will surely win and somebody will lose. If there will be election, if there will be election,
yeah.
If Obi wins, there will be relatively peace, depending on how it is handled. If Atiku wins, there will be a serious issue because Tinubu doesn't have anything personal to Obi. Atiku doesn't have anything personal to Obi, but Tinubu has something personal to Atiku. Atiku has something personal to Tinubu. So it is now a ego stuff between Atiku and the Tinubu. So if either of them wins, the other person would try to cause trouble. But look at it, a real problem will be if Obi loses, there is something APC will try to do. They might try to release Nnamdi Kanu. And if they release Nnamdi Kanu to see that if they can calm people down, the northern youths will start a riot. And when they start that riot, because the northern youth, they don't want to hear about Nnamdi Kanu. So they might try to release him, then the northern youth will pick up a riot, which will cause a problem in the country. But if we continue the way we are going, the way APC is pushing toxic politics,
there may not be election.
All right. Thank you. Jude, I thought we heard from you, no?
I just want to make a quick comment. You see, the thing is this. The youth, like Ms. Secho, was trying to let us know. Nigerian youth, this is not actually about Peter Obi, right? And the supporters of Peter Obi cut across everywhere in Nigeria. And all those youth and all those supporters of Peter Obi, they are just hanging the little tiny hope they still have in this contraction called Nigeria is hang on Peter Obi. And once that fails to come true, once they fail to realize this presidency through Peter Obi, kiss Nigeria goodbye. Okay. Not only that, the people in the south, south is it south now? Especially the Lagosians, those Tinubu army. Okay, those Tinubu army. If Obi wins, trust me, Lagos will be uninhabitable for the non-indigenous, especially the Igbos, and from there, problem will start. So whichever way we look at this thing, there is one thing that is very fundamental, that all of these things, permutation we are all saying, pointing to. It is pointing to the reality that all of us, or many of us, have refused to acknowledge and to point to, is that Nigeria can never be one. Nigeria is just a mere contraction that was intended by those who made it, as for their both for their political and economic relevance, and then pass over onto us, and we have been managing it at the back of many innocent blood, trying to keep it as one. So this election is either going to make or mar Nigeria. Okay, right. This breakage we are all talking about. Well, let's hope and see.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Victor, I would like to go, Rudolph. I don't know if you have one more topic or well.
Yeah, I have one more topic. One more, and then we go. But I want to play this.
Freedom. It's not another election you're having. If Obi doesn't win, forget Nigeria.
It's an elder statement, but I think we need to. There's something I read in The Economist of London sometime in the 90s, and there's Jude, you just spoke now. Why are you raising your hand?
Can you play a little more of that video? Just a little, just 1 minute.
I don't have any more of it. I mean, I have the full one, but I can't find it easily. I know we want to, Jude, I think you need a podcast, seriously, where you can just stand and talk for a long time. People will like to watch. And people who want me to keep you talking for a long time will enjoy it. So I wanted to say that The Economist said this about, the magazine said this about Nigeria, that Nigeria is the only country in the world where the best is impossible and the worst never happens. So no matter how we think that Nigeria is going to, the worst never happens despite everything. Eddie, are you with us, or are you fixing something? I just want to hear your view on what will happen if any of these top 3 candidates, if they win or lose. What do you think?
Basically, nothing will happen.
Okay.
Sincerely, nothing will happen. Nigerians are used to, they're used to, what's the worst that could happen? They already hunger in the land. There's already insecurity in the north.
There are some young ones. There are some young people who said to me that they are just waiting for Obi. If Obi does not win, they will leave the country. People are already leaving.
People are already leaving the country.
Yeah, but there are some who are saying they are waiting for something to change. If that does not happen, they will now have no option but to leave. Anyway, I'm just saying. I just want to hear your view. That's
already. Like initially, when I listened to initially when you played that Rufai tape, when he was making his analysis about the percentage of Northern Christians and whatnot. Remember, in the north, you still have that is it the Shiite or what they call them, the Zakzaki that is in prison. Those are Muslims. That's part of. So if we are saying you're taking out the Christians out of the question, and already in the Muslim group, you still have the Shiite people that are not even in it, that are not supporting in support of the, and you know how big these guys are, you know. But that's not saying El Rufai is wrong or is right, but he has a point on and what listening to, but yeah, it's so dicey that you can't put your hands, you can't hold any. You could make your assumptions, but it doesn't mean your assumption is the truth,
All right.
or what you're saying will come to light. Though.
All right. Thank you. Let's let me one more topic and then we have to go. We talk about what keeps you up at night. Well, let's watch this. I don't know where they found
This giant broom is made of metal, and it's always been the symbol of the APC party, Buhari's party. The symbol means nothing else than trying to sweep away corruption, but that did not happen.
That did not happen. All right, I had one more of such from outsiders who are looking at Nigeria, because one thing we have to be aware of, I don't think most people are aware of it in Nigeria. The observers are already getting into Nigeria, and they are watching everything going on. You know, when you talk about money and all this trouble we're seeing, they are seeing it too.
My name is Thomas Boserup. I'm the Deputy Chief Observer for the EU Election Observers. I am representing Barry Andrews, who is a member of European Parliament and working here as our Chief Observer. He was here last Friday till Monday, and this past Monday we opened the mission with a press conference. Our Chief Observer will return a week before elections, but for the time being we have 40 long-term observers deployed throughout Nigeria.
All right, so that's some of the things going on. Foreign observers are in Nigeria. But this is a question that somebody posed to me. He said, and I want to ask everybody here to weigh in, you know, if I think we've talked about this in a way some other day. If Osinbajo had been the candidate of APC, considering what Tinubu, the support Tinubu is getting across the country, if it were to be Professor Yemi Osinbajo as the APC's candidate for president, I know it's not happening now, but if that were to be the case, how would that have changed this election that we are seeing now? I'll start from Kolat and then go down. How would that have changed if he had been the candidate?
I mean, fundamentally, the most of the change will be in the South. Obi will not be as strong of a candidate as Obi is if Osinbajo was there, because Osinbajo will have given a credible choice amongst the enlightened youths, because I think Obi's base is enlightened youths, not all youths, just the enlightened youths. So Osinbajo could have had some stake in that voter base, but Osinbajo will have been incredibly weak in the core north, because Osinbajo will not be able to hold on like a school of governors the way Tinubu is still holding on to all the APC governors in spite of lukewarm and even antagonistic attitude from Aso Rock. So because Osinbajo will not have that financial power to get to buy the loyalty that Tinubu is buying. So Osinbajo will have lost this election against an Atiku because it will have weakened Peter Obi. Atiku will have been stronger, and Atiku will have all the opportunity to run tracks around Osinbajo. So there was no way Osinbajo will have it would have been too tough for him to win the election. And also one other area, it will be very difficult for Osinbajo to distance himself from a government he was actively participating in. Because you can say Tinubu brought Buhari, but Tinubu can still argue that I never governed in Buhari's government. Yes, you can say I put him there, sure, but I don't have a role. But Osinbajo cannot tell me he did not chair the Economic Council, he did not advise on this, he did not do trader money, he did not do all these failed policies. He was actively involved. So I think while I'll be more happy or proud of Osinbajo, it will have lost the election, or it will have been incredibly weak as a candidate because his hands are tied with this APC, and he doesn't have the financial muscle to hold on to a coalition of governors that will support him. So that's my take on that. But I want to leave. But before I leave, I just want to say this election, I mean, I've done many projections. I do projection now almost every week. The way this election going is still APC PDP. But Atiku has a strong chance. If Peter Obi does not perform well, Atiku will win. If Peter Obi is a weak candidate, Atiku is winning this election. If Peter Obi is a weak candidate. On the other hand, if Peter Obi is a strong candidate, it's Tinubu that's going to win. That's just how the math goes. It's not me. It's just
Clark, I think if we won, there will be runoff or no runoff.
I don't know. There's no runoff. There's no runoff.
Okay.
No runoff. Okay. I don't think there's a runoff. But I'd like to everybody do an exercise. Take a spreadsheet. It's simple. Project what the voter turnout will be. Put percentages. We know the 93 million. Put your percentage. Put your percentage on how you feel about each candidate. Then start playing around with the maths. It's so obvious to me how this election will go, depending on how Peter. It all really depends on how Peter Obi performs.
Do you know your perception can be skewed?
A question to him.
It's fine. I've done it so many times.
Austin, go ahead.
So when you talk about that, have you walked in the streets of?
I do not even have to walk in the streets.
No, you need to walk in the streets because this is not the politics. Sorry, the challenge is that this is not the politics of sitting in the room.
Don't worry about that.
One man, one vote.
I get it. I understand where.
No, but if you say I shouldn't worry about what I'm saying, but I should worry about what you're saying, it becomes
Austin. You see, this is my own opinion, my own calculation. It's not the fact. I'm not stating facts. I'm stating my own views.
That is beautiful.
My views may be wrong, but it's my own views. It's how I see things. That's why I'm saying you do your own and tell me what you get. I've done mine multiple times, and I'm getting something consistent. And that's the pattern I'm getting.
Coletta, one more question. Did you factor in the polling numbers that are coming out, even though they are not perfect? Did you factor it in your calculation?
I factored. This is what I factored. I factored that. I factored the country is upset with APC. I factored that the APC governors are still with Tinubu. So the country being upset with APC, Tinubu is losing Buhari numbers in the Northwest by like 50-40%. Is losing those numbers massively. Then I factored Obi is a strong contender. Obi is winning the Southeast. He's super strong in the South-South. He's strong in the Middle Belt. He's going to like win states. I mean, Abuja is going to win places like Abuja. Is almost going to win like Benue and Plateau. I factored all those things in. And at the same time, I'm still running the same numbers, and I've done it so many times because you can't tell me Obi is strong in the Northwest. It's not. You can't tell me Obi is strong in the core Northeast, the Borno State, I know. It's not. His strength ends in the North Central, and I factored everything in. And when you look at it, it's more like if Obi gets stronger, it affects Atiku. If Obi gets weaker, Atiku gets stronger. It's just the way it is. But that's why I said, don't listen to me. Don't use emotions. Just whatever take you want to do. It's a simple exercise. It won't take you more than 30 minutes. So, just get your own Excel, project. Tell me what you find. So this is mine. Do yours. So don't attack me.
I don't think this is an attack. But there's one thing I always say. Statistics deals with random variable. You need to keep your emotions away from everything.
My emotions out. My emotions are totally out.
No, your emotions are not out. No,
you can watch what I did.
That is why sometimes when I speak, the first statement I always make is that I always try as much as possible not to put my standard as the basic for everybody.
Yeah, and I've told you.
That is why if you want to get the best of results, let me just land. If you want to get the best of results, even if you don't want to go out, find people who you don't know, you don't have affiliate with, you don't know their night. If it's 20, just 20.
Austin, let me.
Kulata, the reason for your opinion is because you want to drive a point. Let us settle that one. The reason for your opinion is because you want to drive a point.
Wait,
you guys. That's the reason for your opinion. You cannot say your opinion is just your opinion. No, you are driving a point with your opinion. So no, you are driving a point with your opinion. So your opinion is to drive a point.
Jesus
Christ. So the point
no,
you are driving.
And Kulata is a Tinubu candidate. So
no, Kulata, you're free to have opinion. But once you put your opinion to the public domain, do you want us to sit on it or to act
I'm giving you a challenge.
No,
listen. Calm down, Austin. Austin will chop up like this. Calm down. Go and do your own. Don't listen to me. Do yours.
Yeah, and also, I wanted to bring Kulata here and for us to see this thing, what he did, so that you can actually critique it. Because you have not seen it, I want to see the percentage he assigned. I want to make sure, for instance, did he account for the fact that students may not vote? You know, university students may not vote in this, because if I were thinking about doing what he's telling us to do, you know, I may factor in that, okay, this number of students registered to vote, maybe 50% of them will vote, but maybe now we're looking at less than that, because most of them are not at home or won't be able to get there. So these are the kind of things we could discuss, and maybe he may see something that he didn't think about, and he may have to adjust what he did, you know. But go ahead, Austin.
Yeah. Also, can an obedient also do their own? So, because I like this data, because emotions are involved now. But when we start looking at numbers, then we remove emotions. So if someone can do one, and then we can just play around.
Yeah,
just an academic exercise.
That's a good point.
I am an obedient, and I'm an obedient, and I can tell you what I have done.
Okay, you know what? Let's see if you guys can, Splendor, if you can come up with your own layout of your estimate of what you think will happen. Next week we'll present it. You present yours. Kulata will present his latest.
Yes, I'll give you mine.
Okay.
From the beginning of this discussion, and I told you that.
Rudolph, ping me your Instagram, Rudolph. I can shoot.
Okay. All right. I'm damages everywhere. Yeah.
So the question I have for Kulata, because if you are bringing your personal opinion to the public, and you
just want to attack your opinion,
it's not an attack.
Oh yeah, attack.
It is.
I'm messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
Okay, thank you. And you should be open for us to critique it, because the first question I wanted to ask you is that did you factor in that this is the first time we are using BVAS, and BVAS is time bound? How many persons would be able to be able to vote with BVAS within a specific time? Then did you factor the idea of the underage voting? With BVAS, people will come up, underage voting, is it still going to come in place? So when you check all these things, then you now begin to give us your variables.
Yeah, I can answer all those things.
Yeah,
whenever I present it, I answer all the questions people.
Yes, that's the kind of thing I want us to do. I'm not saying that what he has is.
Can I come in?
Yeah, we're going to Adewale first before you. We're coming to you.
All right, guys, go do your own. Let's talk. There's no fight in this matter.
We'll look at that.
Election will come and go. We'll still be eating powder and yam and still be saying Nigeria is better.
I like your why are you always hiding yourself?
I don't want Jude to be my friend. That's why.
Why are you always hiding yourself?
Because I don't want Jude to know me. So,
all right, Adewale, you're next. Go ahead.
What is the question again?
maybe we should just round up, because I think we have about 8 people, and before you say what keeps you up at night, then we are here for
me too. I want Jack when I want travel abroad.
Oh, you're going abroad? Where?
I must Jackpot now. Everybody the Jackpot. I must travel abroad too.
Rwanda is a good place to move to. All right. So
mention Iraq. Iraq will have been a good option.
You know what? Go Afghanistan.
Now, so they talk last time. Everybody go work. What is the question, Dr. Damages?
All right. So we're saying if Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the vice president, had he been there,
speaking of Vice President Osinbajo,
yeah,
he had no chance. right from the get-go. You know, I want us to distinguish something. I'm glad people are getting involved in political discussion now. Speaking to Rashid doesn't make you a good politician, or let me say, a good Nigerian politician. An average Nigerian politician that can call himself or herself a politician is already immersed in the double speakings and lies and all that. Vice President Oshibajo was just an accidental vice president. If you read Bisi Akonde's book, My Participation, he narrated how he was called. He was actually summoned by Tinubu to his hotel room, where he informed him that he's going to be the vice president. He chose him because he thought it would be somebody who is going to be neutral, perhaps finish his time and just go home. There's no way the APC would have given him that platform. There's no way.
Sorry, but that's not what I read. Okay, I didn't read the book, but someone that reviewed.
Go ahead, Dr. David.
Someone that reviewed the book had a different story to tell what's happened in the book, what the book said. But now that you said this, I'll probably find the book and read myself. What I had was that, anyway, it's a long story. Go ahead. Let's not. But I had a different story.
Tinubu himself said it in Abeokuta now that he had 3 names. He was asked to bring 3 names, and he submitted his name only, so that he won't give them the chance to select, pick somebody that is not, And now the negotiation kind of like when he picked the phone, they were kind of like telling Tinubu that, look at you now, see, the person that you thought was going to be have your back doesn't. However, the platform itself, the APC wouldn't have given him that platform. People are not really they don't really know the in-depth of what goes on in the politics, the national politics, because these folks, they build bridges. What do I mean by bridges? It is a known fact that Tinubu had sponsored some governors from another political parties in the past. So he was doing that with the hope, and that is what takes me to my brother earlier that said Tinubu is not in the race. This man has been gunning for this post right from the jump, from day one that he left office, and that is the reason why he merged with other parties, so that that will become the bridge for him. So Oshibajo knew. I just don't understand how that confidence. I guess he got carried away by the goodwill that he was enjoying online or in the media. So he thought maybe that will, sway the people, and then the party will succumb and will have no choice. But just like Kulata said, I just didn't see how him would have become the candidate of APC, because number one, the people will use that argument against him that you are part and parcel of this administration. So tell us how you would have done things different. Of course, he will say that, well, when Buhari was not in charge, I was in charge and I make a difference. But would that be enough? Remember, he's still going to be relating with politicians. And if he doesn't speak the same language, the quote unquote, the same language like the regular politician, there's no way they would trust him. And that was the reason why he lost out. And he knew from the beginning that there's no way that the APC would have given him that. But for people saying that he should have been the person that will be given the ticket, well, they just don't know how things play out when it comes to party politics in Nigeria. Because even Tinubu himself, who has been a national leader of the party, was having a tough time getting a ticket. So that tells you how this thing play out when it comes to party politics. However, with Tinubu side by side with Oshibajo, I wouldn't know how that would have played out, because the same thing that is happening right now with Tinubu candidacy will have been times 10 of that if that is Oshibajo is the candidate of the APC. Because number one, they wouldn't have trusted the fact that he went to pick the phone after his principal in court, Tinubu, he contested for the post. So they probably wouldn't have, trust him. But how that would have played out, I don't know. Maybe the direction would have been different for what we have now. Maybe that would have, helped with these this is, I'm not sure of that. But I just know the fact that there's no way APC would have given him that party. But also that also speaks to what happens in the party politics. We see a lot of things, but the more we look, the less we see. Some of those I was told, but I'm not so sure, that some of those people that contested in the Southwest and South, not Southeast now, South and Southwest, were sponsored by Tinubu himself, so that he will have more voices whenever they come together and they're trying to have negotiation. In politics, you negotiate for head and your arms and your legs. So if you what you wanted is the head and you're able to get the head, you take it and you run with it. But if you get both head and the legs, good for you. So that was the reason why those people were dropping for him when the primary came. So Oshibajo knew that he had no way. You remember Shetim Kazim himself said it on the channel's television that the party had no choice. They have to give it to Tinubu because there's no other person that could also go toe-to-toe with Atiku. Is it in terms of, being in the politics for a very long time? There's any other person. But unfortunately, their candidate, their chosen candidate, his case has a K leg, just like Robertson just said. So whether the K leg will be broken on the 25th, it's left for the Indian to decide.
Thank you so much. Splendor, go ahead.
Yeah, just to respond to Egbon Adewale, what he said concerning Akonde's book, those are fallacies. They never existed. You see, you cannot talk about the emergence of Professor Yemi Osibanjo without bringing in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. I was a member, and I know what happened. So what they wrote in that book is absolute bokum. It never happened. What happened was that in 2012, some politicians in the South and in the North, they sat down to look at political trend, how Buhari has fared over the time that he has contested. They discovered that Buhari has constantly maintained above 10 million votes. He has constantly maintained above. Anytime he contests, he has already scored 12 million votes. So they were now looking at, okay, if this guy has this natural 12 million vote over time, this guy could be an instrument to, to dislodge PDP. So they brought in Buhari into the equation. So who was not going to be the vice candidate? That was where the problem started. Tinubu said he was going to be the vice candidate. And people said, no, you cannot feed Muslim ticket. Nigerians won't buy it. Even Buhari is, at this point, is not sellable to the Christian because of his ideas concerning Islam. So that was what brought the issue of Osibajo to the calculation to say, okay, let us bring in Osibajo into this calculation to whip up sentiment among the Christians. Remember, if you watch that election, prior to that election, if you watch the campaign period, you see that notable Christians, notable pastors who have large congregation were supporting APC. That was the factor that Osibanjo played. Forget about that book that you are reading. That never happened. But on the other hand, responding to the question that I've been asked, if Osibanjo was given that ticket, it will have a kind of, whip up that political rivalry between the Southeasterners and the Southwesterners. That won't have augur well for these two regions. Because one, the fact that there is going to be a rotation, the South will do, the North will do. Southeast. That sentiment was already.
Have you heard of that? Anybody debunking that story publicly?
Splendor, we can't hear you. Your line is not very good at this point. Say something. Let me know if it's better.
Yeah, a lot of people have debunked this story.
A lot of people are not the primary actors.
If you investigate further,
we're talking about primary actors. Have you heard from any of the participants in that era? I mean, we're talking about what is it called? This man from what is it? The governor of Imo State before. What is his name? I forgot. Rochas. It was a primary actor. Yeah. He never debunked it. The same thing with Rotimi Amechi. He never debunked it. Even Tinubu himself said it in Abeokuta. So I want you to give me
but they have
anyone
never. No.
that are primary
I'm not
actors
saying.
that
I'm not
debunked the
saying.
story.
You didn't get my point. I'm not saying that Tinubu did not pick Osibanjo. I'm telling you that how Osibanjo came into the equation. After all, Osibanjo was not a politician. Then he was a pastor in Redeem. But to whip up Christian sentiment. No. He was not in politics. He was not in politics as in being politician. He was Attorney General now during Tinubu. Now he was the Attorney General of Lagos State during Tinubu. That does not bring him into the bracket of politicians. You understand? He was just a professional person, not a politician per se. He has never contested for any elective office or any elective position. So that is I'm talking in that context. But that was what brought Osibanjo into the equation. The Redeemed Christian Church of God played a very pivotal role in ensuring that Buhari became president. Nobody can counter that. And I have evidence. And I
so are you saying Buhari is the one that selected Osibanjo, not
No. I said Tinubu. You know, I told you how they brought Buhari into their own equation. This guy was already doing well. ACN was already doing well. ACN has captured Imo. ACN has captured Edo State. ACN was already spreading. Tinubu party was already spreading. Remember, Tinubu is the only political person politician in PDP in APC that does not have any official portfolio. There is no position for him. They just called him national leader. There's nothing like national leader in political structure. If you are not the president, you are not the governor, you are not. So that is another thing. But the truth of the matter is, if Osibanjo was given that ticket, it will have caused a lot of trouble between the Southwest and the Easterners. It would not have all gone well at all. But I don't know. I want to refer you back now to what the State of the Nation broadcast by Bakari. If you look at the element of that State of the Nation broadcast, you are going to see where Bakari actually says something in relation to, you understand, Southeast. So you see, this election is hanging on equity, justice, and fairness. So you cannot establish a country on the platter of injustice. It's not done. I'm not a Southeasterner. I'm an Oduduwa person just like you. They were just like what's this called? Tinubu. I don't know, because I doubt if Tinubu is a Yoruba man anyway, because there's no evidence that he's a Yoruba man. So that is what it is. So about Osibanjo would have even come into the equation. He knew what he was doing. He was not going anywhere. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Dr. Damages, you are citing city people as a reference.
Well, it's not them. It's not their stories. It's something that the review of the book. I'm trying to point out, but we don't have time to get into that. But
please read the book. Please.
Yeah, we're going to. There's this particular story they told. It's not too different from what you're saying, but it wasn't exactly what you told here. But I'll get that by next week. All right. So we are going to round up. I don't think we can go round with. To give everybody a chance to talk about this permutation, which didn't happen and wouldn't happen. But it's something to think about, you know, what will have been. I actually wanted to hear would Obi might not have come out from PDP under that situation, if that were to be the case. Who knows? Anyway, let's go to what keeps you up at night. Let me start from where we stopped. Austin, you have to start. What keeps you up at night?
What keeps me up at night is the Naira note redesign that is causing a lot of hardship, and the fact that we try to favor some people over others. Anyhow, there's always going to be big fishes in the ocean, but at least let's try to make sure that the small fishes have something to eat. And apart from that, there is something we talk about, the student representation in the voting cycle. I don't know. I'll talk based on the Southeast. Most of those who are in university in Anambra State, they may surely be from Imo State or Ebonyi State or from Enugu State. Some few of them, their parents live in Lagos and they came back to the East or maybe somewhere else. It's difficult to see somebody from Kano State attending school in Imo State. Am I right? So what makes us feel that they can't take some transport, go back to their villages and get their voters card? So they vote, even this student voting we are talking about, At least I know I don't have much empirical data, but at least I talk to students. They go back to their village to get their voters card. In fact, some of them send it to me, as I used to say. They will snap it and tell me I've collected it. So we don't, even the student voting population will also still be there. It may not be up to 60%, but at least you will have 35 or 40%, because people who school in Ekiti are surely from the next door Oshun. So that's just the whole thing.
That's a good point. In the past, in the 70s and 80s, people move far away from home to go to school. But what I found out recently is that, like me, I went to school in Akure. Recently, people don't go far anymore. They just hang around their neighborhood and go to the university. So, all right. Echo, what keeps you up at night?
Now, the wickedness when we don't get past the devil, now they keep me up at night. Because we, Nigeria, and they use the word we, so that they're not going to say they point figure to some people. Nigeria problem, not all of us now concern. Nigeria solution, not all of us go solve. So when they wait for the Western world, make them come help us, they are not interested. They want us to continue like that. Make that they continue to do their illegal mining. And make that they continue to collect the best brain for Africa to come help them to continue to maintain their development and continue to leave us for our monkey-defined language they give to us. So the choice for us now to remain in the monkey dictionary they give to us, or since we don't realize we are smarter, we are intelligent, we can do it, let us unite and build Africa. Maybe they go back home. Ajo, now we can't do it. And they say, Ajo, could that be ile? We are all strangers in this place. So make we ready to go home, to go build our country. Nobody will build it for us. Whether we like, we fight, or whether we like, we not fight. We are total stranger in this place. And it is us that will build home and we'll go back home. If we are not ready to build that, me and my children, when they're interested, we go build that. Then we go come do America and Nigeria lottery visa to come meet us for home.
All right. Thank you, Echo. Victory.
Madam Heshu, yeah, your Nigerian lottery visa. Dr. Damage will apply, I'm sure. I mean, currently now, I heard the lady speaking earlier on. I can't remember her name, the lady from Enugu State. Yeah, because I was actually speaking with my auntie. She's currently in Nigeria right now. She told me that Nigeria is hell, that there's no money. You can't get money from anywhere. There's no petrol. That, I mean, she can't believe what she's actually witnessing in Nigeria. That if I was the one telling her this, that she was in London, I was not calling her, telling her that, oh, there's no money in Nigeria, she will say to me that I'm talking rubbish, that I'm lying. That she's the one witnessing it herself. That the place is so messed up that there's no leadership. So I really fear for that country that this election, I don't even know. I'm just hoping that they will not postpone it. I don't know if it's even going to hold. And the result of the election, if it doesn't go according to what the youths that are banking on Peter Obi to win, I really fear for that country. I'm serious. I really worry for that country, because there will be a serious unrest in that country, because I see people coming out to say enough is enough. That's my fear.
All right, thank you, Austin N.
Yeah, so what keeps me up at night is the grossly and deep-rooted tribalism that exists among us. I wish we can be able to get somebody from the north to be part of this panel. Why am I saying this? I have listened to every one of us, and I'm sorry that I'm joining this panel when Obi is the candidate. On the level of equity, on the level of justice, it should be not
northeast and the southeast. But just because the current president is coming out is from the north, so on the level of justice, it should be southeast. Now come to the candidates we have. Look at the three front candidates: Obi, Atiku, Tinubu. I had somebody today telling me that Obi is least educated among them. Obi have done programs in all the Ivy universities in the whole world. One of the programs Obi did in Michigan, he paid $40,000 for 6 weeks to do a program. And you're telling me that he's least educated. My CEO in the office I work, he did only masters. He's receiving 2.something million annually. And people are here saying that the programs are more qualitative in the Western world than even the certificates we carry about. Now, why are we supporting Tinubu? Kingsley will tell you that we worship little gods because of money, ill-gotten money. And I thought that Nigerian politics was moving somewhere, because if Osibanjo had become the candidate of APC and Rochas is the candidate from the southeast, will I be supporting Rochas or Okorocha? That's the question I should ask myself. And this is the question every other person that is not an Igbo should be asking himself or herself. Imagine Rochas being a candidate from Igbo, Osibanjo from the west, then we have Okonkwaso from the north. Who would the person be supporting? So and we want Nigeria to be fair. We want Nigeria to develop. It hurts me, it pains me when those of us in the Western world are thinking like this. I have shared this with you before, Doctor. Before I came to the United States, I was involved in politics. But when I came to the United States and saw how the system was, I cried. My cousin is a core politician. We don't cross paths. I called him over the phone. I said, you guys are wicked. You guys have been going to the Western world and you've been seeing how these things operate, and you keep people down. Well, I'm ashamed that full-grown men living in the Western world are supporting these groups, knowing fully well where they're taking us to. If you give me another chance, I'll say, Obi should go and sit down. Let it be worse. Let's see who will suffer it most. As if when you are fighting for things to be better, people feel that it is to your own advantage. I'm not coming back to take any political position for Obi. And I don't think any of us from the East here will be going to do that. If Nigeria gets better, people will land first in Lagos before they come to the East. And it is going to, all of us get the check. Somebody in my office brought out a check to say, I want to give money to your foundation. I have given 2 people that left 10,000. When he heard that I'm a Nigerian, he took back his check. He said he was defrauded by Nigerians. My problem is not that money, I don't need it, but the shame that you go with. And this is because we have bad leaders that don't think. So it baffles me when people sit down and they just romanticize their ethnic cleavages. No matter who comes there, it's okay because it's coming from my angle. I don't play such politics. And I wouldn't want Nigeria to be that way. If the best person can come from Kenya and fix Nigeria, I am up for that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Jude.
Okay, my summation this evening is that Nigeria, or let me put it this way, we cannot build on rubble and we expect a solid building or foundation and expect that house to last and stand the test of time. Nigeria is a country that has, from the foundation, has been built on rubble. And what do I mean by that? Injustice, which pervades all over. And it is that injustice that is still keeping somebody like Nnamdi in jail, while Gumi continue to parade all over Nigeria, while somebody like what is it, Abba Kyari, is it Akiari, the Hush Puppy gang member, continue to still remain in Nigeria and has not been extradited to US, whereas they went to Kenya and kidnapped Nnamdi and extraditioned him to here. And even when they are caught and all their court have asked them to release him, they still keep him there. All these injustices, including those that their blood have been shed every day in Nigeria, innocent blood that is being shed every day to keep this country one. You know, I don't understand. And that injustice is still going to make Nigeria, at the end of the day, somebody like Peter Obi now that is out there, who by every ramification, he has not been found wanting in anything. He has not stolen the Nigerian money or his state money. And then this man has been going around talking to Nigerians. They will ask him questions, he will answer them. He has been respecting, but other candidates feel so pompous to appear before Nigerians, to talk to them and to receive their question and to feel their pulse on what they are going through. If Nigeria were to be an ideal country, this election should have been over a long time ago. Everybody would have said, you know what, let's give this into Obi. But unfortunately, Nigeria is not an ideal nation. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing all this permutation where you can feel a candidate, two candidates, feel so arrogant and pompous to appear before Nigerians in town halls and everywhere to you know, for interview, for meetings, public places they won't. And then people still want to vote for them. I don't understand.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jude. Eddie, you are next.
Doctor, I must say, what keeps me up at night is there are a lot of things, but coming to this platform has how will I say it, awakened something in me. You know, my consciousness, subconscious. I've been thinking. You know, there a couple of weeks ago, forefathers have said something about things that goes in Africa. While we are busy talking about disintegrating into tribal unit or whatnot, the West, they're laughing at us. That it worries me because I've gone back to look at videos of Nkrumah and the rest where they're talking about Pan-Africanism, while today in Nigeria we're busy talking how to divide ourselves into small little units, using giving stats from the West that doesn't even hold water. It fills me with pity because Africa as a whole is at the back, is the worst continent in the world currently. We produce what we don't consume, we consume what we don't produce. So we shouldn't be talking about, when I see people talk about disintegration, I feel really bad. So those are the things that prick my mind constantly. Since ever I heard about the deep, how will I say, what the West thinks about Africa, you know, and we're struggling for crops in Nigeria. Whatever happens, whoever wins the election currently, or whoever loses, it won't change anything. We will not. Nigeria won't become. We won't be invited into G7. So those are the things that bother me. So yeah.
All right. Thank you, Eddie. Forefathers next.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the previous speaker spoke well, and I think there's an echo here. Sorry about that. Yeah, there's an echo. I think this thing that we do when we just start tearing each other down, I think is not helping, and we have to start, our men especially, because this is on us right now. I don't know how our women put up with us, and from what I gather, they are already beginning to lose respect for us, really, because they are beginning to see how other men do it all over the world now with Instagram and all the rest of it, how they kept their people, you know, this living standard so good. And while we all we seem to be specializing in having side chicks and spray money all over the place to ourselves look good. This self kind of individualistic, I'm the big boy, I'm the big guy, and this is what Tinubu symbolizes to, and that's what annoys me, because This is an elderly man that is clearly unwell, that could have just said that, you know what, I'm going to remain in the background and be a puppet master. But no, he feels he needs to be there to aggrandize himself with the office of the presidency. Vanity. This is not about individuals. It's simply not about individuals. And for someone like him that is that exposed, not to understand what the previous speaker just said, that is on a smaller scale. If you look at the bigger scale, the dangers we are facing is, it might look good. You know how they say that it's darkest before the whatever something happens. It could be the brightest before doom too. Right now, it looks like we are on our way up. The population is growing, everything. Boom! It could just come down overnight. Literally, it can happen overnight. Because these people, they are very, very clever. They think ahead of us. And if we don't start really taking back what was lost, for me, that is my focus. If that issue is redressed, I will disappear. I don't care. But at least I know that we have a future. Anybody that wants to come and threaten our future, they will have questions to answer for themselves. But right now, they don't. They will come, if they want to institute slavery again, they have the power to institute it. If they want to say, you, this son, you are going to sleep with your mom so that you can breed the better slaves, they have the power. If they say you sleep with a horse, you will sleep with a horse. This is our men that are proud today and full of pride, that want to love themselves. Peacocks. It doesn't get us anywhere. We don't have anything to be proud of other than the fact that some good people on the ground are keeping the roof up. Let's not make that mistake. There are Nigerians out there doing a lot of good work that nobody recognizes. Instead, they carry these stupid, useless ones that don't have much to offer us other than failure. That don't even understand pride. Maybe for whatever reason, maybe it's not their fault. Maybe that's how they were brainwashed. Maybe that's how they grew up. Our women feel like they have other people's hair to be valuable. We have sold out everything of value that we have. And what else is remaining other than shame now? And look at this Naira nonsense that has been happening recently. Nigerians are going crazy. Look at let me just read what Emefiele said. It says the struggles and actual, let me see what he wrote. He was basically begging Nigerians. He said he's on his knees begging Nigerians to calm down, that all this stuff is going to be resolved. But no, they have to be fighting on this thing, and some people get currency and they sell it for expensive price. The POS, this thing, all this kind of indiscipline, kind of corrosive. Everybody wants to capitalize on every opportunity. I can understand the impulses that drives it, but this is what the symptoms are just horrible. It's a people that are stressed. There's no resources in the country. All the resources, all our hard work goes overseas. All that our hard work, we are fighting each other for now. What is it going to amount to? It's not going to amount to anything. It's not. All our economy, the UK can buy it with their own currency. The UK is spending over $1 trillion every year in their country. Nigeria is spending, in terms of their GDP, barely 40 billion. We are already bought. What we should be doing is trying to organize ourselves. Suffering is part of the deal now. Our inheritance is to fight our way through this. They fought their way through it. They never got it easy. Nobody gave it to them. Don't expect, I will not call them evil for trying to take advantage of us, because we invited it on ourselves every single day. We still have people coming here to say, let's divide. Instead of them to be worrying about how do we get out of the mess we are in. That is what you should be worrying about. Because no matter how much you divide, if they give you Umuahia chief now or whatever, they give you they remove the Oni of Ife and put you there, it's not going to matter. All this type of fights is not helping us. If I was Nigerians right now, left for me with the kind of head I have, I don't even care about politics. Don't worry about who gets the power. Care about whether they change the trajectory of the nation, whether they institute a radical, transformational technological revolution. That's what we need. We are far behind in technology, and we are falling behind every single day. Every day we are losing at least 12 hours of technological development compared to the rest of the world. Every single day. They are on 24/7, developing faster and faster. They are developing new technologies every day. And we are falling back, further back, and further back. What do you think that's going to result into? It's just going to result into, they'll just be looking at us as like, already they are doing that. They are looking at Africa as some kind of animal place where they get fascinated. And when they come to resources, they take it, they look at us like some kind of experiment that they're carrying out. And we actually think we have something to control. You are trying to fight. Well, let me say country. Let me say, you are not separating, you're not even in control of your country. Not to mention your tribe. The only way to get out of this mess is to smarten up and learn that working with your fellow Nigerians, your fellow the Ghanaians, all the other Africans, and band together and challenge the forces that are draining us. That is the only way out. Otherwise, prepare. Just prepare. When they show up, we start bowing down and we put master on our chest, because that is what it's going to be. We have just become imminent slave race if the Asians and the Europeans come together. Because before, what happened before now? It was only Europeans that did it. Now, if the Asians joined them, the Europeans were just in millions. The Asians, the Chinese, and the Indians, they're almost 3 billion. How are you going to break out of that one? You can't win that fight with them. So let me end with this one. The key things that we need to be focusing on is our security, radical transparency that is beyond what they even have there, because we are so diverse that everybody needs to be on the same page at all times. Hence, transparency is essential. And a radical democracy that gives people voice. If you put power in the center, you are going to have peacocks like Tinubu and all the others wanting to be glorified all the time. You need to suck power away from the center and give it to the people, not to the regions, to the people. The final one is technological revolution. We need it urgently. That gap needs to be closed. Our security and this in transparency and this in the cooperation. Basically, democracy is a form of cooperation, because we never cooperated. That's what got us in this mess. If we fix these 4 things, there will be no looking back for us. And that is it. Even when we fix it, it's not a guarantee. Given where we are right now, it's not even a guarantee we get out of the mess we are in. But that is our only chance. Because when I look at Asia right now, they are talking about Euro-Asia. When they say Euro-Asia, be scared of that word. Because when they come together, God help us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Who am I missing? Dewale and Splendor. Did you tell us what keeps you up at night?
Splendor,
no, I haven't spoken yet.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Splendor. Then
so,
whoever wants to go first, you know.
No, we're just discussing on.
No. Splendor, we are going home now. We are closing. We are closing. We are talking about what keeps you up at night.
You want me to go?
All right, Splendor, we can hear you.
Yeah, for me, I think it's the rogue leadership we have in Nigeria.
Can you guys hear him? Oh, is it only me?
No, we can't hear him.
All right, Splendor, you are breaking up. We can hear you.
Can I go?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Can I go real quick?
Okay, Splendor, hold on. Let's go.
Can you hear me?
No, hold on, Splendor. Somewhere go.
So, Dr. Damages, let me just make it a continuum from the last point I made. And what keeps me up at night is how that I'm scared of my own permutation. You know, it is not based on any empirical data. It is not based on any authority. I'm not claiming to be an authority in political matters, but it is based on I don't know. It happened in 2015 when I said to people that Buhari will win, and if he wins, I'm going to leave Nigeria. People thought I was crazy. He won. And 2017, I left Nigeria. I'm beginning to feel that way again. Fundamentally, I belong to Omowere Showore. Fundamentally, I'm an Igbo man, but I like to take a stand. And, you know, by extension, I said, okay, P2B is not bad at all. I mean, for whatever reason, let it be balanced a little bit. It will be nice for Igbo people to have a go on the presidency. So P2B is not bad at all. However, like I always say, if I know Nigeria, and if Nigeria is what it is, P2B might not win. But my own permutation, unfortunately, goes to Atiku. Unfortunately, goes to Atiku. And which might turn out good or bad, I just wish Atiku have the advisors. If Atiku is smart, like people have said, if Atiku wins, the Southeast and the South-South will kind of be on fire. But as if I know Nigeria, whatever fire they want to be on, it will always be quenched. However, if Atiku is smart, he would, you know, claim to do 4 years. Or not just claim, he will go ahead and do 4 years. In that 4 years, he might not even need to consider any form of infrastructure. Put electoral reform in place, solid electoral reform in place to the extent that people abroad can vote. Number two, do something about the constitution. Let us not operate by a constitution imposed on us. Let us operate by a constitution that everybody in Nigeria accepted, adopted, endorsed. Number three, try to hand over the presidency to an Igbo person. If Atiku does that, he might suddenly turn out to be a political hero in Nigeria. But if I know Nigeria, even though he wins, he might not want to go through the route of wisdom. He might want to do his first term and do his second term, and then we will be set back to Stone Age, you know, further than even Buhari has done. It is only the God factor that I am personally depending on. I mean, we have done permutations and calculations here, and I respect all of that. Like I said, I'm not claiming to be an authority. I'm just saying what I'm sensing in my own spirit. I don't even know why I'm sensing it. However, we need, in this time in Nigeria, the God factor. If not, this nation is so great that our leadership has been messing us up. I want to come home. There's no real person, no grown-up person, no adult that is comfortable no matter where you are. I'm comfortable. My entire family is here. My wife, my children. I work, you know, I live in America. Who cares? But in the core of my spirit, for crying out loud, we need to come home. We really do need to come home. Now, finally, Dr. Damages, if you allow me just 60 more seconds, I would say that if Nigeria must work, we should tell ourselves the home truth. In today's discussion, a lot of issues have been raised about unity. Most times, it takes disunity for unity to make sense. America is a country where all the states operate pretty much independently and differently. Maybe that pattern should work in Nigeria. Because if we keep claiming that we are united, one day, this keg of gunpowder will explode and it will consume a lot of people. We have to tell ourselves the truth. Are we really united, or do we give each state autonomy to operate independently so that there will be healthy competition, so that states will discover their uniqueness, so that we can now begin to respect ourselves? When we protect our borders and boundary, we can now respect each other. But if all the power is at the center, my brothers and my sisters, they will kill another brilliant lawyer, maybe with twins or triplets in her womb, and there is nothing that will happen. They will kill the best of us, and there is nothing anybody can do about that. That's not a nation. We have to change the narrative. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Let me reply like Tinubu. Atiku cannot do it. He cannot do it.
All right. Flender, let's try you one more time before I go to...
Why did they try and obedient?
Yeah, let's see if by the way, welcome over here.
let me just wrap up, Dr. Damages. I want to go.
Splendor is frozen. Go ahead, Adewale. Go ahead.
It's the village people. They will take the light and take the internet. You need to go and give us, give me money. I'll go and beg the gods. Wiki will take it to his people in the rivers and beg the gods. Anyway, you know, two things keeps me up. No, three things, but I will let go of the third one because I've said it repeatedly on your show. By the way, thank you very much for the opportunity for the platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's a guy that keeps me up in the night called Pansat. I've been dealing with him in the comment section all day long.
I see
His
that.
mindset, he needs to purge himself of that mindset. His belief is crooked. He needs to change it. And if people like him has that kind of belief, then it keeps me worried because that is the kind of mindset that kind of like narrow, you know, and it's to me is myopic because you only see it through this prison. It has to be only this way, this one way, no other ways. And it keeps me worried if people buy into that kind of ideologies. And secondly, in 2019, up to this year, Lebanon, they suffered economic crisis. They had a cash crunch, and it was tough to the point that there was a video circulating, I think as of last year, when the lady went into a bank and couldn't get her money, and she needed, I think one of her family members needed the medical services, and she couldn't pay, and they have money. And that tells you, a pointer to the failed state. And I'm hoping Nigeria doesn't become that kind of a state where people will start going to the bankers. And if you see the video circulating in the media now, it's fast becoming that. And Nigerians need to pay attention to that. We shouldn't let the politician. There was this quote that I read in the office yesterday. Ronald Reagan in 1986 he said, the nine most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help you. Government is full of politicians and they're there for their own interest. They're not there because of you and I. So beware of somebody selling a snake oil to you, Nigerians that are watching this show. Majority in the studios are living abroad. But you that are watching the show, you're in Nigeria. Be watchful, be careful. Politicians will come and tell you this. What you're having now is an artificial made problem for you. So ask questions. If you need to protest, protest, because the politicians are the one making what you are going through now. And God help, maybe it's just a cover for a failed nation, a failed economy. Maybe, I don't know. But you can have political problem. But when you start having economic problem that is going to result into, having cash crisis, now that terrifies me because people will start eating human flesh if it comes to that. And I hope it won't result into that. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
Thank you, Adewale. Thank you so much. Splendor, let's hear you.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me now?
Okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what keeps me awake is the rogue leadership we have in Nigeria. Then we look at Africa. There was this particular two events that has happened in Africa with African president. One from South Sudan, the other one from Cameroon, when the South Sudan president was just urinating on himself in a public function that was televised worldwide. That was very unsightly. Then too, the Cameroonian president went to a conference and he didn't realize that he was in a conference. He was not aware of where he was. So don't be surprised that scenarios like that may be playing out in Nigeria if care is not taken.
Is it not?
So that's just the only thing I worried about Nigeria. Yeah. I'm in Nigeria. No, it might be high. Who knows? The people are being packaged now, with the diaspora, our Nigeria doing here in the first place.
All right. Thank you, Splendor. Yeah. We're losing you again.
This place becomes special because of the rogue leadership that we have back home. That's what he said. That's what keeps me awake.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ovie, you're the last person.
I'm the last person.
Yeah.
I mean, they always confess.
Welcome to the show.
So Obi go take hand. Now, if I start a 1 million man march, hopefully you get 1 million votes on the 25th of February. Hopefully.
If not for your dream, now you get that dream, now you go continue to dream. You're not going to wake up.
Talking of dream, sometime last year I dream and I said, and inside that dream I question myself, why can't I go on vacation twice a year, 6 months each? So I said, make I try. I tried it. I only survived 7 months. Now I'm back, even working on Sunday. This life, no balance. Anyway, I think I started listening when you were asking everybody what will happen if those 3 candidates lost. That's Atiku, Tinubu, and Obi, which that's a very spot on question because the 3 of them are going to lose. Dr. Rabi Musa Konko is the president. So, Rudolph, you're ahead of your time.
Now your dream ain't dream. You not go mature, lie.
No, that is not a dream. I'm just interpreting what Dr. Rudolph had seen ahead of all of us.
That kind of thing in 2030, 47. After my speaking, so already don't do it. We'll give him a chance.
Already lule.
Lule.
Now, I think, John, that when you started telling them to tell you that story, and it's sad. It's sad in the sense that everybody here, at that time was there, everybody was a diaspora except Blessing. Why everybody they draw gun, Nigeria go burn, this go happen. It's just so sad that person where they on ground, we actually have PVC, where we go vote. Say as something exactly what I've been saying all this while. I don't think the average Igbo man is stupid. Say because Obi lose election, they won't burn their own property. Because that's the only thing you succeeded in doing. I don't get as where you won't burn. You won't burn Tinubu by CBA landlord. Burn Atikwari with CBA landlord. Any of these. So it's crazy where we in diaspora and they carry hand in hand. You there here. All is going on well with you. That's how low we have seen those we left behind. Last week I was arguing that 20 years ago, when all of us here in Nigeria, those in diaspora saw us as stupid. Say we know sabi reason. Here we are saying the same thing. Now that's how low you see those in Nigeria. That just because one person lose election, then they'll start destroying themselves. We see them as animals, people who are not capable of thinking. How many elections all of us in Nigeria lost? Why we not kill ourselves? The election come and go, but we see they here. But we don't come because we have access to the internet. Nigeria go born Nigeria. How? How you want to born? Just because one person lose the election. The election is going to be very peaceful. And guess what? On the 26th, there's going to be mixed reaction. Some people will take to the street and celebrate. They'll pump champagne. They'll go do party. They'll go do Owambe. Why some people will cry? That's life. That's the worst you can do. But if you want to say you won't burn anything, you are not going to succeed in burning these people that you're angry at. You burn your own brother, your auntie, your uncle, your mother, your father, somebody, your neighbor. That's what you're going to put in distress. Guess what? These men will still and their family will live happily. More than me and you were there in diaspora. I mean, it's so sad. When others, they listen to us, how they go think, if Tinubu win, this one will happen. If Obi will, like, no. Somebody who is on the ground, blessing, says nothing is going to happen. And that's what I believe. Nigeria is not going to end on your time. Now you go end, you go die, leave Nigeria. Nigeria will continue. That's a fact. We will come and leave. Nigeria will continue. Just as there are millions that came before us, they've gone and we are still here. Millions will come after us. Nothing will happen. Now, what did they keep me away with that? We the diaspora alarmists. We just sit down because we get access to the internet. Nigeria go. How many streets you burn away before you leave Nigeria? I mean, people not lose and win election during your own time. Why do you think you are so important now just because that's your wish and it's going to happen? I trust my government. I trust them. Who do anyhow? Who see anyhow? They have not lost that capability. That's one thing I understand about the Nigerian government. If you do any other day, you see anyhow, and nothing is going to happen. Nothing. Nigeria, there will be 26, 27, 30. Nigeria will continue. So the idea is that because one person will lose or win, anything to happen, it's just something that is beyond my comprehension. It's hard. Because we they look those people as animals. It is sad. That's what we are thinking. Not be say it go happen. That's what we wish. Tunaja said something. Where you won't go? If we do too much, they will enslave us again. Now, not you will follow suit. After all, now what people they enslave can't do for abroad. Now they can't do voluntarily. There's no difference. Matter of fact, we they pay safe. Those people no pay, even though they don't get paid. So if Nigeria go going, nothing. Nigeria is not going anywhere. You will come and leave. So it's that's what keep me awake. We the diasporans, we are the problem. Because as far as I'm concerned, if you go to Dombua local government, there's Igbo man, there's Yoruba man, there's Afula man, living side by side, doing trade by barter, living heavily. If you go to Olu, if you go to Oka Ititi, you will see Aboki, everybody just living happily. They don't have an idea what we are talking about. But just as somebody advised the listeners, we're not going to listen to everybody there. We don't get PVC. We don't get nothing gomos. Now noise we will make. That if we want buster for Nigeria, now so go concept they analyze them. Who died there? Who they shoot there? Who see the men? That's how we do nothing. No, we're not going to do anything. we can't do anything. So those who are listening, please don't do your normal duty. Vote. Anybody lose, you don't lose. Oh, you know, just like
Dr. Damages, good night. Yeah, bye-bye.
All right, good night, Nando.
Another speaker said.
Bye-bye. Hey, Joe, bye-bye. Yeah.
All right.
There's going to be live. There's going to be Nigeria after 25th of February. And Kokoso will be declared the winner.
Okay. Why do I get the feeling that you're talking to the people of the Southeast?
Anybody, no. Anybody who believes in Nigeria go do whatever. It's nothing. Nigeria is bigger than one person, it's bigger than one tribe, it's bigger than one region.
I get where you're coming from.
Okay.
Nigeria is bigger than anybody. What's going to happen for that country? The country could stand. If you not kill yourself or finish for either west or south, whatever, the Fulani will have fair. They will come and dance on your land. Nothing will happen. So if you like, we could not kill us. But as I said, not just we in dance brand. We don't over chop burger, we don't over drink, just call it all rubbish in Nigeria go born. As if those people that will let behind are stupid. They are not. Because I'm amongst them. I know while I was there, I wasn't stupid. So I can't regard those who are there now as stupid, that they will take to the street and start burning problem. You, as I said, if you burn Tinubu house today for a body law, it will still be a landlord. If you burn Atiku house, it will still be a landlord. They don't have anything to lose. Nothing. And if they see they are like 4 years time, they will contest again. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's what I understand.
All right.
It's just sad that the diasporas are just too, I mean, and then they give me sleepless nights, even though
we not do they allow me.
You guys are alarming.
The area boys go fight.
They go now today they fight. Are they going to fight because of are they not been fighting? They'll be fighting now. So what is the big deal? Those people they shoot. Inside go they dance with your family. More na the born on a property. You go they celebrate. They throw toothpick. They enjoy. Una go they destroy on ourselves. As if you go affect them. It's not going to affect these people.
All right. Lawrence, welcome to the show, and thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me.
We're done for the day. I just wanted to say thank you and welcome to you, and VC, welcome and thank you for joining us. So it's been a long day, and tomorrow we have Kayode Gundamise joining us from the UK. He will talk about what's going on in Nigeria. He was there when Buhari ran for president in 2015. He was involved, and this time he's sitting out. So we want to know why. And like I announced earlier on, we are going to have a debate, presidential debate here on the 19th of February. So we have some moderators like Oken Debate, Solana, and Farouk Barogi. So more information about that will be coming out from tomorrow. And okay, Lawrence, just 1 minute.
Oh, okay. Thank you again for having me. Yeah. Yeah, I pray that nothing happen. I agree with Obe that nothing will happen in Nigeria, whatever, wherever. Though people will be, a lot of people will be disappointed, especially if Obi didn't win. And but everybody will go ahead and continue their business, you know. So, and we pray that nothing should happen anyway. So it's gonna give more opportunity to people to strategize for like a next election, maybe in 4 years, 4 years to come. You know, so that's my take.
All right, thank you. And with 1 minute.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I've been listening. I tried to join, but I couldn't. Well, we pray that there will be peace. That's the most important thing. That the cash crunch of people not being able to get the new naira notes or make exchange, that CBN and the banks will work honestly and then make it available to the ordinary customers, so that people can get and go about their business and then focus the next 2 weeks or so on the elections. And we pray that INEC conducts a free and fair election and block all loopholes for manipulations. So that's
All right.
my hope.
All right. Thank you so much, Ndubisi. Echo, thank you so much for joining us. Jude, thank you so much for joining us.
Dr. Damages.
Yes.
I hear say, I don't see AY and other people. They use my matter with Obite get 1.something million view. Tell them, say, the pay from YouTube, 20% of it. Now for Ann Diamond Go Charitable Organization.
Okay.
AY na 1.something view. Another person na 1.something view. Only me, all of them take a cash view. May they give me money for my children, no.
All right, thank you. Jude, thank you so much for joining us today. Forefathers, thank you so much for joining us. Alvia, thank you so much for joining us. Lawrence, thank you so much for joining us. And Ndubisi, thank you so much for joining us. And all the guests, we have a lot of people who just came by and stopped by and aired their views. We appreciate everybody. Those that watched at home, we value your time, and those that commented, we are reading your comments. Some of them are very, very funny. We preserve this, and we hope you join us again next week. On behalf of everybody here, I thank you all, and have a safe rest of the day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.